If you enjoyed this podcast, please consider liking, sharing, and subscribing to the channel. Sharing it with your friends and family helps spread knowledge, and when we help others grow, we grow too. Thank you so much for listening. Let's dive into the podcast. Chapter 1. Chapter 1. The Opening and Foundations, Al-Fatiha. Part 1. The Essence of Worship. In the name of Allah, the most gracious, the most merciful. All praise belongs to Allah, Lord of all the worlds, the most gracious, the most merciful, Master of the Day of Judgment. You alone we worship, and you alone we ask for help. Guide us to the straight path, the path of those you have blessed, not of those who have earned your anger, nor of those who have gone astray. These 7 verses form the foundation of all worship in Islam. They teach us that worship belongs only to Allah. No created thing deserves our devotion. No person, object, or desire should take the place that belongs to Allah alone. This is the first and most important lesson. Allah introduces himself through his most beautiful qualities. He is the most gracious, showing kindness to all creation without them asking. He is the most merciful, responding with love when his servants turn to him. These names appear twice in this short chapter, showing that mercy stands at the center of everything Allah does. The verses remind us that Allah is the Master of the Day of Judgment. On that day, all people will stand before him to answer for their deeds. This knowledge should make us careful about our choices. It should make us humble before his greatness. Yet his mercy comes first, giving us hope even as we remember that day. The heart of worship appears in the declaration, "You alone we worship, and you alone we ask for help." This statement cuts away all false worship. It removes fear of other powers. It places complete trust in Allah alone. When we face difficulties, we turn to him. When we need guidance, we ask him. When we feel grateful, we thank him. The prayer for guidance forms the center of this chapter. Every day, Muslims ask Allah to show them the straight path. This path leads to success in this life and the next. It is the path followed by prophets, truthful people, martyrs, and the righteous. Their example lights the way for others. The chapter ends by contrasting this blessed path with 2 wrong paths. One belongs to those who knew the truth but chose to reject it, earning Allah's anger. The other belongs to those who lost their way through ignorance or following their desires. Both paths lead away from Allah and true success. These 7 verses contain the entire message of the Quran. They teach about Allah's nature, the purpose of human life, the reality of judgment, the need for guidance, and the choice between right and wrong. Every theme that appears in the rest of the Quran finds its root in these opening verses. Muslims recite these verses in every unit of their daily prayers. This repetition plants the Quran's central teachings deep in their hearts and minds. Through this constant reminder, worship becomes not just ritual, but a way of understanding life itself. Part 2. Lordship of Allah. The word Rabb appears in the very first verse after the opening praise. When believers say Rabb al-Alamin, they speak of Allah as the Lord of all worlds and everything in them. This single word carries the complete relationship between Allah and his creation. Allah is Rabb because he creates everything from nothing. He brings forth life from death and death from life. He forms the heavens and earth, the mountains and seas, the birds and animals, and every human being. Nothing exists without his will and power. But Rabb means more than just creator. Allah sustains everything he creates. He provides food for every creature, rain for the earth, air for breathing, and strength for living. The smallest ant and the largest star depend on him for their existence every moment. If he withdrew his care for even an instant, everything would cease to exist. Allah guides his creation according to his wisdom. He shows the bee how to make honey and the bird how to build its nest. He places instincts in animals and reason in human beings. For humans, he sends prophets and reveals scriptures to guide them toward truth and away from error. The word Rabb also carries the meaning of master and owner. Allah owns everything because he made everything. No one else has any claim to true ownership. Kings and rulers may claim authority over lands and people, but Allah alone has absolute authority over all creation. Yet Allah exercises His lordship with perfect mercy and justice. He is not a harsh master, but a caring Lord who loves His creation. He forgives those who turn to Him in repentance. He answers the prayers of those who call upon Him. He shows patience with those who disobey Him and gives them time to return to the right path. This balance between power and mercy appears throughout Al-Fatiha. Allah is both the most gracious and the master of the Day of Judgment. He has complete authority, but exercises it with perfect compassion. His power inspires awe, while His mercy brings hope. When believers call Allah their Rabb, they acknowledge His complete authority over their lives. They recognize that He creates them, sustains them, guides them, and will judge them. This recognition naturally leads to worship, obedience, and trust. The concept of Rabb establishes that Allah alone deserves worship because He alone provides everything creation needs. Other beings may have some power or authority, but only Allah combines absolute power with perfect wisdom, justice, and mercy. This makes Him worthy of complete devotion and the only true source of guidance and help. Part 3. Journey of Guidance. When believers recognize Allah as their Rabb, their hearts naturally turn to Him for direction. The opening chapter of the Quran teaches them the most important prayer they can make: guide us to the straight path. This simple request contains the essence of human need and divine mercy. The straight path represents the way of life that pleases Allah. It is the road that leads to peace in this world and success in the next. Every human being faces countless choices each day. Some decisions seem small, others appear life-changing. The believer asks Allah to show them the right choice in all circumstances. This prayer acknowledges human weakness and Allah's perfect knowledge. People cannot see the future or fully understand the consequences of their actions. Their minds have limits, and their hearts can be deceived. Only Allah knows what truly benefits them and what causes harm. When they ask for guidance, they admit their need for divine help. The word guidance means more than just knowledge. It includes the ability to act on what is right and the strength to avoid what is wrong. Allah provides this guidance through His revealed books, His messengers, and the natural signs around creation. The Quran serves as the primary source of this guidance for believers. The straight path is narrow but clear. It avoids extremes and maintains balance. It commands justice but teaches mercy. It requires effort but promises reward. Those who walk this path find purpose in their struggles and hope in their difficulties. This prayer appears in every unit of the believer's daily prayers. 5 times each day, they repeat this request. This repetition serves a purpose. Guidance is not something received once and forgotten. It must be sought continuously because new challenges arise constantly. The path requires active participation. Believers do not wait passively for guidance to appear. They study the Quran, follow the example of the Prophet, seek knowledge from scholars, and consult with righteous friends. They also reflect on their experiences and learn from their mistakes. Allah promises to guide those who sincerely seek His direction. He opens their hearts to recognize truth and gives them courage to follow it. This guidance comes gradually, increasing as believers prove their commitment to what they already know. The prayer for guidance connects individual lives to the greater purpose of creation. Each person who walks the straight path contributes to justice and goodness in the world. They become examples for others and sources of positive change in their communities. Part 4. Contrast of Paths. Allah shows us clearly that there are different paths people take in their lives. When we ask to be guided to the straight path, we are asking to be kept away from the wrong ways that others have chosen. There are those who have received Allah's blessings. These are the people who followed the prophets and messengers. They listened to Allah's guidance and obeyed His commands. They prayed regularly, helped the poor, and treated others with kindness. Allah was pleased with them and gave them success in this life and the next. These blessed ones include the prophets, the truthful believers, the martyrs who died for their faith, and the righteous people who lived according to Allah's teachings. Then there are those who went astray. These people had the truth, but they turned away from it. They became lost because they followed their own desires instead of Allah's guidance. They may have started on the right path, but then chose to wander away. They became confused and could not find their way back. Their hearts became hard, and they could no longer recognize the truth, even when it was shown to them clearly. Finally, there are those who earned Allah's anger. These people knew the truth, but rejected it out of pride or stubbornness. They saw the clear signs, but chose to disobey anyway. They fought against Allah's messengers and tried to prevent others from following the right path. Their actions brought Allah's displeasure upon them. Every person must choose which path to follow. This choice carries great responsibility. We cannot blame others for our decisions or claim we did not know better. Allah has sent messengers to every nation and given clear guidance through His books. He has placed signs in creation and in our own hearts that point to the truth. Believers must constantly examine their actions and intentions. They must ask themselves whether they are following the path of the Blessed Ones or moving toward the other paths. This requires honesty and the courage to change when needed. It means choosing Allah's pleasure over temporary worldly gains. The prayer for guidance reminds us daily that staying on the straight path requires Allah's help. Without His assistance, even sincere believers can lose their way. This is why we ask for guidance repeatedly, acknowledging our weakness and need for divine support. The contrast between these paths serves as both warning and encouragement. It warns us of the consequences of turning away from truth, while encouraging us to follow the example of those who came before us and earned Allah's favor. Part 5. Opening as Daily Prayer. In the name of Allah, the Most Gracious, the Most Merciful. All praise belongs to Allah, the Lord of all worlds, the Most Gracious, the Most Merciful, Master of the Day of Judgment. You alone we worship, and from You alone we seek help. Guide us to the straight path, the path of those You have blessed, not of those who have earned Your anger, nor of those who have gone astray. These 7 verses form the opening chapter of the Quran. They are called Al-Fatiha, which means the opening. Every Muslim recites these words multiple times each day during the 5 daily prayers. This repetition makes Al-Fatiha more than just the first chapter of the Quran. It becomes the foundation of daily spiritual life. During each prayer, Muslims must recite Al-Fatiha at least once in every unit of prayer. This means that a person praying 5 times daily will speak these words at least 17 times each day. Over a lifetime, this amounts to hundreds of thousands of repetitions. Through this constant recitation, the core message of the Quran enters the heart and mind of every believer. The daily repetition serves a profound purpose. It reminds believers repeatedly that Allah is the source of all mercy and the ultimate judge. It reinforces the understanding that worship belongs to Allah alone, and that human beings need divine guidance. The prayer for guidance becomes a daily request, keeping believers humble and aware of their dependence on Allah. This frequent recitation also means that the central themes of the entire Quran are reviewed daily. The acknowledgement of Allah's lordship, the request for guidance, and the awareness of different paths people can take all become part of regular reflection. Through this process, the teachings move from mere knowledge to lived experience. The structure of daily prayer ensures that no day passes without remembering these fundamental truths. Whether in times of ease or difficulty, joy or sorrow, believers return to these same words. This consistency creates a spiritual rhythm that connects earthly life with divine purpose. The daily prayer becomes a means of spiritual education that continues throughout a person's entire life. In this way, Al-Fatiha transforms from a text to be read into a living prayer that shapes thought and action. The themes of mercy, judgment, worship, guidance, and moral choice become constant companions. Through daily recitation, these concepts move beyond intellectual understanding to become part of the believer's spiritual nature. The opening chapter thus opens not just the Quran, but opens the heart to receive divine guidance every single day. Part 6. The Universal Prayer. The opening prayer speaks to all people in every time and place. Its words reach beyond any single community or culture to touch the heart of every person seeking divine guidance. When someone recites these verses, they join millions of others across the world in the same spiritual call. The prayer begins with praise that belongs to all creation. Every person, regardless of their background, can recognize the need to acknowledge the source of all mercy and compassion. The Lord of all worlds includes every human being, every nation, and every generation that has ever lived or will live. The attributes mentioned in this prayer reflect universal human needs. All people seek mercy in their difficulties and hope for justice when they face hardship. These are not desires limited to one group, but represent the deepest longings of the human spirit everywhere. The request for guidance speaks to a universal human condition. Every person faces choices between right and wrong. Every individual must decide which path to follow in life. The prayer for guidance to the straight path acknowledges that humans need divine help to make these crucial decisions correctly. This prayer recognizes that people have always struggled with the same moral challenges. Some have found the right way and received blessings. Others have lost their way and faced consequences for their choices. Still others have known the truth but rejected it and earned divine displeasure. These patterns repeat throughout human history in every society. The prayer asks for protection from these dangerous paths. It seeks to avoid the mistakes that have led others to spiritual failure. This request shows wisdom that applies to all people in all times. Everyone needs protection from going astray or falling into rebellion against divine guidance. The universal nature of this prayer appears in its simple language about fundamental human experiences. It speaks of worship, gratitude, seeking help, making choices, and hoping for divine mercy. These experiences cross all boundaries of time, place, culture, and background. When people from different nations and centuries recite these same words, they participate in a shared human experience of reaching toward the divine. The prayer creates a bond between all sincere seekers of truth, regardless of their particular circumstances or historical period. This universal appeal makes the prayer relevant for every generation. Its themes of mercy, guidance, and moral choice remain as important today as they were centuries ago. The human need for divine direction continues unchanged despite advances in knowledge and technology. The prayer thus serves as a bridge connecting all believers across time and space in a common spiritual purpose and shared hope for divine guidance and mercy. Part 7. Mercy at the core. Allah's mercy stands at the very heart of this sacred chapter. From the opening verse, believers are reminded that Allah is Ar-Rahman Ar-Rahim, the most gracious and most merciful. These divine names appear immediately after praising Allah as Lord of all worlds, showing that mercy defines His relationship with creation. The word Rahman comes from the same root as Rahma, meaning womb, just as a mother shows tender care for the child in her womb. Allah's mercy surrounds all creation with love and protection. This mercy reaches everyone, believer and non-believer alike. The rain falls on all lands. The sun shines on all people. Food grows for all creatures. Rahman speaks of Allah's general mercy that covers everything in existence. Rahim describes his special mercy, reserved for those who believe and follow his guidance. This creates layers of divine compassion that give hope to every human heart. No matter how far someone has wandered from the right path, Allah's mercy remains available. When believers recite these verses daily, they remember that their Lord is not harsh or unforgiving. He does not seek to punish, but to guide. He does not desire hardship, but ease. This understanding brings comfort during difficult times and prevents despair when facing personal failures. The mention of mercy before discussing the Day of Judgment carries deep meaning. Even when speaking of accountability and justice, the chapter reminds believers that mercy comes first. Allah judges with perfect justice, but His mercy exceeds His wrath. This balance prevents believers from becoming either careless about their actions or hopeless about their fate. Every request for guidance in this chapter flows from divine mercy. Allah could leave people to find their own way, but His mercy provides clear direction. He sends prophets, reveals books, and opens hearts to truth because of His compassion for human struggle and weakness. The straight path itself represents Allah's merciful gift to humanity. Without this guidance, people would remain lost in confusion and error. The path offers hope for forgiveness, growth, and eventual success in both this life and the next. When believers ask Allah to guide them as He guided those who came before, they seek to join the ranks of those who received His special mercy. These blessed ones found favor not through their own perfection, but through Allah's gracious acceptance of their sincere efforts. This emphasis on mercy creates an atmosphere of hope that runs through the entire Quran. No chapter begins with threats or warnings. Instead, most chapters open by reminding readers of Allah's merciful nature. This pattern established in the opening chapter sets the tone for understanding all divine communication as coming from a source of infinite compassion and love. Part 8. Summary of the Quran. Scholars throughout history have recognized Al-Fatiha as containing the complete message of the Quran within its 7 short verses. They call it al-Kitab, the mother of the book, because it gives birth to all the teachings that follow in the remaining chapters. Within these few lines, a believer finds everything needed for spiritual life. The opening declaration of praise establishes the foundation of belief, recognizing Allah as the only true God worthy of worship. This belief forms the root from which all other teachings grow. The description of Allah as most merciful and master of the Day of Judgment covers the essential nature of divine law. His mercy provides the framework for understanding all commands and prohibitions. His role as final judge reminds believers that every action carries weight and consequence. These two qualities balance each other perfectly: infinite compassion paired with perfect justice. The request for guidance along the straight path encompasses the entire ethical system of the Quran. This prayer acknowledges human need for divine direction in making moral choices. It recognizes that without Allah's help, people easily lose their way and fall into harmful patterns of behavior. The contrast between those who received Allah's favor and those who went astray serves as a complete guide for practical living. Every story, example, and lesson in the Quran expands on this basic division between right and wrong paths. Even the Quran's legal teachings find their essence here. The concept of worship mentioned in the chapter includes both ritual devotion and obedience to divine law. When believers say, "You alone we worship, and from you alone we seek help," they commit to following Allah's guidance in all matters, personal, social, and legal. The chapter's structure mirrors the entire Quran's approach. It begins with praise and recognition of Allah's attributes. It moves to acknowledging human dependence and need. It concludes with a prayer for practical guidance in daily life. This same pattern appears throughout the Quran: theological foundation followed by practical application. Reciting Al-Fatiha in every prayer unit means believers repeat this complete summary multiple times each day. Through constant repetition, the core message of the entire Quran becomes embedded in their hearts and minds. They internalize the balance between hope and responsibility, between Allah's mercy and human accountability. This opening chapter proves that divine revelation addresses the complete human experience: belief, behavior, law, and personal relationship with the Creator. Nothing essential is missing from these 7 verses. Chapter 2. Chapter 2. Foundations of Faith, Early Meccan Roots. Surah 2-12. Part 1. The Message of Monotheism. Say there is only one God. There is no God but Him. He alone creates all things. He alone gives life and takes it away. He has no partner. He has no child. He has no parent. The people of Mecca worshipped many gods made of stone and wood. They prayed to statues. They offered food to idols. They believed these false gods could help them. They thought many gods ruled the world together. But God sent His message to correct this mistake. He said to them through His messenger, "Why do you bow to things that cannot see or hear? Why do you ask help from objects that cannot move? These idols you worship were made by your own hands. How can something you created be your creator? God is one. He needs nothing. All things need Him. He does not eat or sleep. He does not grow tired. He knows everything that happens. He sees all that you do in secret and in open. When you pray, pray only to Him. When you ask for help, ask only from Him. When you fear something, fear only Him. When you hope for good things, hope only from Him. The mountains praise Him. The stars follow His command. The sun rises when He says rise. The rain falls when He sends it down. The trees grow because He makes them grow. Every animal knows its creator, but many people forget. They think other powers control their lives. They believe in luck and magic. They trust in wealth and strong men more than they trust in God. God calls to human hearts, "Come back to me. Remember who made you. Remember who feeds you each day. Remember who protects you when you sleep. Remember who gave you eyes to see and ears to hear." Your heart knows the truth. Deep inside, you feel there is one great power above all things. This feeling is true. Listen to it. Do not let pride and stubbornness block this truth from reaching your soul. Those who accept this message find peace. Their hearts rest easy. They do not fear what tomorrow brings. They know their Lord takes care of them. Those who reject this truth live in worry. They fear many things. They do not know who really controls their fate. They waste their prayers on powerless objects. The choice is yours. Will you worship the one true God? Or will you keep following false gods that cannot benefit you or harm you? Part 2. Stories of Prophets. Stories of Prophets. God sent many messengers before Prophet Muhammad. Their stories teach us that the divine message has always been the same. Each prophet called his people to worship one God alone. Adam was the first man God created. He lived in paradise with his wife, but they made a mistake and ate from the forbidden tree. God forgave them when they asked for forgiveness. This shows us that God is merciful to those who repent. Noah lived among people who worshipped many false gods. He preached to them for many years. He told them to stop their evil ways and worship God alone. But they laughed at him. They called him crazy. God commanded Noah to build a great ship. When the flood came, only Noah and the believers were saved. The rest drowned because they refused to listen. Abraham grew up among people who made statues and worshipped them. He knew these statues could not help or harm anyone. He broke the idols in their temple. When his people got angry, he asked them why they worshiped things they made with their own hands. They could not answer. Abraham left his homeland and traveled to many places. He always called people to worship God alone. God blessed him and made him the father of many nations. Moses was born when his people were slaves in Egypt. Pharaoh ruled with cruelty. He thought he was a god. Moses went to Pharaoh and told him to free the slaves and worship the true God. Pharaoh refused. God sent many signs to show his power. Rivers turned to blood. Frogs covered the land. But Pharaoh's heart remained hard. Finally, God saved Moses and his people. They crossed the sea safely, while Pharaoh and his army drowned. All these prophets faced the same problems. People rejected them. They were mocked and threatened. But each prophet stayed strong. They trusted in God completely. They knew their job was to deliver the message clearly. The results were up to God. These stories comfort believers today. When people laugh at your faith, remember Noah. When your family turns against you, remember Abraham. When powerful people try to stop you, remember Moses. Every prophet before you walked this same path. The message never changed. Worship God alone. Be kind to others. Speak the truth. Help the poor. Stay away from evil. This simple message makes some people very angry. They prefer their old ways. But truth remains truth, no matter how many people reject it. Part 3. The Day of Judgment. The trumpet will sound, and all the dead will rise from their graves. Every human being who ever lived will stand before God on that great day. No one can hide. No one can run away. All will gather in one place for judgment. On that day, people will be divided into groups. Some will receive their book of deeds in their right hand. They will read it with joy, because their good deeds are recorded there. Others will receive their book in their left hand. They will cry and wish they had never been born, because their evil deeds fill every page. The scales of justice will weigh every action. Even the smallest good deed will count. Even the tiniest bad deed will be measured. Nothing will be forgotten. God sees all and records all. Those who did good will find their good deeds heavy on the scale. Those who did evil will find their bad deeds weighing them down. Heaven awaits those who believed and did righteous acts. Gardens with flowing rivers will welcome them. They will live in beautiful homes with everything they desire. Pure food and drink will never end. They will wear fine clothes and beautiful jewelry. Angels will greet them with peace. All pain and sadness will disappear forever. They will live in joy that never ends. Hell awaits those who rejected the truth and did evil. Fire will surround them on all sides. They will drink boiling water that burns their throats. Their skin will burn and then grow back to burn again. They will cry for relief, but no relief will come. They will beg to die, but death will not take them. This punishment will continue without end. Some people laugh when they hear about the Day of Judgment. They think death is the end of everything. They believe their bodies will become dust and nothing more will happen. But God, who created them the first time, can surely create them again. He who gives life can also give life after death. The earth will shake violently on that day. Mountains will crumble like scattered dust. The sun will lose its light. Stars will fall from the sky. The whole universe will change completely. Every person will remember all they did in their lifetime. Rich and poor, king and slave, young and old, all will stand equal before their Creator. This day is coming whether people believe it or not. God has set the time but keeps it secret. Only He knows when it will happen. It may come suddenly like a thief in the night. Every person must prepare by believing in God and doing good works. Those who prepare will have nothing to fear. Those who ignore this warning will face terrible regret when it is too late to change. Part 4. Moral Awakening. God calls all people to live with good character and pure hearts. Those who believe must speak only truth and never lie to gain advantage over others. When someone asks you about something, tell them exactly what you know. Do not hide the truth or change it to help yourself. Justice stands as the highest duty for believers. When you judge between people, be fair to everyone. Do not favor the rich because they have money, or reject the poor because they have nothing. God watches how you treat others. He loves those who give justice, even when it hurts their own interests. Stand up for what is right, even if everyone around you chooses wrong. Patience becomes the mark of true believers. When troubles come, do not complain or blame God. When people hurt you with their words or actions, control your anger. When you want something badly, wait for God to provide it in His time. Those who rush and demand immediate results often lose their way, but those who wait with trust receive blessings beyond their imagination. Prayer connects the heart directly to God. Turn to Him 5 times each day and speak to Him as a child speaks to a loving father. Ask for guidance when you feel confused. Seek forgiveness when you make mistakes. Thank Him for every blessing He gives you. In prayer, remember that God hears every word and knows every thought before you speak it. Care for those who cannot care for themselves. Feed the hungry person even if you have little food. Help the widow who has no husband to support her. Protect the orphan child who has no parents. Give shelter to the traveler who is far from home. When you see someone struggling with heavy burdens, share their load. God will remember your kindness on the day when you need His mercy most. Do not worship money or possessions. Many people make their wealth into a false god and forget their Creator. Share what you have with others and trust that God will provide for your needs. The greedy person never has enough, while the generous person always has plenty. These teachings prepare your hearts for the commands that will come later. First, you must build good character. Then, you can follow detailed laws. A house needs a strong foundation before you add walls and a roof. Your soul needs pure intentions before it can carry out righteous actions. Those who master these basic virtues will find all other religious duties easy to follow. Part 5. Struggle of Belief. The first believers faced great hardship when they accepted the truth. Their families turned against them. Their friends mocked them. Their neighbors treated them like enemies. The wealthy merchants of Mecca saw this new faith as a threat to their power and their false gods. Those who believed were few in number and weak in worldly strength. They had no armies or riches to protect them. The powerful clans made their lives difficult. They lost their businesses. Some were beaten in the streets. Others were forced to leave their homes. The believers came to the prophet with heavy hearts. They asked when God's help would come. They wondered if they had chosen the right path. Their suffering seemed to grow each day while their enemies grew stronger. But God spoke words of comfort to strengthen their hearts. He reminded them that all previous messengers faced the same trials. The people mocked Noah when he built his ark. They threw Abraham into the fire. They chased Moses out of Egypt. They killed many prophets who came before. God told the believers that this suffering was a test. Just as gold becomes pure when heated in fire, faith becomes strong when tested by hardship. Those who remain patient during difficult times will receive great rewards. The Creator promised that truth would win over falsehood in the end. He told them not to worry about their small numbers or weak position. One person who believes in God is stronger than 1,000 who worship false idols. God commanded the faithful to be patient and to keep praying. He told them to remember Him often and to help each other during these hard times. When they felt afraid, they should recall that the Lord of all creation was watching over them. The believers learned that real victory does not come from winning battles with swords. True success comes from keeping faith when everything seems hopeless. God tests those He loves to see if they will stay loyal when life becomes difficult. These early followers discovered that persecution made their faith stronger, not weaker. Each insult from their enemies reminded them that they had chosen the right path. Each hardship brought them closer to their Creator. God promised that those who suffer for His sake will find peace in the next life. Their pain in this world will turn into joy that lasts forever. The mockers and persecutors will face judgment for their cruelty. The small group of believers held tight to these promises. They supported each other through every trial. Their faith grew deeper as their troubles increased. They knew that God would never abandon those who worship Him alone. Part 6. Signs of the Universe. The Creator calls upon all people to look around them. Everything in the sky and on earth shows signs of one God who made it all. These signs are everywhere for those who think carefully about what they see. Look at the sun that rises every morning and sets every evening. It follows the same path that God has set for it. The moon changes its shape through the month in perfect order. The stars shine in their places without getting lost. Who keeps them all in their proper places? Only the one God who created everything. See the rain that falls from the clouds above. This water brings dead land back to life. Plants grow from dry soil after the rain comes. Fruits and vegetables feed all living things. The same water that you drink also waters the trees and flowers. This is not by chance. The all-wise Creator planned this system for your benefit. Mountains stand firm and steady. They hold the earth in place so it does not shake under your feet. Seas and rivers flow in their paths. Fish swim in the deep waters while birds fly through the air. Each creature lives in the place that fits it perfectly. Each one knows how to find food and shelter. Who taught them these things? The same God who created them. Your own body shows signs of the Creator. Your heart beats without you telling it to beat. Your eyes see colors and shapes. Your ears hear sounds from far and near. Your hands can hold things, and your feet can carry you where you want to go. You breathe air without thinking about it. All these parts work together inside you. Could this happen without a wise maker? The change from day to night happens in perfect timing. In summer, the days are long and warm. In winter, they are short and cool. This gives the earth time to rest and grow new plants when spring returns. Seasons change in order year after year. No person controls this cycle. Only God has this power. Those who refuse to see these clear signs choose to ignore what is right in front of them. They make idols from stone and wood with their own hands. Then they bow down to these things that cannot see or hear or help them. They give their worship to created things instead of the one who created everything. The wise person looks at all these signs and knows that one God made them all. This God is perfect in power and knowledge. He deserves all praise and worship. Those who recognize these signs and turn to their Creator will find peace and guidance. They will understand their purpose in this life and prepare for the life that comes after death. Part 7. Introduction to Al-Baqarah. After the heart recognizes the signs of God in creation, the next step is to build a strong community of believers. This is where Surah Al-Baqarah begins to guide us. This chapter is named after the cow, and it teaches us about faith, how believers should live together, and how to stay strong when times are hard. The opening verses speak directly to three groups of people. First, there are those who truly believe. These are people who have faith in what they cannot see, who pray regularly, and who spend their money to help others. They believe in the messages that came before and trust in the life after death. These believers are on the right path and will find success. Second, there are those who completely reject the truth. For them, it makes no difference whether you warn them or not. God has sealed their hearts and their hearing. A covering lies over their eyes. They will face a great punishment because they choose to remain blind to the truth. Third, there are those who claim to believe but lie in their hearts. They say they believe in God and the last day, but they are not true believers. They try to deceive God and the believers. but they only deceive themselves. In their hearts is a disease, and God increases their disease. They will face painful punishment because of their lies. These early verses teach us that faith is not just words we speak. True faith shows itself in our actions. A real believer prays, helps others, and trusts in God completely. They know that this life is a test, and the real life comes after death. The believers must come together as one community. They should support each other and help each other stay strong. When people make fun of them or try to harm them, they should remain patient and trust that God will help them. This surah also teaches us that following God's guidance is not always easy. Sometimes we must do things we do not like. Sometimes we must avoid things that seem good to us. But God knows what is best for us, and we do not know. Our job is to trust and obey. The community of believers must stay united. They should not break apart when troubles come. Instead, they should hold tight to God's guidance and help each other follow the right path. This is how they will succeed, both in this life and in the life to come. Part 8. Transition to storytelling. The Holy Quran began to speak through stories. God chose to teach His people through the lives of those who came before them. These were not just tales to pass time. They were lessons wrapped in truth, given to help the believers stay strong when the people of Mecca turned against them. When the followers of Muhammad faced hatred from their own families and tribes, God reminded them of Prophet Noah. He had called his people to worship only God for 950 years. They mocked him and called him a liar. They threw stones at him and threatened his life. But Noah never stopped calling them to the truth. He built the great ship when no rain had fallen. He trusted God even when everything seemed impossible. The believers in Mecca learned that rejection and hardship were part of following the truth. God told them about Abraham, who had to leave his father's house because he would not bow to idols. His own people tried to burn him alive in a great fire, but God made the fire cool and safe for Abraham. He became the father of nations because he trusted God completely. When the Quraysh tribe threatened the Muslims, they remembered Abraham's courage. The story of Moses gave them even more strength. Pharaoh had all the power in Egypt. He had armies and gold and great buildings. He called himself a god and made the people worship him. But Moses, with only a wooden staff, stood before this mighty king. He told Pharaoh to let God's people go free. When Pharaoh refused and chased them to the sea, God split the waters. The weakest people walked through on dry ground, while the strongest army drowned. These stories taught the Muslims that God always helps those who believe, even when they seem powerless. The rich merchants of Mecca had money and influence. They controlled trade and made alliances with other tribes. But their power was nothing compared to God's power. The stories showed that truth always wins in the end, even if it takes time. When a believer felt alone and afraid, he remembered that all prophets had walked the same hard path. When someone laughed at the idea of resurrection, she thought of how God had brought the earth back to life after it was dead and dry. When the community felt small and weak, they remembered that Noah's family had been just 8 people, but they had inherited the whole earth. The stories were medicine for doubt and fear. They proved that following God's path was worth every sacrifice. They showed that those who mock the truth always face judgment in the end, while those who stay faithful receive rewards beyond imagination. Chapter 3. Chapter 3. Deepening Faith. Early Meccan Surahs continued. Surah 13 to 32. Part 1. Strengthening Monotheism. Say there is no God except Allah. Worship Him alone. Do not bow to statues made of stone or wood. Do not pray to idols that cannot hear you or help you. These false gods have no power. They cannot create anything. They cannot give life or cause death. Allah is one. He has no partners. He needs no helpers. He was not born, and he does not give birth to children like humans do. Nothing is equal to him. He is different from everything he created. Look at the sky above you. See the sun and moon moving in their paths. Watch the stars shine at night. Who made all of this? Who keeps it moving perfectly every day and night? It is Allah alone who controls everything. The mountains stand firm because Allah placed them there. The rivers flow because Allah sends the water. The trees grow and give fruit because Allah gives them life. The rain falls from clouds because Allah commands it. All of creation shows you that Allah is the only true God. Those who worship idols are making a great mistake. They take pieces of wood and stone and call them gods. But these things cannot speak or move or help anyone. A person must carry his idol from place to place. How can something that needs to be carried be called a god? Some people say Allah has sons or daughters among the angels or spirits. This is not true. Allah is far above having children. He does not need anyone to help him rule the world. He is perfect and complete by himself. When you pray, pray only to Allah. When you ask for help, ask only Allah. When you feel grateful, thank only Allah. Do not divide your worship between Allah and false gods. Your heart should belong completely to Allah alone. The people before you made the same mistake. They forgot Allah and worshipped many false gods. So Allah sent them punishment. Their cities were destroyed. Their power was taken away. This happened because they turned away from worshiping Allah alone. Remember that Allah sees everything you do. He knows what is in your heart. He knows if you truly believe in Him alone or if you have doubts. Be honest in your faith. Worship Allah with a clean heart that has no room for false gods. This is the straight path that Allah wants you to follow. Say with your tongue and believe in your heart that there is no God except Allah. Part 2. Prophetic Stories as Lessons. We tell you the story of Yusuf to give you peace and to teach you about patience when you face hard times. Yusuf was a young man who faced many trials. His own brothers became jealous of him because their father Yaqub loved him very much. The brothers planned to harm Yusuf. They threw him into a deep well and left him there. They told their father that a wolf had killed Yusuf, but this was a lie. Yaqub cried so much for his lost son that his eyes became white from sadness. Yet he never stopped believing in Allah. He said, Allah knows best what has happened. Some travelers found Yusuf in the well and took him to Egypt. There they sold him as a slave. The wife of the man who bought Yusuf tried to make him do wrong things, but Yusuf refused. He said he would not betray his master or disobey Allah. Because Yusuf refused to do wrong, they put him in prison. In prison, Yusuf helped other prisoners understand their dreams. Allah had given him this gift. One day, the king of Egypt had a strange dream. No one could explain what it meant. Then, someone remembered Yusuf and his gift. They brought Yusuf to the king. Yusuf told the king that his dream meant 7 years of good crops would come. After that, 7 years of no rain and little food would follow. The king was amazed by this wisdom. He made Yusuf the one in charge of storing food for the hard years ahead. When the years of hunger came, people from many lands came to Egypt to buy food. Even Yusuf's brothers came, though they did not know who he was. Yusuf forgave them. He brought his whole family to live safely in Egypt. His father Yaqub could see again and was filled with joy. This story teaches us that Allah tests those He loves. When bad things happen, we should be patient like Yusuf. We should never do wrong things, even when others try to make us sin. We should trust that Allah has a plan. What seems like punishment might lead to something good. Yusuf went from being thrown in a well to becoming a ruler. His patience and trust in Allah turned his suffering into victory. Allah rewards those who remain faithful during hard times. He can change your worst days into your best days if you keep believing in Him and doing what is right. Part 3. Hope and Fear. Allah speaks to us with both warnings and promises. He tells us about the punishment that waits for those who turn away from Him. He also tells us about His great mercy for those who believe and do good works. When we read these holy words, we learn that Allah can be angry with those who reject His signs. He destroyed past nations who refused to listen to their prophets. The people of Noah drowned in the flood because they would not believe. The people of Lot were destroyed because they committed terrible sins. These stories warn us that Allah punishes those who continue in wrong ways. But Allah is also the most merciful. He forgives those who turn back to Him with sincere hearts. Even after we make mistakes, He opens the door of forgiveness for us. He says that His mercy is greater than His anger. This gives us hope when we feel worried about our sins. The believers should feel both fear and hope in their hearts. We should fear Allah's punishment enough to stay away from sin. This fear keeps us on the right path. It makes us think carefully before we do something wrong. We remember that Allah sees everything we do, even when we are alone. At the same time, we should hope for Allah's mercy and forgiveness. This hope helps us when we feel sad or lost. It reminds us that no matter how many mistakes we have made, Allah can still forgive us if we truly repent. His door of mercy is always open. Allah tells us that He does not want to punish people. He wants to guide them to the right path. He sends warnings before punishment comes. He gives people many chances to change their ways. Only when they refuse completely does He send His punishment. For the believers, Allah promises gardens in paradise where rivers flow. He promises peace and happiness that will never end. These promises give us strength when life becomes difficult. They help us remember why we try to follow Allah's commands. The wise person keeps both fear and hope balanced in their heart. Too much fear without hope can make someone give up trying. Too much hope without fear can make someone careless about sin. But when we have both together, we stay on the straight path that leads to Allah's pleasure. This balance of fear and hope is what Allah wants for His servants. It keeps us humble and grateful. It makes us work hard to please Him while trusting in His great mercy. Part 4. Concept of Divine Power. Concept of Divine Power. Allah's power shows itself in everything we see around us. When we look at the sky, the earth, and all creation, we see clear signs of His strength. No one else can do what Allah does. He alone controls everything that happens. Allah sends rain from the sky to give life to dead land. He makes plants grow from tiny seeds. He moves the winds and clouds wherever He wants them to go. All of this happens by His command alone. When people see these things, they should remember that only Allah has such power. Sometimes Allah shows His power through great events that make people afraid. He can send earthquakes that shake the ground. He can send storms that destroy what people have built. He can send floods that cover the land. These things happen to remind people that Allah is the only true power. The sun rises and sets exactly when Allah commands it. The moon changes its shape through the month, as Allah has ordered. The stars stay in their places in the sky. Day and night come and go, as Allah has decided. No person can change any of these things. When people forget Allah and think they are strong by themselves, Allah reminds them of His power. He can take away their wealth in one day. He can make their crops fail. He can send sickness or trouble to show them they need Him. These are not punishments for those who believe, but reminders for everyone to remember Allah. Allah creates life and causes death. He gives children to some people and keeps others without children. He makes some people rich and others poor. He heals the sick when he wants and keeps others in sickness. All of this shows that Allah alone decides everything. The wise person looks at Allah's creation and feels humble. They see the mountains and know Allah made them strong. They see the oceans and know Allah filled them with water. They see all the different animals and know Allah created each one perfectly. This makes them worship Allah with more love and respect. When troubles come, believers remember that Allah has power over all things. If He wants to help them, nothing can stop His help. If He decides something must happen, it will happen exactly as He planned. This knowledge gives believers peace in their hearts, even during hard times. Allah's power never gets weak or tired. He does not need rest like people do. He watches over everything all the time. His knowledge covers everything that was, everything that is, and everything that will be. This is why believers put their trust in Allah alone, knowing He has power over all things. Part 5. Ethical Awakening. When believers see how the prophets live their lives, they learn how to treat others with goodness. The stories in these chapters show that Allah loves those who speak the truth, even when it's hard to do so. When someone lies or cheats others, they hurt themselves and make Allah angry with them. The story of Prophet Yusuf teaches believers about keeping promises and being kind to family members. Even when his brothers treated him badly, Yusuf did not seek revenge against them. Instead, he forgave them and helped them when they needed food. This shows believers that family bonds are sacred and must be protected, no matter what happens between family members. Allah commands believers to be honest in all their dealings with other people. When they buy or sell things, they must give fair prices and not cheat anyone. When they speak, their words should be true and helpful, not harmful or false. Those who lie to gain money or power will face Allah's punishment in this life and the next life. The prophets always showed mercy to those who were poor or weak. They shared their food with hungry people and gave shelter to those who had no homes. Believers must follow this example by helping others who are in need. When someone has more than they need, they should give some to those who have less. Parents and children have special duties toward each other that Allah has made sacred. Children must obey their parents and take care of them when they become old. Parents must raise their children with love and teach them right from wrong. Those who break these family duties commit a serious sin against Allah. When believers face problems with other people, they should try to solve them with kind words and fair treatment. Fighting and anger only make problems worse. Allah rewards those who control their anger and forgive others who have wronged them. This creates peace in families and communities. The prophets never took things that did not belong to them, even when they were poor and hungry. They worked hard for what they needed and always paid their debts. Believers must be the same way, earning their money through honest work and never stealing from others. These teachings help believers build strong character that pleases Allah. When they practice kindness, honesty, and loyalty every day, their hearts become clean and their faith grows stronger. This prepares them to receive Allah's blessings in this world and eternal rewards in paradise. Part 6. Trials of Prophets. The messengers of Allah faced great pain and suffering before you. They were called liars by their own people. Their families turned away from them. They were thrown out of their homes and cities. Some were beaten and hurt badly. Others lived with no food or water for many days. But Allah was always with them through these hard times. Look at Prophet Noah. His people laughed at him for many years. They said he was crazy when he warned them about the flood. Even his own son did not believe him. Noah felt sad and alone, but he never stopped calling people to worship Allah alone. After long years of patience, Allah saved him and destroyed those who rejected the truth. Prophet Abraham was thrown into a great fire by his people because he broke their false gods. The fire was so hot it could burn anything to ash, but Allah made the fire cool and safe for Abraham. His father and his people wanted to kill him, but Abraham never stopped believing in Allah's power and wisdom. Prophet Lot lived among people who did terrible sins. They hurt him and his family every day. They threatened to drive him out of the city. Lot felt tired and weak, but he kept warning them to stop their evil ways. When they would not listen, Allah destroyed their cities and saved Lot and his daughters. Prophet Joseph was sold as a slave by his own brothers. They hated him and wanted him dead. In Egypt, he was put in prison for years for a crime he did not do. People forgot about him and left him alone in the dark cell. But Joseph never complained against Allah or lost hope in his mercy. Prophet Moses had to run away from Egypt when Pharaoh wanted to kill him. He lived as a poor man taking care of sheep in the desert. When Allah told him to go back to Egypt, Moses was afraid. Pharaoh had great armies and power. But Allah gave Moses strength to face the king and lead his people to freedom. All these messengers went through terrible trials, but they never gave up. They knew Allah was testing their faith and patience. When believers today face hard times, they should remember these holy men. Allah tests those He loves to make them stronger and purer. The early Muslims in Mecca were beaten and tortured for believing in Allah alone. Some were forced to leave their homes and businesses. Others lost their families. But when they heard about the trials of earlier prophets, they found courage to keep going. They knew their suffering was small compared to what the messengers endured. Allah promises that after every hardship comes relief and victory. The believers who stay patient during trials will receive the best rewards in paradise. Part 7. Vision of Afterlife. Allah speaks clearly about what waits for people after death. He describes 2 different places where souls will go based on how they lived on earth. Paradise is a place of endless joy and peace. Rivers of pure water flow beneath tall green trees that never lose their leaves. The believers will drink from these rivers and never feel thirsty again. They will eat fruits that taste sweeter than anything on earth. These fruits hang low from branches so people can pick them easily. In paradise, believers wear clothes made of fine silk that never get dirty or torn. They rest on soft couches decorated with gold and precious stones. Cool breezes blow gently, bringing sweet smells of flowers that bloom everywhere. The believers feel no heat, cold, hunger, or tiredness in this blessed place. Angels greet the faithful with words of peace and welcome them to their eternal home. Families who believe together will meet again and live in happiness forever. They will have everything their hearts desire, just by wishing for it. There is no sadness, anger, or fear in paradise. Only pure contentment fills every moment. Hell is a place of terrible punishment for those who rejected Allah and did evil deeds. Flames burn without giving any light to see by. The fire is so hot that it melts iron, but it never destroys the people completely, so their suffering continues. They cry out for water, but only boiling liquid that burns their throats is given to them. The people in hell wear garments of fire that stick to their skin. They try to escape the flames, but guards with iron rods push them back into the punishment. They eat bitter fruits that cut their mouths and fill their stomachs with pain. The smoke chokes them and makes breathing difficult. In hell, former friends become enemies and blame each other for their choices in life. They wish they could return to earth to live differently, but death only comes once. They realize too late that they wasted their chance to follow Allah's guidance. Allah shows these visions to make people think carefully about their actions. Every deed is recorded, and everyone will face the results of what they chose to do. The descriptions of paradise encourage believers to stay on the right path despite difficulties. The warnings about hell remind people to turn away from sin before it becomes too late. These images help believers understand that this life is only a test. The real life begins after death and lasts forever. Part 8. Law in symbolic form. Allah's commands appear in these early teachings not as complete laws, but as clear signs pointing toward righteous living. The believers receive guidance about what pleases Allah and what brings His anger. These messages prepare hearts to accept fuller laws that will come later. Prayer receives special attention as the direct connection between human and Creator. Allah reminds people to remember Him throughout their days, not just during formal worship times. This constant awareness of Allah's presence shapes how believers think and act in every situation. Honesty in speech becomes a sacred duty. Allah warns against lying, false promises, and spreading rumors that harm others. Truth must guide every word, even when speaking truth brings difficulty or loss. Those who choose lies over truth distance themselves from Allah's blessing. Respect for parents appears as a command second only to worshiping Allah alone. Children must care for aging parents with patience and kindness. Even when parents make mistakes or become difficult, believers must respond with gentle words and loving actions. This respect extends to all elders who deserve honor for their wisdom and experience. Charity emerges as proof of genuine faith. Allah calls believers to share their wealth with those who suffer from poverty, hunger, or homelessness. This giving must come from pure hearts, not from desire for praise or recognition. Secret charity often pleases Allah more than public displays of generosity. Justice receives emphasis in all human relationships. Believers must speak fairly about others, judge situations without favoritism, and defend those who face oppression. Personal feelings cannot change what is right or wrong. Allah sees every act of fairness and every moment of corruption. Patience during hardship becomes a mark of true believers. Allah tests people through loss, fear, hunger, and other difficulties to reveal who truly trusts in His wisdom. Those who complain constantly or lose faith during troubles show weakness in their relationship with Allah. Protection of the innocent appears as a sacred responsibility. Strong believers must defend children, widows, orphans, and strangers who cannot protect themselves. Communities that ignore suffering around them will face Allah's judgment for their coldness. These early guidelines create the foundation for complete obedience to Allah. They teach believers to choose Allah's pleasure over personal desires in every decision. Hearts that accept these simple commands prepare themselves to receive and follow the detailed laws that will guide the growing Muslim community. Chapter 4. Spiritual and Ethical Lessons, Core Meccan Surahs, Surah 33-40. Part 1. Community Ethics. O believers, God commands justice, kindness, and giving help to relatives. He forbids all shameful deeds, wrongdoing, and rebellion. He reminds you so that you may remember. When you enter houses, enter through the doors. Fear God so that you may succeed. Fight in God's path against those who fight you, but do not go beyond limits. God does not love those who go too far. Guard your private parts except from your wives or those your right hands possess. Whoever seeks beyond that, they are the transgressors. Those who keep their trusts and promises are the ones who will inherit paradise. Tell the believing men to lower their gaze and guard their private parts. That is pure for them. God knows what they do. Tell the believing women to lower their gaze and guard their private parts. Let them not display their beauty except what appears of it. Let them draw their head coverings over their chests. Those who accuse chaste women and do not bring 4 witnesses, strike them with 80 lashes. Never accept their testimony after that. They are the rebellious ones. Accept those who repent afterward and make things right. God is forgiving and merciful. The husband and wife who commit adultery, strike each of them 100 lashes if you believe in God and the last day. Let a group of believers witness their punishment. The adulterous man shall marry only an adulterous woman or an idol worshipper. The adulterous woman shall marry only an adulterous man or an idol worshipper. This is forbidden for the believers. Those who cannot afford to marry should remain chaste until God enriches them from His bounty. Those among your slaves who seek freedom, make contracts with them if you know good in them. Give them from God's wealth that He has given you. Do not force your slave girls into prostitution when they want to remain chaste, seeking the temporary goods of this world. If someone forces them, then after they're being forced, God is forgiving and merciful to them. God is the light of the heavens and the earth. His light is like a niche containing a lamp. The lamp is in a glass. The glass is like a brilliant star lit from a blessed olive tree, neither of the east nor the west. Its oil would almost glow even without fire touching it. Light upon light. God guides to His light whom He wills. Those who disbelieve, their deeds are like darkness in a deep sea covered by waves, above which are waves, above which are clouds. Layers of darkness, one above another. When one puts out his hand, he can hardly see it. Part 2, Surah Al-Mu'minun. The believers have indeed succeeded. Those who are humble in their prayers, who turn away from useless talk, who are active in purifying themselves, who guard their private parts except from their spouses or what their right hands possess, and who keep their trusts and promises and guard their prayers. These are the ones who will inherit. They will inherit paradise, where they will live forever. We created man from clay, from wet earth. Then we made him a drop of fluid in a safe place. Then we made the drop into a clot, and the clot into a lump of flesh, and the lump of flesh into bones, and we clothed the bones with flesh. Then we brought him forth as another creation. So blessed is God, the best of creators. After this, you will surely die. Then on the day of rising, you will be raised again. We created above you 7 paths, and we were never careless of creation. We sent down water from the sky in proper measure, and we made it stay in the earth. We are able to take it away. With it, we grew gardens of date palms and grapes for you, in which are many fruits, and from which you eat. We also grew a tree that comes out of Mount Sinai, producing oil and food for those who eat. In cattle, too, there is a lesson for you. We give you drink from what is in their bellies, and you have many benefits from them, and you eat from them. On them and on ships you are carried. We sent Noah to his people, and he said, "My people, worship God. You have no God other than Him. Will you not fear Him?" The leaders of his people, who did not believe, said, "This is only a man like you, who wants to be better than you." If God had wanted, He would have sent down angels. We never heard of this among our fathers of old. He is only a man touched by madness. So wait and watch him for a time. Noah said, "My Lord, help me, because they call me a liar." So we told him, "Build the ship under our eyes and our teaching. When our command comes and the oven boils over, put on board pairs of every kind and your family, except those among them about whom the word has already been spoken. Do not speak to me about those who did wrong. They will be drowned. When you and those with you have settled in the ship, say, 'Praise be to God, who saved us from the wrongdoing people.' Say, 'My Lord, let me land at a blessed landing place.' You are the best of those who bring to land. In this are signs, and we are always testing people." Part 3, Strength Against Hypocrisy. God speaks about those who pretend to believe while their hearts turn away from truth. These people say with their mouths that they have faith, but inside they refuse to follow the right path. They are worse than those who openly reject belief, because they try to deceive God and the believers. When these false believers come to you, they say, "We believe in God and the last day," but they do not truly believe. They think they can trick God and those who have faith, but they only fool themselves. They do not understand this. In their hearts is a disease, and God makes their disease grow stronger. They will face painful punishment because of their lies. When someone tells them not to spread trouble on earth, They claim they're only trying to make peace, but truly, they are the ones who cause problems, though they do not see it. When people say to them, "Believe as others believe," they reply, "Should we believe like the foolish ones believe?" But they are the foolish ones, and they do not know it. When they meet believers, they say, "We believe with you." But when they are alone with their evil friends, they say, "We are really with you. We were only making fun of those believers." God makes fun of them and lets them wander blindly in their wrong ways. These people traded guidance for being lost. Their trade brought them no profit, and they were not guided to the right way. They're like someone who starts a fire to see around them. When the fire lights up everything nearby, God takes away their light and leaves them in darkness where they cannot see. They are deaf, dumb, and blind, so they will not return to the right path. Some people set up others as equals to God. They love these false gods as much as they should love God. But those who truly believe love God more than anything else. If only the wrongdoers could see when they face punishment that all power belongs to God and that God gives severe punishment. Those who are followed will turn away from their followers. They will see the punishment and all ties between them will be cut. The followers will say, "If only we could return to earth, we would turn away from them as they turned away from us." This is how God shows them their deeds as regrets, and they will never escape the fire. These warnings come so believers can recognize those who speak falsely about their faith and guard themselves against such deception. Part 4, Surah An-Nur. God has sent down clear guidance about how people should behave with each other. When someone accuses a pure woman of wrongdoing without bringing 4 witnesses, they have committed a great sin. Give such a person 80 lashes and never accept their testimony again. They are the ones who break God's law. But if someone accuses their own spouse and has no witnesses except themselves, let them swear 4 times by God that they speak the truth. On the 5th oath, let them call God's curse upon themselves if they lie. The accused spouse can avoid punishment by swearing 4 times by God that the accusation is false. On the 5th oath, let them call God's anger upon themselves if the accuser speaks truth. If it were not for God's grace and mercy, and that God accepts repentance and is wise, you would face severe consequences for spreading lies about each other. Those who spread false stories about good women are a group among you. Do not think this is bad for you. It is actually good. Each person among them will receive the punishment they deserve. The one who took the lead in this sin will have a terrible punishment. When you heard this false story, why did believing men and women not think the best of their own people? Why did they not say this is clearly a lie? Why did the accusers not bring 4 witnesses? Since they could not bring witnesses, they are liars before God. If it were not for God's grace and mercy in this world and the next, a terrible punishment would have reached you for what you spread with your tongues. You received it and spoke about things you knew nothing about. You thought it was a small matter, but before God it was very serious. When you heard it, why did you not say we should not speak about this? Glory be to God. This is a terrible false accusation. God warns you never to do such a thing again if you are true believers. God makes His signs clear for you. God knows all things and is wise. Those who love to spread shameful stories about believers will have a painful punishment in this world and the next. God knows, and you do not know. Believers, do not follow the steps of Satan. Whoever follows Satan's path, he commands shameful deeds and wrongdoing. If it were not for God's grace and mercy, none of you would ever be pure. But God purifies whom He wills. God hears all things and knows all things. Part 5. Faith amid hardship. O you who believe, remember the grace of God upon you when armies came against you. We sent against them a wind and forces you could not see. God sees all that you do. When they came upon you from above and from below, when eyes grew wide with fear and hearts reached the throats, and you thought various thoughts about God. There the believers were tested and shaken with a mighty shaking. The hypocrites and those in whose hearts is sickness said that God and his messenger promised us nothing but lies. A group of them said to people of Medina that there is no place for you here, so go back. They asked permission from the prophet to leave, saying our houses are exposed, but they were not exposed. They only wanted to flee. If enemies had entered the city from all sides and they were asked to turn against their faith, they would have done it with little delay. They had promised God before that they would not turn their backs, and a promise to God must be answered for. Say that running away will not help you if you flee from death or killing. Even then, you would enjoy life only for a little while. Say who can protect you from God if he wants harm for you, or who can stop him if he wants mercy for you. They cannot find any protector or helper besides God. God knows those among you who hold others back, and those who say to their brothers, "Come to us," and they show little courage except when in fear. When fear comes, you see them looking at you with eyes rolling like one who faints from fear of death. But when the fear goes away, they hurt you with sharp tongues, being greedy for wealth. These people have not believed, so God has made their deeds worthless. This is easy for God. They think the groups of enemies have not gone away. If the groups come again, they wish they were in the desert with the wandering Arabs, asking for news about you from far away. If they were among you, they would fight only a little. In the messenger of God, you have a good example for anyone who hopes in God and the last day and remembers God often. When the believers saw the groups of enemies, they said, "This is what God and his messenger promised us." And God and his messenger spoke the truth. It only increased their faith and acceptance. Part 6. Stories for Morality. God sent Noah to his people. He said to them, "I am a clear warner to you. Worship God alone and fear him and obey me. He will forgive your sins and give you time until your appointed day. When God's time comes, it cannot be delayed. If you only knew." Noah said, "My Lord, I have called my people night and day, but my calling only made them run away more. Every time I called them, so you might forgive them, they put their fingers in their ears and covered themselves with their clothes. They were proud and very stubborn. Then I called them openly. Then I spoke to them in public and in private. I said, 'Ask forgiveness from your Lord. He forgives sins. He will send rain from the sky upon you. He will give you wealth and children. He will make gardens for you and rivers. What is wrong with you that you do not hope for God's kindness? He created you in stages. Do you not see how God made 7 heavens, one above another? He made the moon a light in them, and made the sun a lamp. God made you grow from the earth like plants. Then he will return you to it and bring you out again. God spread the earth wide for you, so you may walk on spacious paths." Noah said, "My Lord, they have disobeyed me. They followed those whose wealth and children only increased their loss. They planned a great plan. They said, 'Do not leave your gods. Do not leave Wad or Suah or Yaguth or Yauk or Nasr.' They led many people away from the right path. Do not increase the wrongdoers except in going further away. Because of their sins, they were drowned and made to enter fire. They found no helpers besides God." Noah said, "My Lord, do not leave any of the unbelievers on the earth. If you leave them, they will lead your servants away from the right path. They will give birth only to wicked unbelievers. My Lord, forgive me and my parents and whoever enters my house as a believer, and the believing men and women. Do not increase the wrongdoers except in destruction." Abraham said to his father and his people, "What do you worship? Do you want false gods instead of God? What do you think of the Lord of all the worlds?" He looked at the stars and said, "This is my Lord." When it set, he said, "I do not love things that set." When he saw the moon rising, he said, "This is my Lord." When it set, he said, "If my Lord does not guide me, I will be among the people who go astray. When he saw the sun rising, he said, This is my Lord. This is greater. When it set, he said, My people, I am free from what you associate with God. Part 7. Balance of Fear and Love. I turn my face toward the one who created the heavens and earth. I am a true believer, and I am not one of those who worship false gods. This was Abraham's argument against his people. We gave him this knowledge. We raise whom we wish in high ranks. Your Lord is all-knowing and all-wise. Say, O people of the book, come to a word that is equal between us and you, that we worship none but God alone. We do not take others as lords, besides God. If they turn away, then say, Bear witness that we have submitted to God. God is swift in punishment. God is also all-forgiving and most merciful. Those who believe and do righteous deeds have no fear, and they shall not grieve. But those who reject our signs and treat them with pride will be companions of the fire. They will live there forever. Remember when you were few and weak in the land. You feared that people would take you away, but God gave you shelter and helped you with His support. He gave you good things so that you might be thankful. O you who believe, do not betray God and His messenger. Do not betray the trusts placed in you when you know better. Know that your wealth and your children are only a test. With God is a great reward. O you who believe, if you fear God, He will grant you the ability to judge between right and wrong. He will forgive your sins. God is the owner of great bounty. Whenever harm touches man, he calls on God, turning to Him in repentance. But when God gives him a taste of mercy from Himself, he forgets what he was praying for before. He sets up rivals to God to mislead others from His path. Say, enjoy your disbelief for a little while. You will be among the companions of the fire. God extends His mercy to whom He wishes, and He punishes whom He wishes. In His hand is all good. He has power over all things. When we make people taste mercy, they rejoice in it. But when evil befalls them because of what their hands have done, they lose all hope. Do they not see that God gives plenty or little to whom He wishes? In this are signs for people who believe. So give the relative his due, and the poor person, and the traveler in need. This is best for those who seek God's face. These are the ones who will succeed. Fear God as He should be feared. Do not die except as Muslims who have submitted to Him. Remember God's blessing on you when you were enemies. He brought your hearts together. By His blessing, you became brothers. You were on the edge of a pit of fire, and He saved you from it. Part 8. Consolidation of Faith. This is how God guides you toward complete faith and makes your understanding clear. When you hold fast to what God has taught you, your heart becomes firm in belief. Do not let doubt enter your mind when others question your faith or when trials come your way. God tests believers to see who truly follows His path. Those who pass these tests with patience will find their faith grows stronger. Those who turn away when things become difficult show they were never truly committed. God knows what is in every heart before the person knows it themselves. When God gives you guidance through His messenger and His book, accept it completely. Do not pick and choose which parts to follow based on what seems easy or hard. The believer takes all of God's commands as one complete way of life. This is what makes faith whole and pure. Your mission as believers is to worship God alone and to live according to His teachings. You must also invite others to this straight path through your good example and kind words. When people see how believers treat each other with respect and fairness, they will want to learn about your faith. Be honest in all your dealings. Speak the truth, even when it is difficult. Keep your promises and fulfill your duties to your family and community. Pay what you owe to others and help those who have less than you. These actions show that your faith is real and not just empty words. When you face hardship, remember that God is testing your commitment. Every prophet before you faced opposition and difficulty. They remained patient and continued their mission despite the challenges. This is the example you must follow. God has chosen you to be witnesses to His truth in this world. This means people will watch how you behave and judge whether your religion is good by what they see in you. Carry this responsibility with honor. Let your character be a light that guides others toward what is right. Stay together as one community. Help each other remain on the straight path. When one person struggles with faith, others should support them with kind words and good counsel. When someone does wrong, correct them with wisdom and patience. Your faith must be like a strong building with solid foundations. Every good deed you do adds strength to this building. Every sin you avoid keeps it clean and pure. When your faith is complete and strong, nothing can shake it or bring it down. This is God's promise to those who believe with sincerity and do righteous deeds. He will make their religion firm in their hearts and give them success in this life and the next. Trust in this promise and work to earn it through your worship and good character. Chapter 5. Chapter 5. Morality and Afterlife. Core Meccan Surahs, Surah 41 to 47. Part 1. The continuity of revelation. The book we have sent down speaks the same truth that was given to those who came before. This message is not new or different. It confirms what was revealed in the Torah and the Gospel. The same God who spoke to Moses and Jesus now speaks through this book. We gave the children of Israel the book, wisdom, and prophethood. We provided them with good things and favored them above all peoples. We gave them clear signs about their duties to their Lord. They only disagreed after knowledge came to them, out of jealousy among themselves. This Quran judges between people in matters where they disagree. It confirms the truth that was in earlier books. Some of the people of the book believe in what has been sent down to you and what was sent down to them. They bow humbly before Allah and do not sell Allah's verses for a small price. Those who were given the book before you received the same guidance. They were told to worship Allah alone and establish prayer. This is the same message we give to you. The religion with Allah is Islam, complete submission to His will. This was the way of Abraham, Moses, Jesus, and all the prophets. And the book know this messenger as they know their own children. Some of them hide the truth, though they recognize it. Truth comes from your Lord, so do not be among those who doubt. We made from among them leaders, who guided by our command when they were patient and were certain of our signs. Your Lord will judge between them on the day of resurrection about that in which they used to differ. The book before you was guidance and mercy. This book confirms it in the Arabic tongue to warn those who do wrong and give good news to those who do good. Those who say our Lord is Allah and then stay straight will have no fear and will not grieve. We gave Moses the book and made it guidance for the children of Israel. We appointed from among them leaders who guided by our command, as long as they were patient. Allah knows best who has guidance and who goes astray. This book has been sent down with truth, confirming what was before it. Allah sent down the Torah and the Gospel before this as guidance for people. He sent down the standard to judge between right and wrong. Part 2. Justice and Compassion. Allah judges all people with truth and fairness. He sees everything we do and knows what is in our hearts. No person can hide from Allah. Every action we take will be weighed on the day of judgment. Allah is just and will not wrong anyone. Those who believe and do good works will receive their reward. Allah loves those who are fair to others and hate those who do wrong. When you judge between people, judge with justice. Do not let anger or hatred make you unfair. Be just, even if it goes against your own family or yourself. Justice is closer to being God-fearing. Show mercy to those who need help. The orphan, the poor, and the traveler deserve kindness. Give food to the hungry, even when you yourself are in need. Speak gently to your parents, and do not say harsh words to them. Lower your voice when you speak to them, and pray for them as they cared for you when you were small. Allah commands you to be kind to all people. Do not walk on earth with pride. You cannot tear the earth or reach the height of mountains. All bad behavior is hateful to your Lord. This is wisdom that Allah has revealed to you. The believers are those who spend their money to help others when times are good and when times are hard. They control their anger and forgive people. Allah loves those who do good. When they do something wrong or hurt their own souls, they remember Allah and ask for forgiveness. Who can forgive sins except Allah? They do not keep doing wrong when they know better. Their reward is forgiveness from their Lord, and gardens where rivers flow beneath. They will live there forever. How excellent is the reward for those who do good works. Help one another in doing good and being God-fearing. Do not help each other in sin and aggression. Fear Allah, for Allah is severe in punishment. Make peace between your brothers when they fight. Fear Allah so that you may receive mercy. The believers are like one body. When one part hurts, the whole body feels pain and stays awake. Allah will ask every person about what they did. No soul will carry the burden of another soul. Each person is responsible for their own actions. On that day, no friend will help a friend, and no father will help his child. Part 3. Al-Furqan. Allah has sent down the Furqan to his servant so that he may warn all the worlds. This is the book that separates truth from lies. It shows people what is right and what is wrong. The Furqan is a guide for those who fear Allah and want to follow the straight path. When Allah's clear signs are read to people, those who do not believe say, "These are only old stories." They say Muhammad has made up these words. But how can one man create such wisdom? How can he know the secrets of the past and future without Allah's help? The truth comes from your Lord. Do not be among those who doubt. If you are not sure about what we have sent down to our servant, then bring one chapter like it. Call upon your helpers other than Allah if you speak the truth. But you cannot do it. You will never be able to do it. Those who believe and do good deeds will have gardens with rivers flowing beneath them. Whenever they are given fruits from these gardens, they will say, "We have been given this before." But each gift will be perfect and pure. They will have pure companions and will live there forever. Allah does not shy away from giving examples, even of a small mosquito or something greater. Those who believe know it is the truth from their Lord. But those who disbelieve ask what Allah means by such examples. By these examples, Allah lets many people go astray and guides many others. But He only lets those go astray who disobey Him. The people of the book know this messenger like they know their own children. But some of them hide the truth even though they know it. The truth comes from your Lord, so do not be among those who doubt. This book confirms what came before it. It is in clear Arabic language. It warns those who do wrong and gives good news to those who do good. Those who say, "Our Lord is Allah," and then stay on the right path will have no fear and will not be sad. The Furqan makes everything clear. It separates the believers from the disbelievers. It shows the difference between those who follow guidance and those who follow their own desires. By this book, Allah tests His servants to see who will believe and who will turn away. Part 4. Witness of nature. Again, look at the earth and the sky around you. See the mountains that stand firm and the rivers that flow. Watch how the rain falls from the clouds and brings life to dead land. All these are signs for those who think. The sun rises each morning and sets each evening. The moon changes its shape through the month. The stars move across the night sky in perfect order. Day and night take turns. Summer and winter come and go. These are not accidents. They are signs of the one who created everything. Look at the animals and birds. Each one knows how to find food and make its home. The bees know how to make honey. The birds know when to fly south for winter. The trees know when to grow leaves and when to shed them. Who taught them all this? It is Allah who guides all creation. See how different fruits grow from the same earth. Some are sweet, others are sour. Some are red, others are yellow or green. The same water makes grapes and dates, olives and pomegranates. Each has its own taste and color. This shows the power of the Creator. The winds blow and carry the clouds. The lightning flashes and the thunder roars. Rain pours down and fills the wells and rivers. Plants that were dead come back to life. Gardens bloom with flowers. This is how Allah brings the dead earth back to life. In the same way, He will bring the dead back to life on the Day of Judgment. Your own bodies are signs too. You eat food and it becomes blood and flesh. Your heart beats without you telling it to. Your eyes see and your ears hear. You breathe while you sleep. Who makes all this happen? It is Allah who keeps you alive. People who use their minds can see these signs everywhere. They know that someone wise and powerful created all these things. They understand that Allah is real and that He controls everything. These signs in nature call people to believe and worship their Creator. Those who refuse to see these clear signs choose to be blind. They look at the wonderful creation, but say it happened by chance. They see the perfect order in nature, but deny the one who made that order. Such people turn away from the truth that is right in front of them. Part 5. Patience in struggle. When people who believe in Allah face hard times, they must stay strong and wait patiently. The Quran teaches that those who follow the right path will be tested with difficulties and pain. This is how Allah sees who truly believes and who only pretends to believe. The believers in Mecca were told to be patient when the non-believers hurt them and made their lives difficult. Some people laughed at them for their faith. Others stopped doing business with them. Some were even forced to leave their homes and families. But Allah told them not to give up or become angry. Those who believe must remember that Allah sees everything that happens to them. He knows when people are cruel to His servants. He knows when believers suffer because they choose to worship Him alone. Nothing that happens to good people is hidden from Allah. The believers are told to pray and ask Allah for help during these hard times. They should remember that this life is short, but the life after death goes on forever. The pain and trouble they face now will not last forever, but the reward that Allah will give them later will never end. When bad people increase their attacks on believers, this does not mean Allah has forgotten His servants. It means He is testing their hearts to see how strong their faith really is. Some people stop believing when life becomes difficult, but true believers become even stronger when they face problems. Allah promises that He will help those who stay patient and keep believing in Him. He will not let their enemies win in the end. Those who hate believers because of their faith will be punished. Those who stay faithful during hard times will be rewarded greatly. The believers must not fight back with the same cruelty they receive. Instead, they should continue to be good people and trust that Allah will take care of them. They should help each other and comfort those who are suffering. They should share what they have with believers who have lost everything. Even when it seems like the enemies of faith are winning, believers must remember that Allah controls everything. He can change any situation in a moment. What seems like defeat might actually be the beginning of victory. Those who trust in Allah and wait patiently will see His help come to them when they need it most. Part 6. Joy of the righteous. When the patient believers who endured hardship in this world enter the next life, Allah will welcome them with great joy and peace. They will be given gardens that flow with clear rivers underneath beautiful trees. These gardens will never end, and the believers will live there forever. In paradise, they will wear clothes made of fine silk and gold. They will sit on soft couches and will never feel tired or sad again. Servants will bring them cups of pure water and the sweetest fruits they desire. The food will be perfect, and they will never feel hungry or thirsty. The believers will meet their families and friends who also lived good lives. They will talk together happily, sharing stories of how Allah helped them through difficult times on earth. No harsh words will be heard in paradise. Everyone will speak with kindness and love. Allah will give them everything their hearts wished for but could not have in the world. Their faces will shine with happiness, and they will smile with pure joy. All the pain they felt before will be completely forgotten. The fear they had will be gone forever. Beautiful angels will greet them, saying, "Peace be upon you, because you remained patient and good." How wonderful is this final home Allah has given you. The believers will praise Allah and thank Him for His mercy that saved them from punishment and brought them to this place of endless blessing. The righteous will have palaces built from precious stones and pearls. Gardens will surround their homes with every kind of beautiful flower and fruit tree. Cool breezes will blow gently, carrying sweet scents that make their hearts happy. They will wear crowns of light, and their bodies will never grow old or sick. Death will never come to them again. They will live in perfect health and strength forever. Whatever they ask for will appear immediately before them. Allah will be pleased with them, and they will be pleased with what He has given them. This joy that the righteous will receive shows all believers that their patience during hard times on earth was worth everything. It encourages them to continue following the straight path, no matter how difficult their current struggles might seem. Part 7. Warning to disbelievers. But those who reject Allah's signs and turn away from His guidance will face severe punishment. They have been warned many times, but they refuse to listen. Their pride has made their hearts hard like stone. On the Day of Judgment, these disbelievers will be brought before Allah in chains. Their faces will be black with shame and fear. They will try to hide, but there will be no place to escape. The angels will drag them to the fire that has been prepared for them. The flames of hell will burn hotter than any fire on earth. It will burn their skin completely. Then Allah will give them new skin so they can feel the pain again and again. This punishment will never end. They will cry out for water, but will be given boiling liquid that will tear their stomachs apart. They will remember all the messengers who came to them with clear proof. They will remember how they laughed at these holy men and called them liars. They will remember how they spent their wealth to stop others from following Allah's path. Now all their money and power cannot save them. The disbelievers will blame each other for leading them astray. The followers will curse their leaders, and the leaders will curse their followers. But their arguments will not help them. Each person will be judged for their own choices. They will beg Allah for mercy, but He will say, "You had your chance in the world. My messengers came to you with clear signs. You could have asked for forgiveness then, but you chose pride instead. Today, there is no mercy for those who rejected truth when it came to them. The punishment will be both physical and mental. Their bodies will burn in fire, while their hearts will be filled with regret and sorrow. They will see the righteous enjoying paradise while they suffer in torment. This will make their pain even worse. Allah does not want to punish anyone. He sent warning after warning through His prophets. He gave people time to change their ways and seek His forgiveness. But those who persist in their arrogance and continue to reject His guidance will find no escape from His justice. The choice was always theirs to make. Now they must face the result of what they chose. Part 8. Prophetic Mission. Muhammad was sent as a messenger just like the prophets who came before him. He brought the same message that Allah had given to all His messengers throughout time. The truth he preached was not new or different from what earlier prophets had taught. Allah sent Noah to his people when they turned away from Him. Noah warned them and called them back to worship Allah alone. But most of his people rejected his message. Allah sent Abraham to guide his community toward the straight path. Abraham destroyed the false idols and taught people to worship the one God. His people opposed him, but he remained firm in his mission. Moses was given the Torah and sent to Pharaoh and his people. Moses performed great miracles and showed them clear signs from Allah. Yet Pharaoh and most of his followers refused to believe. Jesus came after Moses with the gospel, confirming the Torah before it. Jesus healed the sick, gave sight to the blind, and brought the dead back to life with Allah's permission. Still, many people rejected him and plotted against him. Each prophet faced opposition from his people. They were called liars and madmen. They were threatened and driven from their homes. But every messenger remained patient and continued to deliver Allah's message. They knew that guidance comes only from Allah, and they could not force people to believe. Now Muhammad faces the same challenges that all prophets faced before him. His people call him a liar, just as earlier communities called their messengers liars. They mock his message and refuse to listen. They plot against him and try to stop him from preaching. This is the way it has always been with those who bring Allah's guidance to people who prefer darkness to light. Muhammad brings the same core message that all prophets brought. Worship Allah alone and turn away from false gods. Be just and kind to others. Care for the poor and the weak. Prepare for the life after death by doing good deeds in this world. This message never changes, though the prophets came to different peoples at different times. Allah supports his messengers and gives them strength to carry out their mission. He protected Noah during the Great Flood. He saved Abraham from the fire. He helped Moses escape from Pharaoh. He raised Jesus up to himself. Allah will also protect Muhammad and help him complete his mission. The message of truth will spread despite all opposition. Those who reject Muhammad are doing exactly what people did to the prophets before him. They will meet the same fate that befell those who rejected Allah's messengers in the past. Chapter 6. Chapter 6, Trials and Triumphs, Core Meccan Surahs. Surah 48-53, Part 1, Closer to Community Identity. O you who believe, hold fast to the rope of Allah together, and do not divide among yourselves. Remember the blessing that Allah gave you when you were enemies, and He joined your hearts together, so that through His grace you became brothers. You were standing at the edge of a pit of fire, and He saved you from it. The believers are only those who have faith in Allah and His Messenger. When they are with Him for a common cause, they do not leave until they ask His permission. Those who ask your permission are the ones who truly believe in Allah and His Messenger. When they ask permission from you for some of their affairs, give permission to whoever you wish among them and ask forgiveness from Allah for them. We have made you a middle community so that you may be witnesses over all people, and the Messenger will be a witness over you. We only made the direction of prayer that you used to face so that we could know who follows the Messenger from those who turn back on their heels. The believing men and believing women are friends and protectors of one another. They command what is right and forbid what is wrong. They establish prayer and give charity and obey Allah and His Messenger. These are the ones on whom Allah will have mercy. When you are among the believers and you lead them in prayer, let a group of them stand with you and let them carry their weapons. When they have finished their prostration, let them move to the back and let another group that has not yet prayed come forward and pray with you. Let them be cautious and carry their weapons. Allah has promised those among you who believe and do good works that He will make them rulers on earth, just as He made those before them rulers. He will establish their religion, which He has chosen for them, and will change their fear into safety. They worship Me alone and do not associate anything with Me. If two groups of believers fight each other, make peace between them. If one group attacks the other, fight the attacking group until they return to Allah's command. When they return, make peace between them with justice and act fairly. Allah loves those who are fair. The believers are brothers, so make peace between your brothers and fear Allah so that you may receive mercy. O you who believe, do not let some men make fun of other men, for those men might be better than them. Do not let women make fun of other women, for those women might be better than them. Part 2. Stories for Endurance. When Moses faced Pharaoh with the truth, Pharaoh rejected the signs and increased his oppression. Moses did not give up. He called upon his Lord and remained patient through every trial. Allah sent 9 clear signs to Pharaoh and his people. The water turned to blood. Frogs covered the land. Lice spread everywhere. Flies filled the air. Disease struck their animals. Boils appeared on their skin. Hail destroyed their crops. Locusts ate what remained. Darkness covered their land for days. Each time a punishment came, Pharaoh would call Moses and say, "Ask your Lord to remove this from us, and we will believe in you and let your people go." But when Allah removed the punishment, Pharaoh would break his promise and refuse to let the children of Israel leave. Moses told his people, "Seek help from Allah and be patient. The earth belongs to Allah. He gives it to whoever He chooses from His servants." The final victory belongs to those who fear Him. The people of Moses complained about their hardships. They said, "We were harmed before you came to us, and after you came to us." Moses replied, "Perhaps your Lord will destroy your enemy and make you rulers in the land. Then He will see how you act." When Pharaoh continued to reject the truth and chase the believers, Allah commanded Moses to lead his people to the sea. The people feared when they saw Pharaoh's army approaching. Moses said, "No, my Lord is with me. He will guide me." Allah told Moses to strike the sea with his staff. The sea split into paths with walls of water on both sides. The children of Israel crossed safely to the other side. When Pharaoh and his army followed them into the sea, the waters closed over them and they drowned. This story teaches us that Allah tests His messengers and believers with great difficulties. But those who remain patient and trust in Allah will see His help come to them. The truth will always win over falsehood, even when it seems impossible. Moses faced the most powerful ruler of his time, but he never stopped calling people to worship Allah alone. His patience and trust in Allah's promise gave strength to all believers who would face similar trials in times to come. Part 3. Reminder of Resurrection. The day of resurrection will surely come. Allah has promised this day, and Allah never breaks His promises. Every person who walks on this earth will die, and then be brought back to life on that great day. No one can escape this destiny. On that day, all human beings from the first to the last will stand before Allah. The ground will shake, and the mountains will crumble into dust. The sun will lose its light, and the stars will fall from the sky. The oceans will boil and overflow. This is not a story or a dream. This is the truth that awaits every soul. Allah will gather all people in one vast place, rich and poor, kings and servants, young and old. All will stand equal before their Creator. No wealth will help anyone on that day. No family connections will save anyone. No friendship will protect anyone. Each person will stand alone, responsible only for what they did in this world. The books of deeds will be opened. Every good action and every bad action will be written there clearly. Nothing will be forgotten. Even the smallest kindness will be recorded. Even the smallest wrongdoing will be shown. People will be amazed to see how perfectly Allah has kept track of everything they ever did. Some people will receive their book of deeds in their right hand. These are the people who believed in Allah and did good works in this world. They will be happy and will call out to others to see their record. They will enter paradise, where they will live forever in joy and peace. Other people will receive their book behind their back or in their left hand. These are the people who rejected Allah's guidance and did evil in this world. They will wish they had never been born. They will be thrown into the fire, where they will face the punishment for their wrong choices. Allah wants people to remember this day every day of their lives. When someone remembers the Day of Judgment, they will pray more often. They will be kind to others. They will avoid lying, stealing, and hurting people. They will help those who are poor and needy. They will obey Allah's commands because they know they will have to answer for everything. The believers know this day is coming soon. This knowledge makes them strong when they face difficulties in this world. They know that Allah sees their struggles and will reward them fairly. Even when evil people seem to win and good people seem to suffer, the believers remember that final justice will come on the day of resurrection. This is Allah's promise to all humanity. Prepare for that day by living righteously today. Part 4, Surah Ashura. In the name of Allah, the most gracious, the most merciful. Say, this is what Allah has revealed to His Messenger. He makes known His will to those who believe and trust in Him. And those who have believed, they conduct their affairs with consultation among themselves. This is the way of the righteous. They do not make important decisions alone. Instead, they gather together and talk about what is best. They listen to each other with respect and kindness. When matters affect their community, they sit together and share their thoughts. Each person speaks their mind freely. They consider different ideas before choosing what to do. This brings them closer together as brothers and sisters in faith. The believers know that Allah loves unity among them. He wants them to work together, not to fight or argue with bitter words. When they disagree about something, they discuss it calmly. They seek Allah's guidance through prayer and study of His book. Those who follow this path of consultation find strength in their community. When one person struggles, others help carry the burden. When one person celebrates, others share in the joy. They protect each other from harm and support each other in good deeds. Allah has made them this way so they can be an example to other people. The world can see how believers treat each other with fairness and mercy. They do not act like tyrants who force their will on others. They do not act like those who care only for themselves. Instead, they remember that all authority belongs to Allah alone. They are His servants, equal before Him. The rich and poor sit together in their meetings. The young and old both have voices that matter. This is how Allah wants His people to live. When they practice true consultation, they find wisdom that no single person could discover alone. Allah blesses their decisions because they seek His pleasure together. Their unity becomes their strength against those who wish them harm. This is the straight path that leads to success in this life and the next. Follow this example and you will find peace in your hearts and blessing in your communities. Allah guides those who sincerely seek His way through consultation and mutual care. Part 5. Ethics in Daily Life. Ethics in Daily Life. O you who believe, when you deal with one another in trade and daily matters, be just and honest. Do not cheat or lie to gain profit. Allah sees all that you do, whether in secret or in the open. He loves those who are fair in their dealings and keeps their scales balanced. When you speak to others, use gentle words. Do not raise your voice in anger or speak harshly to those who are older than you. Show respect to your parents, even when they grow old and need your care. Say kind words to them and pray for Allah's mercy upon them, just as they showed you mercy when you were young and helpless. If someone comes to you asking for help, do not turn them away with harsh words. Even if you cannot give them what they need, speak to them with kindness. A soft word can heal a wounded heart, while cruel speech can destroy the soul. Allah rewards those who speak well and punishes those who hurt others with their tongues. When you walk among people, do not be proud or look down on others. Rich or poor, all people are equal before Allah. He judges by the goodness in hearts, not by wealth or position. Help those who are struggling and share what Allah has given you. The believer's hand should always be open to give, not closed in greed. If someone wrongs you, Forgiveness is better than revenge. When you forgive, Allah forgives you. When you show mercy, Allah shows mercy to you. This is the way of the righteous, who control their anger and turn away from evil with good deeds. In your homes, treat your family members with love and patience. Husbands should be kind to their wives, and wives should respect their husbands. Children should obey their parents in what is good and right. This creates peace in the family and brings Allah's blessing on the household. When you make promises, keep them. When you give your word, honor it. Allah does not love those who break their agreements or lie to others. Your word should be as solid as a mountain, never changing based on your desires or convenience. In all your daily actions, remember that Allah is watching. Whether you are buying, selling, working, or resting, let your behavior show that you follow His guidance. This is how believers live, with justice in their dealings, compassion in their hearts, and good manners in all their interactions with others. Part 6. The Role of Revelation. When believers face difficulties and hardships, the Quran comes as light to guide them through dark times. Allah has sent His book as a mercy for all people, but especially for those who trust in Him during their struggles. The verses of the Quran are not just words to read. They are guidance that shows the way forward when life becomes hard. The Quran teaches believers how to respond when they face troubles. Instead of losing hope or becoming angry, the book reminds them that Allah is always with those who believe. Every trial that comes to a person has wisdom behind it, even when they cannot see that wisdom at the moment. The Quran says that Allah does not burden any soul beyond what it can bear. When believers feel lost or confused, they should turn to the Quran for answers. The book contains stories of prophets who faced great difficulties but remained patient and faithful. These stories are not told for entertainment. They are examples for believers to follow. When Prophet Moses faced Pharaoh's cruelty, he relied on Allah's guidance. When Prophet Job suffered from illness and loss, he remained grateful to his Creator. The Quran reminds believers that this worldly life is temporary. All difficulties will pass, but the rewards for patience and faith will last forever. Those who hold tight to Allah's guidance during hard times will find peace in their hearts, even when everything around them seems to be falling apart. Allah's revelation serves as a constant reminder that believers are not alone in their struggles. The same God who created the heavens and earth is watching over them and will help them through every difficulty. The Quran teaches that after every hardship comes ease. This is Allah's promise to those who believe. When people read the Quran during times of trial, they find comfort and strength. The words of Allah have power to heal wounded hearts and give courage to those who feel weak. The Quran is like medicine for the soul, bringing peace where there was worry and hope where there was fear. Believers must remember that revelation is not just information. It is divine guidance meant to be lived and followed. When they apply the teachings of the Quran to their daily problems, they discover that Allah has already provided solutions for every difficulty they might face. Part 7. Warnings intensify. Allah speaks clearly about those who believe and those who reject faith. The difference between these two groups becomes more obvious as time passes. Those who follow the straight path find light and guidance in every step they take. But those who turn away from truth walk deeper into darkness with each choice they make. The believers hold fast to their prayers and remember Allah often. They speak truthfully and treat others with kindness. When they face hardship, they turn to Allah and ask for help. Their hearts feel peace when they hear the verses of the Quran. These people will receive good rewards in this life and the next life. The disbelievers mock the signs of Allah and refuse to listen to His words. They love this world more than they love Allah. When trouble comes to them, they blame everyone except themselves. They follow their desires instead of following divine guidance. Their hearts become hard like stone, and they cannot see the truth even when it stands before them. Allah warns that the day of judgment will come suddenly. On that day, no one can hide from Allah or escape His justice. The believers will enter gardens of paradise where they will live forever in happiness. The disbelievers will face punishment for rejecting the clear signs that Allah sent to them. Those who believe must stay strong when others laugh at their faith. They should remember that Allah sees everything and knows what is in every heart. The truth will always defeat lies, just as light always defeats darkness. Allah helps those who help His cause and protects those who trust in Him. The choice is clear for every person. They can follow the path of the believers and find success in both worlds. Or they can follow the path of those who reject faith and face loss in this life and the next. Allah has sent the Quran as a warning and as good news. Those who listen and obey will be saved. Those who ignore the message will face the results of their choice. Every soul must decide which group they want to join. The time for making this choice will not last forever. Part 8. Triumph through faith. Allah has promised that truth will overcome falsehood. The believers who hold firm to their faith will see victory in the end. This promise gives strength to those who face hardship and persecution. They know that their struggle is not in vain. The early Muslim community faced great trials in Mecca. The powerful leaders rejected the message and made life difficult for the believers. But Allah reminded them that He has always helped His messengers and those who follow them. The same will happen for this final community of faith. Previous nations who rejected their prophets were destroyed, but those who believed and did good deeds were saved and given honor. This pattern shows Allah's way of dealing with people. He gives everyone time to choose, but eventually justice comes. The believers must stay patient and continue their worship. They should not worry about the mockery and opposition they face. Allah sees everything and knows their sincere efforts. Their reward is certain, even if it seems delayed. Victory will come in different ways. Sometimes it will be clear success in this world. Sometimes it will be the greater victory of paradise in the next life. Both are real, and both are promised to those who remain faithful. The message of Islam will spread despite all attempts to stop it. Allah has decreed that His light cannot be put out by human efforts. Those who try to destroy it will fail. The truth has a power that nothing can overcome. The believers should remember the stories of past prophets. Moses faced the mighty Pharaoh but was given victory. Jesus was rejected by his people, but his message lived on. Muhammad and his followers will also see triumph over their enemies. This promise of victory is not just for comfort, it is also a responsibility. The believers must prove worthy of Allah's help by staying true to their faith. They must continue to pray, help each other, and spread the message with wisdom and patience. The day of judgment will be the final victory. On that day, everyone will see clearly who was right and who was wrong. The believers will be honored and the rejectors will face shame. This certain future gives meaning to all present struggles. Until that final day comes, the believers have work to do. They must build their community strong in faith and good character. They must show the world what it means to live according to Allah's guidance. Their example will draw others to the truth and prepare the way for complete victory. Chapter 7. Warnings and Hope. Later Meccan Surahs, Surah 54 to 57, Part 1, Surah Al-Qamar. The hour has come near and the moon has split in two. When the people see a clear sign, they turn away and say, "This is magic that continues." They have denied the truth and followed their own desires. But every matter has its fixed time. News has already come to them that contains strong warnings. There is perfect wisdom in these messages, but the warnings do not help them, so turn away from them. On the day when the caller calls to something terrible, their eyes will be humble as they come out from their graves like scattered grasshoppers. They will rush toward the caller. The disbelievers will say, "This is a hard day." The people of Noah denied before them. They called our servant a liar and said, "He is mad." They drove him away. So he called upon his Lord, "I am defeated, so help me." We opened the gates of heaven with pouring water. We made the earth burst with springs. The waters met for a purpose that was already decided. We carried Noah on a ship of wooden planks and nails. It floated under our eyes as reward for him who had been rejected. We left the ship as a sign. But is there anyone who will remember? How terrible were my punishment and my warnings. We have made the Quran easy to remember. Is there anyone who will take heed? The people of Ad also denied. How terrible were my punishment and my warnings. We sent against them a screaming wind on a day of continuous bad luck. It pulled people away as if they were palm tree roots torn out. How terrible were my punishment and my warnings. The people of Thamud also rejected the warnings. They said, "Should we follow one man from among us? We would then be in error and madness. Has the message been given to him alone among us? No, he is a proud liar. Tomorrow they will know who is the proud liar. We are sending the she-camel as a test for them. So watch them and be patient. Tell them that the water must be shared between them. Each one may drink at their proper time." But they called their companion, and he took charge and killed the camel. How terrible were my punishment and my warnings. We sent against them one blast, and they became like dry pieces that fence builders collect. We have made the Quran easy to remember. Is there anyone who will take heed? Part 2. Power of Signs. The people of Thamud were sent Noah before them. They rejected our servant and called him a madman. They drove him away. So he prayed to his Lord, saying, "I am defeated, so help me." We opened the gates of heaven with pouring water. We made the earth burst with springs. The waters met together as we had planned. We carried Noah on a ship made of wooden planks and nails. The ship sailed under our watch. This was our reward for the one they had rejected. We left the ship as a sign for all people, but who will remember? How terrible were my punishment and my warnings. We have made the Quran easy to remember. Is there anyone who will take heed? The people of Ad also rejected the truth. How terrible were my punishment and my warnings. We sent against them a harsh wind on a day of lasting bad fortune. It pulled people away like palm tree trunks torn from their roots. How terrible were my punishment and my warnings. We have made the Quran easy to remember. Is there anyone who will take heed? The people of Thamud also rejected the warnings. They said, "Should we follow one man from among us? Then we would be in error and madness. Has the reminder been sent to him alone among all of us? No, he is a lying boaster. Tomorrow they will know who the lying boaster is. Look at how we show signs in the heavens and on earth. The sun and moon follow their courses. Night and day change in their turn. The rain falls from clouds and brings dead land back to life. Ships sail across seas by our command. These are clear signs for people who think. In the changing of night and day, there are lessons. In the creation of the heavens and earth, there is wisdom. The stars guide travelers in darkness across land and sea. We send down rain from the sky to water every living thing. These signs point to one who controls all things. The mountains stand firm as markers on the earth. The rivers flow in channels we have made. Every fruit grows in pairs by our design. Night covers the day like a blanket. In all of this are signs for people who reflect. We have placed different foods on the earth growing side by side. Gardens of grapes and crops and palm trees grow from the same soil and water, yet each tastes different from the others. In this are signs for people who use their minds. All these signs in creation point to the same truth. One God controls the sun, moon, stars, rain, mountains, and seas. One God brings life from death and death from life. One God knows all things hidden and seen. These signs call people to remember their Creator and worship Him alone. Part 3. Balance of Mercy and Warning. The Quran speaks with both warning and mercy to all people. Those who reject the truth will face severe punishment, yet God's mercy remains open for those who turn back to Him. When people refuse to believe, After clear signs come to them, they bring destruction upon themselves. The moon was split as a sign, but many still turned away. God says, "The hour draws near, and the moon splits. Yet when they see a sign, they turn away and say it is magic that continues. They reject the truth and follow their desires, but every matter will be settled." Past nations received the same warnings. The people of Noah called their messenger a liar. They said he was mad and drove him away. So Noah called upon his Lord, saying, "I am defeated, so help me." Then God opened the gates of heaven with pouring water and caused the earth to burst with springs. The waters met for a purpose that was already decided. Noah and his followers were carried on a ship made of planks and nails, floating under God's watchful eyes, as reward for one who had been rejected. The people of Lot also rejected warnings. God sent upon them a storm of stones, except for Lot's family, whom God saved before dawn. This was God's favor upon them. This is how God rewards those who give thanks. Yet with every warning comes reminder of God's mercy. When people truly repent and seek forgiveness, God is quick to forgive. The Quran says, "Your Lord is swift in punishment, but He is also forgiving and merciful." God does not wish to punish people without reason. He sends messengers and clear signs so that people may choose the right path. Those who believe and do good deeds need not fear, nor will they grieve. God's mercy covers all things for those who fear Him and give in charity and believe in His signs. The warnings are real, and the punishment is certain for those who persist in wrongdoing. But God's door of mercy stays open until the final hour. Even the worst sinners can find forgiveness if they turn to God with sincere hearts. God loves those who turn to Him in repentance. He accepts the repentance of those who do evil in ignorance and then quickly seek forgiveness. This balance shows God's perfect justice. He warns so people may avoid punishment, yet shows mercy to guide them towards salvation. Part 4, Surah Ar-Rahman. In the name of God, the most gracious, the most merciful. The most gracious taught the Quran. He created man and taught him clear speech. The sun and moon run on their fixed courses. The stars and trees both bow down in worship. He raised the sky and set the balance so that you would not transgress in the balance. Weigh with justice and do not make the scale light. He laid out the earth for all creatures. In it are fruits and date palms with their covered clusters, and grain with husks and sweet-smelling plants. So which of your Lord's blessings will you both deny? He created man from clay like pottery, and He created the jinn from a smokeless flame of fire. So which of your Lord's blessings will you both deny? He is Lord of the two sunrises and Lord of the two sunsets. He released the two seas to flow and meet together. Between them is a barrier they do not cross. From them both come pearls and coral. So which of your Lord's blessings will you both deny? To Him belong the ships that sail like mountains upon the seas. All that is on earth will pass away, but the face of your Lord will remain, full of majesty and honor. So which of your Lord's blessings will you both deny? All who are in the heavens and earth ask Him for their needs. Every day He brings about some matter. All are busy in His work. So which of your Lord's blessings will you both deny? We shall attend to you, O you two groups of jinn and men. All who are in the heavens and earth belong to Him. If you both could pass beyond the zones of the heavens and earth, then pass beyond them. But you cannot pass beyond them without authority. Flames of fire and smoke will be sent against you both, and you will not be helped. So which of your Lord's blessings will you both deny? When the sky splits apart and becomes rose-colored like oil, on that day no man or jinn will be asked about his sin. The guilty will be known by their marks and seized by their forelocks and feet. This is hell which the guilty ones deny. They will go around between it and boiling water. So which of your Lord's blessings will you both deny? but for him who feared standing before his Lord, there will be 2 gardens with spreading branches and 2 flowing springs and 2 kinds of every fruit. So which of your Lord's blessings will you both deny? Part 5, Surah Al-Hadid. O you who believe, know that the life of this world is only play and amusement, decoration and boasting among you, and competing for more wealth and children. It is like rain that makes plants grow, which pleases the farmers. Then the plants dry up and you see them turn yellow. Then they become broken pieces. In the next life, there is severe punishment, and there is forgiveness from Allah and His pleasure. The life of this world is nothing but the goods of deception. Race toward forgiveness from your Lord and a garden as wide as the heavens and earth, prepared for those who believe in Allah and His messengers. That is the grace of Allah, which He gives to whom He wills. Allah is the owner of great grace. No disaster strikes on the earth or in yourselves, except that it is written in a record before we bring it into being. This is easy for Allah. This is so you may not despair over what has passed you by, and not rejoice too much over what He has given you. Allah does not love any proud boaster. Those who are stingy and tell people to be stingy too, and whoever turns away, then Allah is free of need and worthy of all praise. We sent our messengers with clear proofs and sent down with them the book and the balance of justice, so that people may stand forth in justice. We sent down iron, in which is great military might and benefits for people, so that Allah may know who helps Him and His messengers without seeing Him. Allah is strong and mighty. We sent Noah and Abraham and placed in their offspring prophethood and the book. Some of them were guided, but many of them were disobedient. Then we followed them with our other messengers, and followed with Jesus, son of Mary, and gave Him the gospel. We placed in the hearts of those who followed Him compassion and mercy. But monasticism, which they invented, we did not prescribe for them. They only sought Allah's pleasure, but they did not observe it with its true observance. So we gave those who believed among them their reward, but many of them are disobedient. O you who believe, fear Allah and believe in His messenger. He will give you 2 portions of His mercy, and will make for you a light by which you will walk, and will forgive you. Allah is forgiving and merciful, so that the people of the book may know that they have no power over anything from Allah's grace, and that all grace is in Allah's hand. He gives it to whom He wills. Allah is the owner of great grace. Part 6, Call to Faith. O you who believe, you cannot escape Allah. He knows what is in your hearts. He sees all that you do in secret and in the open. There is no place to hide from Him. He calls you to come closer to Him through faith and good deeds. The message has come to you clearly. The prophet speaks truth from your Lord. Those who came before you received the same call. The Jews and Christians were given books before you. They were told to worship Allah alone and follow His guidance. Some believed and some turned away. Allah invites all people to believe in Him. He sent messengers to every nation. He gave them clear signs and miracles. Yet many people refuse to listen. They prefer their old ways to the truth that comes from above. The call comes again and again. Allah does not force anyone to believe. He shows the path clearly. He warns of punishment for those who reject Him. He promises reward for those who accept His guidance. The choice is yours to make. Do not be like those who received the book before you. Their hearts became hard over time. They forgot what they were taught. They changed the words of their scriptures. They followed their desires instead of Allah's commands. Many of them went astray from the straight path. The invitation stands open to all. Rich and poor, young and old, Arab and non-Arab. Allah calls to everyone the same way. He asks you to believe in Him alone. He asks you to follow His messenger. He asks you to do good deeds and avoid evil. Those who answer this call will find peace. Allah will guide their steps. He will light their way in darkness. He will forgive their sins and grant them mercy. They will have success in this life and the next. But those who turn away will find only loss. They follow false gods that cannot help them. They chase wealth and pleasure that will not last. When death comes, they will have nothing good to show for their lives. The call reaches every corner of the earth. No one can say they did not hear it. The message is simple and clear. Believe in Allah and His Messenger. Do good works. Turn away from sin. This is the path that leads to success. Time moves forward quickly. The day of judgment draws near. On that day, no wealth or family will help you. Only faith and righteous deeds will matter. Those who believed and did good will enter paradise. Those who rejected faith will face punishment. Answer the call while there is still time. Allah waits for you to turn to Him. He is ready to forgive and show mercy. Come to Him with a sincere heart. Follow His guidance with determination. This is the way to true success and lasting happiness. Part 7. Justice and Authority. Justice flows from divine authority. Allah holds all power over heaven and earth. He creates laws that govern all creation. These laws are perfect and fair. Nothing happens without His permission. He sees every action and knows every intention. All creatures must follow His commands. Those in positions of power must rule with justice. Allah has placed them as trustees over others. They will answer for how they use their authority. A ruler who is fair and protects the weak pleases Allah. A ruler who is cruel and helps only the rich will face punishment. Power is a test from Allah. Judge between people with truth. Do not favor the wealthy over the poor. Do not let personal feelings change your decisions. Stand for justice, even if it goes against your own family. Allah commands fairness in all matters. Those who follow His laws will be rewarded. Those who ignore them will face His anger. Take only what belongs to you. Give others their rightful shares. If someone owes you money, ask for it kindly. If someone asks for help, help them if you can. Protect the property of orphans and widows. Do not cheat in business deals. Honest trade brings blessings from Allah. Parents have rights over their children. Children must respect and obey their parents. Husbands and wives have duties to each other. Neighbors have claims on your kindness. All these relationships must follow Allah's guidance. Society works well when everyone knows their place and duties. Allah commands you to return trusts to their owners. He commands justice when you judge between people. These are good teachings that Allah gives you. Allah sees and hears everything you do. His knowledge covers all things. The strong must protect the weak. The rich must help the poor. Those with knowledge must teach those without learning. This creates a just society that pleases Allah. When people follow these rules, peace spreads in the land. Every person will stand before Allah on the day of judgment. He will ask about how you treated others. Did you give fair wages to workers? Did you keep your promises? Did you speak truthfully in court? Your answers will determine your fate. Allah's laws bring order to the world. They prevent chaos and confusion. When people abandon these laws, corruption spreads. Nations fall when they stop following divine guidance. History shows this truth again and again. Follow Allah's commands in all your dealings. Be just in your words and actions. Remember that Allah watches over everything. His justice is perfect and His authority is absolute. Those who submit to His will find peace and success. Part 8. Universal Accountability. Universal accountability. Every person who ever lived will stand before Allah on the day of judgment. This truth applies to all people from all times and places. The nations that came before you faced the same test. They received messengers with clear signs and warnings. Some believed and were saved. Others rejected the truth and faced destruction. Look at what happened to the people of Noah. They mocked his message and continued in their evil ways. The flood came and destroyed them all, except those who believed. The people of Lot ignored the warnings about their sins. Fire and stones rained down upon their cities. Pharaoh and his army thought they were too powerful to be punished. They drowned in the sea while chasing Moses and his people. These destroyed nations serve as warnings for you. Their ruins remain as signs for those who think. They had wealth, power, and strong cities, but none of this saved them when Allah's judgment came. They thought they could escape the consequences of their actions. They were wrong. The same accountability that applied to them applies to you. Every word you speak is recorded. Every deed you do is written down. Angels watch over you day and night. They write down your good actions and your bad ones. Nothing escapes their attention. No secret remains hidden from Allah. On the day of resurrection, all people will gather in one place. The books of deeds will be opened. Those who receive their book in their right hand will be happy. They followed the guidance and will enter paradise. Those who receive their book in their left hand will be filled with regret. They rejected the truth and will face punishment. Your wealth will not help you on that day. Your family connections will mean nothing. Your social status will be worthless. Only your deeds will matter. Did you worship Allah alone? Did you help the poor and needy? Did you speak the truth even when it was difficult? Did you control your anger and forgive others? The earth itself will bear witness against wrongdoers. The ground where you walked will testify about your actions. Your hands and feet will speak about what they did. Your own body parts will become witnesses for or against you. This accountability is not unfair. Allah sent messengers to every nation. He gave them clear guidance about right and wrong. He showed them signs in the heavens and the earth. Those who chose to believe and do good deeds will be rewarded. Those who rejected the truth and spread corruption will face the consequences. The choice is yours while you live. But remember that death can come at any moment. After death, there is no second chance. The time for repentance ends when your soul leaves your body. Make your choice wisely while you still have time. Chapter 8. Chapter 8. Social Justice and Divine Authority. Later Meccan Surahs. Surah 58 to 61. Part 1. Surah Al-Mujadilah. Allah has heard the words of the woman who came to argue with you about her husband and complained to Allah. Allah hears the conversation between you both. Truly, Allah hears all and sees all. Those among you who say to their wives that they are like their mothers are wrong. Their wives are not their mothers. Only the women who gave birth to them are their mothers. They speak words that are both wrong and false. But Allah forgives and pardons. Those who say such words to their wives and then wish to take back what they said must free a slave before they touch their wives. This is what you are advised to do. Allah knows well what you do. If someone cannot find a slave to free, then he must fast for 2 months in a row before he touches his wife. If he cannot fast, then he must feed 60 poor people. This is so you may believe in Allah and His Messenger. These are the limits set by Allah. For those who do not believe, there is painful punishment. Those who go against Allah and His Messenger will be brought low, just as those before them were brought low. We have sent down clear signs. For those who do not believe, there is shameful punishment. On the day when Allah will raise them all up, He will tell them what they did. Allah has kept count of it all, though they have forgotten. Allah is witness over all things. Do you not see that Allah knows what is in the heavens and what is on earth? There is no secret talk between 3 people, but He is the 4th with them, nor between 5, but He is the 6th with them, whether fewer or more than that. He is with them wherever they may be. Then on the day of judgment, He will tell them what they did. Truly, Allah knows all things. Have you not seen those who were told not to hold secret meetings? Yet they return to what they were forbidden to do. They meet in secret to plan sin, hatred, and going against the messenger. When they come to you, they greet you with words that Allah does not use to greet you. They say to themselves that Allah should punish them for what they say. Hell is enough for them. They will burn in it, and it is an evil place to end up. O you who believe, when you hold private talks, do not talk about sin and hatred and going against the messenger. Instead, talk about doing good and being God-fearing. Fear Allah, to whom you will all be gathered. Secret plotting is only from Satan, so that he may cause grief to those who believe. But he cannot harm them at all except by Allah's permission. In Allah, let the believers put their trust. Part 2. Warning hypocrites. O you who believe, do not take those as close friends who make fun of your religion and treat it as play. This includes those who receive the book before you and those who do not believe. Fear Allah if you are truly believers. When you call to prayer, they make fun of it and treat it as play. This is because they are people who do not understand. Say to them, O people of the book, do you hate us for any reason other than that we believe in Allah and what has been sent down to us and what was sent down before? Most of you are those who do wrong. Say, shall I tell you of something worse than that as punishment from Allah? Those whom Allah has cursed and with whom He became angry, and made of them apes and pigs and those who worship evil. These are worse in position and further away from the right path. When they come to you, they say, we believe, but they entered with disbelief and they left with it. Allah knows best what they were hiding. You see many of them rushing into sin and hatred and eating what is forbidden. How evil is what they have been doing. Why do the religious leaders and scholars not forbid them from their sinful talk and their eating of forbidden things? How evil is what they have been making. The Jews say the hand of Allah is tied up. May their hands be tied up, and may they be cursed for what they said. Rather, both His hands are stretched out. He spends however He wishes. What has been sent down to you from your Lord will surely increase many of them in rebellion and disbelief. We have put hatred and anger among them until the day of rising. Every time they light a fire for war, Allah puts it out. They try hard to cause trouble in the land. Allah does not love those who cause trouble. If only the people of the book had believed and been God-fearing, we would have removed their bad deeds from them and admitted them to gardens of pleasure. If they had followed the Torah and the Gospel and what has been sent down to them from their Lord, they would have eaten from above them and from beneath their feet. Among them is a community that is moderate, but many of them do evil in what they do. Part 3. Unity of believers. O you who believe, when you hold private talks, do not speak in secret about sin and wrong acts and going against the messenger. Instead, speak privately about being good and fearing Allah. And fear Allah, to whom you will be brought back. Private secret talks are only from Satan. He wants to make those who believe feel sad, but he cannot harm them at all except by Allah's permission. So let the believers put their trust in Allah. O you who believe, when you are told to make room in gatherings, then make room. Allah will make room for you. And when you are told to rise up, then rise up. Allah will raise up in ranks those among you who believe and those who have been given knowledge. Allah knows well what you do. O you who believe, when you want to speak privately with the messenger, offer charity before your private talk. That is better for you and more pure. But if you do not find the means, then Allah is forgiving and merciful. Are you afraid to give charity before your private talks? If you do not do it and Allah forgives you, then establish prayer and give charity and obey Allah and His messenger. Allah knows what you do. Have you not seen those who take as friends a people with whom Allah is angry? They belong neither to you nor to them. They swear to lies while they know they are lying. Allah has prepared severe punishment for them. Evil indeed is what they used to do. They have taken their oaths as a cover. So they turn people away from the way of Allah. For them is a shameful punishment. Their wealth and their children will not help them at all against Allah. They are the people of the fire. They will live there forever. On the day when Allah will raise them all up, they will swear to Him as they swear to you. They think that they have something to stand on. Listen well. They are the liars. Satan has taken control over them. So he has made them forget the remembrance of Allah. They are the party of Satan. Listen well. The party of Satan are the losers. Those who oppose Allah and His messenger will be among the most low. Allah has written that He and His messengers will win. Allah is strong and mighty. You will not find any people who believe in Allah and the last day, loving those who oppose Allah and His Messenger. This is true, even if they are their fathers or their sons or their brothers or their family members. For such people, Allah has written faith in their hearts and helped them with spirit from Him. He will admit them to gardens under which rivers flow. They will live there forever. Allah is pleased with them, and they are pleased with Him. They are the party of Allah. Listen well, the party of Allah are the successful ones. Part 4. Social Justice Roots. Allah sees all things and hears all conversations. When a woman came to complain about her husband, Allah heard her words and answered her need. The woman spoke about the unfair treatment she received, and Allah gave new rules to protect her and others like her. Men must not harm their wives by saying words that break the marriage bond unfairly. If a man says such hurtful words to his wife, he cannot simply return to her as if nothing happened. He must first free a slave if he has one. If he cannot free a slave, he must fast for 2 months without breaking the fast. If he cannot fast, he must feed 60 poor people. This is so that men will believe in Allah and His Messenger and treat their wives with respect. Those who fight against Allah and His Messenger will be punished severely. They will face shame in this world and painful punishment in the next world. Allah has prepared this punishment for those who do wrong. When believers come together to discuss important matters, they should make room for each other. When someone is told to make space, they should do so willingly. Allah will raise high the position of those who believe and those who have knowledge. Allah knows everything people do. When believers want to speak privately with the Messenger, they should give charity first. This is better for them and keeps them pure. But if they cannot give charity, Allah will forgive them. Allah is forgiving and merciful. Are you afraid to give charity before speaking privately with the Messenger? If you do not give charity and Allah forgives you, then establish regular prayer and pay the required charity. Obey Allah and His Messenger. Allah sees everything you do. Do not make friends with people who have earned Allah's anger. These people have no hope for the afterlife, just as those who deny the truth have no hope for those who lie in graves. The family is the foundation of a good community. Women must be protected and treated fairly. Children must be cared for and taught right from wrong. The community must help those who are poor or in need. When families are strong and just, the whole community becomes strong. These rules help create fairness between people. They protect those who are weak from those who are strong. They make sure everyone has what they need to live with dignity. Allah gives these rules because He loves justice and wants His people to live in peace with each other. Part 5. Surah As-Saf. Allah loves those who fight for Him in rows, like they are a solid wall built with strong bricks. When believers stand together like this, nothing can break them apart. They are like one building where each part supports the other parts. Moses spoke to his people and said, "Why do you hurt me when you know that Allah has sent me to guide you?" But when they turned their hearts away from the truth, Allah also turned away from them. Allah does not guide people who refuse to follow His path. Jesus, son of Mary, said to His followers, "Who will be my helpers in Allah's work?" The disciples answered, "We are Allah's helpers. We believe in Allah, and you must witness that we submit to Him. Our Lord, we believe in what you have revealed, and we follow the Messenger. Write our names among those who bear witness to the truth." The people plotted against Jesus, but Allah also planned. Allah is the best of planners. Allah will protect those who believe and follow the right path, even when enemies try to harm them. Believers must stand together like soldiers in battle formation. Each person must do their duty and help the others. When Muslims work together with one purpose, their strength grows many times. A single stick breaks easily, but many sticks bound together cannot be broken. Those who truly believe sell their lives and wealth to Allah. They give up what they have in this world to gain what Allah promises in the next world. This is a trade that brings the greatest profit. Allah has written this promise in the Torah, the Gospel, and the Quran. Who keeps promises better than Allah? So be happy with the bargain you have made with Him. Allah wants believers to be organized and disciplined. They should not argue among themselves or act without thinking. When the community has order and structure, it becomes powerful. Random actions and selfish desires weaken the group. But when everyone works together following Allah's guidance, they become like an army that cannot be defeated. The believers who came before you faced the same tests. They were few in number and their enemies were many. But they stayed together and trusted in Allah. Because of their unity and faith, Allah gave them victory over those who fought against them. Part 6. Divine Knowledge. Allah watches everything His servants do. He sees what is in their hearts before they speak. When a person thinks they are hiding something, Allah already knows about it. Nothing is secret from Him. He hears every word that people say to each other. He knows why they say these words and what they really mean. When believers gather together to talk, Allah is always there with them, whether they are 3 people or 5 people or 10 people. Allah is listening. He is closer to them than they think. Some people try to have secret meetings. They whisper to each other and think no one can hear them. But Allah hears everything they say. On the Day of Judgment, He will tell them exactly what they talked about. People often forget that Allah is watching them. They act differently when they are alone compared to when others can see them. But Allah sees them when they are alone too. He knows what they do in private and what they do in public. There is no difference to Him. He watches over them day and night. When believers pray to Allah, they should remember that He already knows what they need before they ask. But He wants them to pray anyway, because prayer brings them closer to Him. When they make mistakes, they should not think Allah does not know about it. He knows about every mistake, but He is also ready to forgive those who truly repent. Some people try to fool others by acting good on the outside while having bad thoughts inside. They think they are clever and can deceive everyone. But they cannot deceive Allah. He sees through their fake behavior. He knows their real intentions. These people are only fooling themselves. The believers should find comfort in knowing that Allah is always watching over them. When others treat them unfairly, Allah sees this injustice. When they face difficulties alone, Allah is there with them. Nothing happens to them without His knowledge. He protects those who trust in Him and call on Him sincerely. Allah's knowledge covers everything in the heavens and the earth. He knows how many leaves fall from trees and how many drops of rain come from the sky. He knows every ant that walks and every bird that flies. If Allah has such detailed knowledge of small things, how much more does He know about the thoughts and actions of people? Part 7. Examples from the past. Allah sent many messengers before Prophet Muhammad to guide their people. Moses and Jesus carried the same message that Muhammad brought later. These stories show us that Allah's way has always been the same. Moses came to the children of Israel when they were suffering under Pharaoh's rule. Allah gave Moses clear signs and miracles to show His power. Moses called his people to worship Allah alone and to follow His laws. But many of His people turned away from the truth. They worshipped a golden calf when Moses went to receive Allah's guidance. Some believed in Moses, but others rejected him and caused trouble for those who followed Allah's path. Allah supported Moses against those who opposed him. He punished Pharaoh and his army when they refused to let the children of Israel go free. The sea opened for Moses and his followers, but it closed over their enemies. This showed that Allah helps those who trust in Him and follow His commands. Jesus, son of Mary, also came with clear signs from Allah. He healed the sick and brought the dead back to life by Allah's permission. Jesus taught His people to worship Allah alone and to be kind to others. He told them to help the poor and to be honest in their dealings. But many people rejected Jesus too. Some tried to harm Him, but Allah protected Him and raised Him up. Those who truly believed in Jesus followed His teachings and helped spread Allah's message. They faced hardship, but remained faithful to what Allah had revealed through Jesus. These stories teach us that Allah's truth has always faced opposition. In every time and place, some people accept Allah's guidance while others turn away from it. The messengers all brought the same basic message: worship Allah alone, be just with others, and follow the right path. When people follow Allah's messengers, they find success and peace. When they reject them, they bring trouble upon themselves. Allah's justice works the same way in all times. He rewards those who believe and do good deeds, and He punishes those who spread evil and reject His guidance. The believers in Moses and Jesus faced the same challenges that Muslims face today. They had to choose between following Allah's truth or following their own desires. They had to decide whether to stand with Allah's messenger or to oppose him. Those who made the right choice were blessed, while those who chose wrongly suffered the consequences. These examples remind us that Allah's way does not change. What He commanded through Moses and Jesus, He also commands through Muhammad. The path of righteousness has always been clear for those who seek it sincerely. Part 8. Commitment to the cause. Allah calls upon the believers to prove their faith through action. Those who truly believe must be ready to give their wealth and their lives for His cause. This is not a request, but a command from the one who created everything. The believers are told that their money and their lives belong to Allah. They are only temporary guardians of these gifts. When Allah asks for them back through His messenger, the faithful must respond without hesitation. This sacrifice is not a loss, but a trade with Allah Himself. Allah promises that those who spend their wealth in His path will receive much more in return. Those who fight for His cause with their lives will earn eternal reward. But this promise is only for those who are sincere in their commitment. Half-hearted believers who hold back their wealth or avoid their duties will not receive these blessings. The community grows strong when its members are willing to sacrifice for each other and for Allah's message. When believers share their wealth freely, the poor among them are lifted up. When they are ready to defend their faith with their lives, their enemies cannot defeat them. This willingness to sacrifice creates a bond stronger than family ties. Allah tests His followers to see who is truthful in their claims of faith. It is easy to say you believe when times are peaceful. The real test comes when Allah asks you to give up something valuable for His sake. Those who pass this test become true believers. Those who fail show that their faith was false from the beginning. The early Muslims faced this test many times. They left their homes and possessions in Mecca to follow the Prophet. They shared their wealth with those who had nothing. They fought battles against much larger armies because Allah commanded it. Their willingness to sacrifice everything made them victorious despite being fewer in number. This same spirit of sacrifice must continue in every generation of believers. Each community of faithful people must be ready to give their wealth for those in need and their lives for the protection of their faith. Without this readiness to sacrifice, the community becomes weak and divided. With it, they become unbeatable. Allah watches every heart to see who is truly committed to His cause. He knows who gives generously and who holds back out of greed. He sees who steps forward when danger comes and who hides behind others. The Day of Judgment will reveal all these hidden truths. Chapter 9. Chapter 9. Hope, Repentance, and Warnings. Later Meccan Surahs. Surah 62 to 66. Part 1. Surah Al-Jumu'ah. O believers, when the call is made for Friday prayer, hurry to remember Allah and leave your buying and selling. This is better for you if you truly understand. When the prayer is finished, spread out in the land and seek Allah's bounty. Remember Allah often, so you may succeed. But when they see trade or entertainment, they rush toward it and leave you standing. Say that what Allah has is better than entertainment and trade. Allah is the best provider. Allah declares His glory in the heavens and on earth. He is the King, the Holy One, the Mighty, the Wise. He is the one who sent among the people who could not read a messenger from themselves. This messenger recites Allah's signs to them, purifies them, and teaches them the book and wisdom. Before this, they were clearly lost. He also sends this guidance to others among them who have not yet joined them. He is the Mighty, the Wise. This is Allah's grace that He gives to whom He wills. Allah possesses great grace. The example of those who were given the Torah but did not carry it is like a donkey carrying books. How terrible is the example of people who deny Allah's signs. Allah does not guide wrongdoing people. Say to those who claim to be Jews, if you claim you are Allah's friends above all other people, then wish for death if you speak the truth. But they will never wish for death because of what their hands have done. Allah knows well the wrongdoers. Say that the death you run from will surely meet you. Then you will be returned to the one who knows the unseen and the seen. He will tell you what you used to do. O believers, when you are called to Friday prayer, remember that this gathering is sacred. When you hear the call, stop your worldly activities immediately. Your business and pleasure must wait. Allah commands this because community prayer strengthens the bonds between believers. Standing together in worship shows your unity as one people under one God. After prayer ends, return to your daily work with clean hearts. Seek honest livelihood and remember Allah throughout your day. The Friday gathering purifies your week and prepares you for righteous living. Those who ignore the call and prefer their shops and entertainment show they do not understand true success. Worldly gain passes away, but Allah's reward lasts forever. Do not be like the communities before you who received divine books but failed to follow them properly. They carried the words but missed the meaning. They had knowledge but lacked wisdom. Friday prayer establishes you as Allah's community on earth. Through this weekly gathering, you remember your purpose and strengthen your faith together. Part 2. Contrast between communities. Look at the nations that came before you and see their fate. Allah gave them holy books and sent them messengers, yet they turned away from the truth. The Jews received the Torah, but they changed its words and ignored its commands. They became like donkeys carrying books on their backs, but understanding nothing inside them. The Christians received the gospel, but they made their priests and monks into gods beside Allah. They said Jesus was Allah's son when he was only a messenger. They split into groups and fought each other over their beliefs. Each group claimed they alone held the truth. Allah had chosen these communities to be examples for all people. He gave them knowledge and made them powerful nations. But when they received wealth and comfort, they forgot their Lord. They preferred this world over the next world. They loved their markets and trade more than prayer and worship. Their scholars hid the truth for money. Their leaders made laws that went against Allah's commands. The common people followed them blindly without asking questions. They stopped studying their holy books properly. They only read the words but missed the real meaning. When Allah's messengers warned them, they said, "We already have the truth from our fathers." They refused to listen to new guidance. They became proud of their traditions and would not accept any changes. Their hearts became hard like stones. O you who believe, do not be like those communities before you. When Allah calls you to Friday prayer, leave your business and answer His call. Do not let trade and worldly things make you forget your Lord. The earlier nations fell because they chose money over faith. You have received the final book that confirms all previous scriptures. You have the last messenger who guides you to the straight path. Do not waste this blessing like others wasted theirs. Study the Quran carefully and follow its teachings exactly. Remember that Allah tests every community. He gives them time to choose between right and wrong. Those who choose wisely become successful in this life and the next. Those who choose poorly face punishment in both worlds. Learn from the mistakes of those who came before you. Their cities lie empty now. Their wealth could not save them when Allah's punishment came. Only those who truly believed and did good deeds found safety. Stay united as one community. Do not split into groups like the earlier nations did. Hold fast to Allah's rope together. Support each other in goodness and warn each other against evil. This way, you will not repeat their errors. Part 3. Surah At-Taghabun. Allah knows all things both hidden and open. Your hearts hold no secrets from Him. Everything that happens in the heavens and on earth occurs by His will and knowledge. He created all things and has power over everything. Know that this world brings both good times and difficult times. These changes happen for a reason. Allah tests people through both wealth and poverty, health and sickness, joy and sadness. What seems like loss to you might be gain in Allah's sight. What appears to be gain might actually be loss. The real loss and real gain will become clear on the Day of Judgment. Those who believed and did righteous deeds will find that their apparent losses in this world were actually blessings. They will enter gardens beneath which rivers flow. They will live there forever. This is the great success. Those who rejected faith and denied Allah's signs will face the fire. They will remain there forever. What a terrible destination that is. No disaster strikes except by Allah's permission. Whoever believes in Allah finds that He guides their heart to peace. Allah knows all things perfectly. Obey Allah and obey His messenger. If you turn away, know that our messenger's duty is only to deliver the clear message. Allah is the only true God. There is no God except Him. Let believers place their trust in Allah alone. Your wealth and your children are a test for you. With Allah lies the greatest reward. Fear Allah as much as you are able. Listen to His guidance. Obey His commands. Spend in His way for your own good. Those who protect themselves from their own greed will be successful. If you lend to Allah a good loan, He will multiply it for you and forgive your sins. Allah appreciates good deeds and is patient with His servants. He knows what is hidden and what is open. He is mighty and wise. Your families and your wealth should not distract you from remembering Allah. Those who let this happen are the true losers. Trust in Allah's wisdom when events unfold differently than you hoped. He sees what you cannot see. He knows what benefits you even when you do not understand. Submit to His decree with patience and gratitude. This brings peace to the heart and success in both worlds. Part 4. Family and Obedience. O believers, protect yourselves and your families from the fire whose fuel is people and stones. Over it are angels who are stern and severe. They never disobey Allah in what He commands them, and they do exactly what they are told to do. Do not let your wives and children become enemies to you. Among them are some who may lead you away from the right path. But if you forgive and overlook their mistakes and pardon them, then Allah is forgiving and merciful to His servants. Your wealth and your children are a test for you. Allah has the greatest reward waiting for those who pass this test. Fear Allah as much as you are able. Listen to His guidance and obey His commands. Give charity from what He has given you. This is better for your own souls. Those who protect themselves from the greed of their hearts are the ones who will succeed. If you lend to Allah a good loan, He will multiply it for you and forgive your sins. Allah values gratitude and is patient with His people. When you face a choice between pleasing your family and pleasing Allah, choose Allah. Some of your spouses and children may try to stop you from spending in Allah's way or from following His path. Be careful of this test, but treat them with kindness. If your family asks you to do something that goes against Allah's commands, do not obey them in that matter. But continue to be good to them in all other ways. Show them love and care while staying firm in your faith. The believer's heart should be with Allah first. even when family members do not understand. This does not mean being harsh or unkind to them. Speak to them with gentle words and pray for their guidance. Some wives may betray their husbands in matters of faith. Some children may choose paths that displease Allah. When this happens, the believer should not follow them into wrong actions. Your duty to Allah comes before all other duties. Allah knows the secrets of every heart. He knows which family members help you grow closer to Him and which ones pull you away from the right path. He will judge each person according to their own deeds, not the deeds of their relatives. Remember that your family is a trust from Allah. Care for them, provide for them, and guide them toward good. But never let love for them make you forget your love for Allah. Never let their wishes make you disobey His commands. The wise believer finds the balance. They serve Allah fully, while also fulfilling their duties to family members. They know that true love means wanting the best for their loved ones in this life and the next life. Part 5, Surah At-Tahrim. Allah holds all people responsible for their actions, even those closest to the Prophet. No family name or relationship saves anyone from judgment. Each person must answer for their own choices. O Prophet, why do you forbid yourself what Allah has made lawful for you, seeking to please your wives? Allah is forgiving and merciful. Allah has already given you the way to release yourselves from such promises. Allah is your protector, and He is the all-knowing, the all-wise. When the Prophet told a secret to one of his wives and she revealed it to another, Allah informed him about this. He made part of it known and overlooked part. When he confronted her about it, she asked who told him. He said, "The all-knowing, the all-aware informed me." If you two wives repent to Allah, your hearts have already shown they were inclined to error. But if you support each other against the Prophet, then know that Allah is his protector, and Gabriel, and the righteous believers. The angels too are his supporters after that. It may be that if the Prophet divorces you all, his Lord will give him wives better than you. They will be Muslim women, believing women, obedient women, repentant women, worshipping women, and women who fast. Some will be previously married, others will be virgins. O you who believe, protect yourselves and your families from a fire whose fuel is people and stones. Over it are angels who are stern and severe. They do not disobey Allah in what He commands them, and they do what they are ordered to do. O you who disbelieve, make no excuses today. You are only being repaid for what you used to do. O you who believe, repent to Allah with sincere repentance. It may be that your Lord will remove from you your bad deeds and admit you into gardens beneath which rivers flow. On the day when Allah will not disgrace the Prophet and those who believed with him, their light will run before them and on their right sides. They will say, "Our Lord, perfect our light for us and forgive us. Indeed, you are able to do all things." O Prophet, struggle against the disbelievers and the hypocrites, and be harsh with them. Their refuge is hell, and wretched is the destination. Allah presents an example of those who disbelieved, the wife of Noah and the wife of Lot. They were under two of our righteous servants, but they betrayed them. So those husbands did not help them at all against Allah. It was said, "Enter the fire with those who enter." Allah presents an example of those who believed, the wife of Pharaoh, when she said, "My Lord, build for me a house near you in paradise, and save me from Pharaoh and his deeds, and save me from the wrongdoing people." Part 6. Warnings intensify. And the wife of Pharaoh and Mary, daughter of Imran, who guarded her chastity. So we breathed into her soul from our spirit, and she believed in the words of her Lord and his scriptures. She was among the devoutly obedient. Those who reject faith after they have believed, then increase in their rejection. Never will their repentance be accepted. These are they who have gone astray. Those who reject faith and die while they are rejectors. Never would the whole earth full of gold be accepted from any one of them if he would offer it for ransom. For them is a painful punishment, and they will have no helpers. Allah warns those who turn away from His guidance that the fire awaits them. It is a place where the flames never die and the torment never ends. Those who deny the truth will taste the punishment they earned through their own choices. The fire will burn their faces and their backs. They will cry out for relief but find none. In that place they will say, "Our Lord, we have wronged ourselves. If you do not forgive us and have mercy on us, we will surely be among the losers." But it will be too late. The time for repentance will have passed. They had their chance in the world, but chose to reject it. The rejectors will be told, "Today you are being repaid for what you used to do. This is the fire which you used to deny. Is this magic or do you not see? Enter it. Whether you bear it patiently or not, it is the same for you. You are only being repaid for what you used to do." Those who followed falsehood instead of truth will face the consequences. They chose the temporary pleasures of this world over the eternal reward of the next. They heard the warnings, but paid no attention. They saw the signs, but turned away. Now they face what they were promised. The fire has been prepared for those who reject faith. Its fuel is people and stones. Over it are angels, stern and severe, who do not disobey Allah in what He commands them, but do what they are commanded. They will say to those who disbelieved, "Make no excuses today. You are being repaid only for what you used to do." This is the fate that awaits those who persist in rejection. Allah does not wrong anyone. People bring punishment upon themselves through their own actions and choices. The warnings were clear, but they chose to ignore them. Part 7. Mercy through repentance. Yet Allah's mercy remains greater than any sin. O you who believe, turn to Allah with sincere repentance. It may be that your Lord will remove from you your misdeeds and admit you into gardens beneath which rivers flow. On that day, Allah will not disgrace the Prophet and those who believed with him. Their light will run ahead of them and on their right hands. They will say, "Our Lord, perfect for us our light and forgive us. Indeed, you are able to do all things." Allah loves those who turn back to Him in repentance. He loves those who purify themselves. When someone does wrong, then remembers Allah and asks forgiveness for his sins, and who forgives sins except Allah? And they do not persist in what they have done while they know. For those, their reward is forgiveness from their Lord, and gardens beneath which rivers flow. They will remain in them forever. How excellent is the reward of those who do good deeds. Say to those who disbelieve, "If you cease, what has previously occurred will be forgiven for you. But if you return, then the example of the former peoples has already proceeded. Even those who were enemies to Allah, if they repent and believe and do righteous deeds, then Allah will change their bad deeds into good deeds. Allah is forgiving and merciful." The doors of repentance remain open until the sun rises from the west. Allah accepts repentance from His servants and pardons misdeeds and knows what you do. He responds to those who believe and do righteous deeds and increases them from His bounty. But the disbelievers will have a severe punishment. Tell my servants who have transgressed against themselves, do not despair of the mercy of Allah. Indeed, Allah forgives all sins. Indeed, it is He who is the forgiving, the merciful. Return to your Lord and submit to Him before the punishment comes to you. Then you will not be helped. No soul knows what joy is kept hidden in store for them as a reward for what they used to do. Allah's mercy encompasses all things. His forgiveness reaches those who seek it with humble hearts. Part 8. Preparing for Medina. As the believers gathered strength in their faith, Allah prepared them for greater responsibilities ahead. The community that once worshipped in secret now faced the call to establish a society built on divine guidance. Friday became sacred as the day when all believers must come together for prayer. When the call for Friday prayer is heard, leave your business and trade. Hurry to remember Allah. This is better for you if you only knew. When the prayer is finished, Spread through the land and seek Allah's bounty. Remember Allah much so that you may succeed. The believers learned from those who came before them. The Jews were given the Torah but failed to carry its burden properly. They became like a donkey carrying books but not understanding them. Evil is the example of people who deny Allah's signs. Allah does not guide the wrongdoing people. Say to those who follow Judaism, if you claim to be Allah's chosen ones apart from all mankind, then wish for death if you are truthful. But they will never wish for death because of what their hands have sent ahead. Allah knows well the wrongdoers. The believers must trust Allah's wisdom in all matters. Whatever happens to you of good is from Allah. Whatever happens to you of evil is from yourself. Allah has sent you as a messenger to mankind. Allah is sufficient as witness. Your wealth and your children are only a trial. With Allah is a great reward. Fear Allah as much as you are able. Listen and obey, and spend in charity for the good of your souls. Those who are saved from their own greed will be successful. If you lend to Allah a good loan, He will multiply it for you and forgive you. Allah is appreciative and forbearing. He knows the unseen and the seen. He is the mighty and the wise. The Prophet's own household faced divine correction when needed. Prophet, why do you forbid what Allah has made lawful for you? You seek to please your wives. Allah has already given you the way to release yourselves from such oaths. Allah is your protector. He is the knowing and the wise. The believers prepared their hearts for the duties of a complete community. They would soon need to govern themselves according to Allah's law. They would need to protect the weak and establish justice. The time of individual faith was giving way to collective responsibility. Those who continued to reject these teachings faced clear warnings. Hell has been prepared for the disbelievers. When they are thrown into it, they will hear its terrible roaring as it boils up. It almost bursts with rage. But for the believers came the promise of gardens beneath which rivers flow. They will live there forever. Allah has prepared for them an excellent provision. Chapter 10. Chapter 10. Community Building and Social Laws. Early Medinan Surahs. Surah 67 to 73. Part 1. Surah Al-Mulk. Blessed is he in whose hands is the kingdom, and he has power over all things. He created death and life to test which of you is best in deeds. He is the mighty, the forgiving. He created 7 heavens, one above another. You see no fault in the creation of the Most Gracious. Look again. Do you see any cracks? Then look again and again. Your sight will return to you weak and tired. We have made the lowest heaven beautiful with lamps, and we have made them as missiles to drive away devils. For those who reject their Lord, there is the punishment of hell, and it is an evil destination. When they are thrown into it, they will hear its terrible roar as it boils up. It almost bursts with rage. Every time a group is thrown in, its keepers will ask them, "Did no warner come to you?" They will say, "Yes, a warner came to us, but we rejected him and said, 'God has revealed nothing. You are only in great error.' They will say, 'If only we had listened or used our minds, we would not be among the companions of the blazing fire.' So they will confess their sin, but forgiveness will be far from the companions of the blazing fire. Those who fear their Lord in secret will have forgiveness and a great reward. Keep your words secret or speak them openly. He knows what is in the hearts. Does he not know who he created? He is the kind, the all-aware. He made the earth humble for you. So walk among its slopes and eat of his provision. To him is the resurrection. Do you feel safe that he who is in heaven will not cause the earth to swallow you when it shakes? Do you feel safe that he who is in heaven will not send against you a storm of stones? Then you will know how my warning was. Those before them also denied. And how terrible was my rejection of them. Do they not see the birds above them, spreading and folding their wings? None holds them except the Most Gracious. He sees all things. Who is this army of yours that will help you against the most gracious? The disbelievers are only in delusion. Who is he that will provide for you if he holds back his provision? Yet they persist in pride and turning away. Is one who walks fallen on his face better guided, or one who walks upright on a straight path? Say, he brought you into being and made for you hearing, sight, and hearts. Little thanks you give. Say, he scattered you throughout the earth, and to him you will be gathered. Part 2. Emphasis on responsibility. Say, when they ask you about the day when they will be gathered, say, perhaps it is near. They ask you to hasten the punishment, but Allah will not break his promise. A day with your Lord is like 1,000 years of what you count. How many cities did we give time while they were doing wrong? Then we seized them, and to me is the final return. O you who believe, fear Allah as he should be feared, and do not die except as Muslims. Hold firmly to the rope of Allah all together, and do not be divided. Remember the favor of Allah upon you when you were enemies, and he brought your hearts together, and you became brothers by his grace. You are the best nation brought forth for mankind. You command what is right and forbid what is wrong, and believe in Allah. If only the people of the scripture had believed, it would have been better for them. Among them are believers, but most of them are rebellious. O you who believe, bow and prostrate and worship your Lord, and do good that you may succeed. Strive for Allah with the effort due to him. He has chosen you and has not placed upon you any hardship in religion. It is the faith of your father Abraham. He named you Muslims before, and in this, that the messenger may be a witness over you, and you may be witnesses over the people. So establish prayer and give zakat and hold fast to Allah. He is your protector, and excellent is the protector, and excellent is the helper. Those who believe and do righteous deeds, no fear will they have, nor will they grieve. They are the companions of paradise, dwelling therein forever. The believers in their mutual kindness, compassion, and sympathy are just one body. When a limb suffers, the whole body responds to it with wakefulness and fever. Help one another in righteousness and piety, but do not help one another in sin and aggression, and fear Allah, for Allah is severe in punishment. Give from what we have provided you before death comes to one of you, and he says, My Lord, if only you would delay me for a brief term, so I would give charity and be among the righteous. But never will Allah delay a soul when its time has come, and Allah is aware of what you do. The example of those who spend their wealth in the way of Allah is like a seed that grows 7 spikes, in each spike 100 grains. Allah multiplies for whom he wills, and Allah is all-knowing and wise. Those who spend their wealth in the way of Allah, and then do not follow up what they have spent with reminders of it or injury, will have their reward with their Lord, and there will be no fear concerning them, nor will they grieve. Part 3. Surah Al-Muzammil. O you wrapped in garments, stand to pray by night except a little. Half of it or subtract from it a little. Or add to it and recite the Quran with measured recitation. Indeed, we will cast upon you a heavy word. Indeed, the hours of the night are more effective for concurrence of heart and tongue, and more suitable for words. Indeed, for you by day is prolonged occupation. And remember the name of your Lord, and devote yourself to him with complete devotion. Lord of the East and the West, there is no deity except him, so take him as disposer of affairs. And be patient over what they say, and avoid them with gracious avoidance. And leave me with those who deny, those of ease and comfort, and delay them a little. Indeed, with us are shackles and burning fire, and food that chokes, and a painful punishment on the day, when the earth and the mountains will convulse, and the mountains will become a heap of sand pouring down. Indeed, we have sent to you a messenger, as a witness upon you, as we sent to Pharaoh a messenger. But Pharaoh disobeyed the messenger, so we seized him with a ruinous seizure. Then how can you fear, if you disbelieve, a day that will make the children white-haired? The heaven will break apart therefrom. His promise is to be fulfilled. Indeed, this is a reminder, so whoever wills may take to his Lord away. Indeed, your Lord knows, O Prophet, that you stand almost 2/3 of the night, or half of it, or 1/3 of it, and also a group of those with you. And Allah determines the night and the day. He has known that you Muslims will not be able to do it, and has turned to you in forgiveness. So recite what is easy from the Quran. He has known that there will be among you those who are ill, and others traveling throughout the land seeking something of the bounty of Allah, and others fighting in the cause of Allah. So recite what is easy of it, and establish prayer, and give zakah, and loan Allah a goodly loan. And whatever good you put forward for yourselves, you will find it with Allah. It is better and greater in reward. And seek forgiveness of Allah. Indeed, Allah is forgiving and merciful. Part 4. Surah Al-Muddaththir. Surah Al-Muddaththir. O you who wraps himself in clothing, arise and warn, and your Lord glorify, and your clothing purify, and avoid all filth, and do not confer favor to acquire more. But for your Lord be patient, for when the trumpet is blown, that day will be a difficult day, not easy for the disbelievers. Leave me with the one I created alone, and to whom I granted extensive wealth, and sons present with him, and spread ease for him extensively. Then he desires that I should add more. No, indeed he has been toward our verses obstinate. I will cover him with a difficult torment. Indeed, he thought and deliberated. So may he be destroyed, how he deliberated. Then may he be destroyed, how he deliberated. Then he looked. Then he frowned and scowled. Then he turned back and was arrogant and said, "This is not but magic imitated from others. This is not but the word of a human being." I will drive him into Sakar. And what can make you know what is Sakar? It lets nothing remain and leaves nothing alone. It burns the skin. Over it are 19 angels. And we have not made the keepers of the fire except angels. And we have not made their number except as a trial for those who disbelieve, that those who were given the scripture will be convinced, and those who have believed will increase in faith, and those who were given the scripture and the believers will not doubt, and that those in whose hearts is disease and the disbelievers will say, "What does Allah intend by this as an example?" Thus does Allah leave astray whom He wills, and guide whom He wills, and none knows the soldiers of your Lord except Him. And mention of the fire is not but a reminder to humanity. No, by the moon and by the night when it retreats, and by the dawn when it brightens. Indeed, the fire is but one of the greatest disasters, a warning to humanity, to whoever wills among you to proceed or stay behind. Every soul for what it has earned will be retained, except the companions of the right, who will be in gardens, asking each other about the criminals, "What put you into Sakar?" They will say, "We were not of those who prayed, and we did not used to feed the poor, and we used to enter into vain discourse with those who engaged in it, and we used to deny the day of recompense until there came to us the certainty." So no intercession of intercessors will benefit them. Then what is wrong with them that they are, from the reminder, turning away as if they were frightened donkeys fleeing from a lion? Rather, every person among them wishes that he would be given scriptures spread about. No, but they do not fear the hereafter. No, indeed it is a reminder. So whoever wills will remember it, and they will not remember except that Allah wills. He is worthy to be feared and worthy to forgive. Part 5. Social Duties. Surah Al-Qamar. I swear by the day of resurrection, and I swear by the soul that blames itself. Does man think that we will never assemble his bones? Yes, indeed, we are able to put together his fingertips perfectly. But man wishes to continue his sins in the time ahead. He asks, when will be the day of resurrection? So when the eyes are blinded, and the moon becomes dark, and the sun and moon are joined together, on that day, man will say, "Where is the escape?" No, there is no refuge. To your Lord that day is the final destination. That day man will be informed of what he sent ahead and what he left behind. Rather, man will be a witness against himself, even though he presents his excuses. Do not move your tongue with the Quran to hasten with it. Indeed, upon us is its collection and its recitation. So when we have recited it, then follow its recitation. Then upon us is its explanation. No, but you love the immediate life and leave the hereafter. Some faces that day will be radiant, looking at their Lord. And some faces that day will be dark, knowing that a back-breaking calamity will be inflicted upon them. No, when the soul reaches the throat, and it is said, "Who will cure him?" And he is certain that it is the time of separation, and the leg is wrapped with the leg, to your Lord that day will be the driving. For he neither believed nor prayed, but he denied and turned away. Then he went to his family, walking in pride. Woe to you, and woe. Then woe to you, and woe. Does man think that he will be left neglected? Was he not a sperm from semen emitted? Then he was a clinging clot, and Allah created and proportioned him, and made of him two mates, the male and the female. Is not that Creator able to give life to the dead? Surah Al-Insan. Has there come upon man a period of time when he was not a thing mentioned? Indeed, we created man from a sperm drop mixture that we might test him, so we made him hearing and seeing. Indeed, we guided him to the way, whether he be grateful or ungrateful. Indeed, we have prepared for the disbelievers chains and shackles and a blazing fire. Indeed, the righteous will drink from a cup whose mixture is of camphor, a fountain from which the servants of Allah will drink, making it gush forth in force. They fulfill their vows, and they fear a day whose evil will be widespread. And they give food in spite of love for it to the needy, the orphan, and the captive. We feed you only for the countenance of Allah. We wish not from you reward or gratitude. Indeed, we fear from our Lord a day austere and distressful. So Allah will protect them from the evil of that day and give them radiance and happiness, and will reward them for what they patiently endured with a garden and silk, reclining within it on adorned couches. They will not see therein any burning sun or freezing cold, and near above them are its shades, and its clusters of fruit to be picked will be lowered in compliance. Surah Al-Mursalat. By those winds sent forth one after another, and the raging hurricanes, and those winds that scatter clouds, and those angels that separate truth from falsehood, and those angels that bring the reminder as justification or warning. Indeed, what you are promised is to occur. Woe that day to the deniers. Did we not destroy the former peoples? Then we will follow them with the later ones. Thus do we deal with the criminals. Woe that day to the deniers. Did we not create you from a liquid disdained? And we placed it in a firm lodging for a known period. And we determined the measure, and excellent are we to determine. Woe that day to the deniers. Part 6. Caution against arrogance. Do we not have place for you in the earth, the living and the dead? And we made therein lofty and firmly set mountains, and have given you to drink sweet water. Woe that day to the deniers. Depart to that which you used to deny. Depart to a shadow having 3 columns, but no shade, and avails not against the flame. Indeed, it throws sparks as huge as a fortress, as if they were yellow camels. Woe that day to the deniers. This is a day they will not speak, nor will it be permitted for them to make excuses. Woe that day to the deniers. This is the day of judgment. We have gathered you and the former peoples. So if you have a plan, then plan against me. Woe that day to the deniers. Indeed, the righteous will be among shades and springs, and fruits from whatever they desire. Eat and drink in satisfaction for what you used to do. Indeed, we thus reward the doers of good. Woe that day to the deniers. Eat and enjoy yourselves a little. Indeed, you are criminals. Woe that day to the deniers. And when it is said to them, bow in prayer, they do not bow. Woe that day to the deniers. then in what statement after this will they believe? Does man think that we will not assemble his bones? Yes, we are able to put together in perfect order the very tips of his fingers. But man wishes to continue in sin. He asks, when is the day of resurrection? So when vision is dazzled, and the moon darkens, and the sun and moon are joined together, that day man will say, where is the place of escape? No, there is no refuge. To your Lord that day is the place of rest. Man will be informed that day of what he sent ahead and kept back. Rather, man against himself will be a witness, even if he presents his excuses. Move not your tongue with it to hasten with recitation of the Quran. Indeed, upon us is its collection and its recitation. So when we have recited it, then follow its recitation. Then upon us is its clarification. No, but you love the immediate and leave the hereafter. Some faces that day will be radiant, looking at their Lord. And some faces that day will be contorted, expecting that there will be done to them some back-breaking calamity. Part 7. Strength in Unity. Know when soul is seized, it is said, where is the refuge? And he is certain that it is the final departure. And leg is wound about leg. To your Lord that day will be the procession. And he gave not in charity, nor did he pray, but he denied and turned away. Then he went to his people swaggering. Woe to you, then woe. Again, woe to you, then woe. Does man think that he will be left neglected? Was he not a sperm drop emitted? Then he was a clinging clot, and Allah created him and proportioned him, and made of him two mates, the male and the female. Is not that one able to give life to the dead? I swear by the day of resurrection, and I swear by the reproaching soul. Does man think that we will not assemble his bones? Yes, we are able to put together in perfect order the very tips of his fingers. But man wishes to continue in sin. He asks, when is the day of resurrection? So when vision is dazzled, and the moon darkens, and the sun and moon are joined together, that day man will say, where is the escape? O you who believe, do not make unlawful the good things which Allah has made lawful to you, and do not transgress. Indeed, Allah does not like transgressors. And eat of what Allah has provided for you lawful and good, and fear Allah in whom you are believers. When you divorce women and they have fulfilled their term, either retain them according to acceptable terms, or release them according to acceptable terms. But do not retain them to harm them and transgress. And whoever does that has wronged himself. And do not take the verses of Allah in jest. And remember the favor of Allah upon you and what has been revealed to you of the book and wisdom by which He instructs you. The believers in their mutual kindness, compassion, and sympathy are just one body. When a limb suffers, the whole body responds to it with wakefulness and fever. Those who believe and do righteous deeds, no fear will there be concerning them, nor will they grieve. They are the party of Allah. Unquestionably, the party of Allah, they are the successful ones. Allah has promised those who believe among you and do righteous deeds that He will surely grant them succession upon the earth, just as He granted it to those before them, and that He will surely establish for them their religion, which He has preferred for them, and that He will surely substitute for them after their fear security, for they worship Me, not associating anything with Me. But whoever disbelieves after that, then those are the defiantly disobedient. Part 8. Divine Support. And whoever believes in Allah and does righteous deeds, He will admit them to gardens beneath which rivers flow. They will dwell there forever. Allah has made for them a good provision. It is Allah who created 7 heavens in layers, and of the earth the like of them. His command descends among them, so you may know that Allah is over all things competent, and that Allah has surrounded all things in knowledge. O you wrapped in garments, arise and warn, and your Lord glorify, and your clothing purify, and uncleanliness avoid, and do not confer favor to acquire more. But for your Lord be patient. Say He is Allah the One, Allah the Eternal Refuge. He neither begets nor is born, nor is there to Him any equivalent. And indeed, We have made the Quran easy for remembrance. So is there any who will remember? Allah does not burden a soul beyond what it can bear. It will have what it has gained, and it will bear what it has earned. Our Lord, do not impose blame upon us if we have forgotten or erred. Our Lord, and lay not upon us a burden like that which you laid upon those before us. Our Lord, and burden us not with that which we have no ability to bear. And pardon us and forgive us and have mercy upon us. You are our protector, so give us victory over the disbelieving people. And it is He who sends down rain from heaven, and we produce thereby the vegetation of every kind. We produce from it greenery from which we bring forth grain arranged in layers. And from the palm trees of its emerging fruit are clusters hanging low. And gardens of grapevines and olives and pomegranates, similar yet different. Look at their fruit when it yields and its ripening. Indeed, in that are signs for a people who believe. Indeed, your Lord is Allah, who created the heavens and earth in 6 days, and then established Himself above the throne. He covers the night with the day, another night chasing it rapidly. And He made the sun and moon and stars subjected by His command. Unquestionably, His is the creation and the command. Blessed is Allah, Lord of the worlds. Call upon your Lord in humility and privately. Indeed, He does not like transgressors. Chapter 11. Chapter 11. Defense and Moral Guidelines, Early Medinan Surahs, Surah 74-82. Part 1. Surah Al-Muddaththir Revisited. O you who covers himself with a cloak, arise and warn the people. Tell them about your Lord, and make Him known as the greatest. Make your clothes clean, and stay away from all that is dirty and wrong. Do not give something small, hoping to get something bigger in return. Be patient for the sake of your Lord. When the horn is blown on that great day, that will be a very hard day. It will not be easy for those who reject the truth. Leave me alone to deal with the one I created by myself. I gave him much wealth and sons who stay with him always. I made his life easy and comfortable for him. Yet he wants me to give him even more. No, he will not get more. He was stubborn against our signs and messages. I will make him climb a steep and difficult mountain. He thought carefully and planned against the truth. So may he be cursed for how he planned. Again, may he be cursed for how he planned. Then he looked around and frowned with anger. He turned away with pride and said, "This is nothing but old magic from the past. This is just the words of a human being. I will put him in the fire of hell. What can make you understand what hell fire is like? It leaves nothing and spares nothing. It burns and changes the skin of people. Over it are 19 angels as guards. We made the angels to be the guardians of the fire. We told you their number only to test those who do not believe, so that those who were given the book before will be certain, and those who believe will have stronger faith. Those who were given the book and the believers will not doubt. But those who have sickness in their hearts and those who reject the truth will say, 'What does God mean by this number?' This is how God leads some people away from the right path and guides others to it. Only your Lord knows the number of His soldiers. This reminder is nothing but a reminder for all people. No, I swear by the moon and by the night when it goes away, and by the morning when it comes with light. Hell is one of the greatest warnings. It is a warning for all people. For whoever among you wants to go forward in good deeds or wants to stay behind in bad deeds. Every soul is held responsible for what it has earned, except those who will be on the right side. They will be in gardens, asking each other about the criminals. 'What brought you into hellfire?' They will say, 'We were not among those who prayed. We did not feed the poor people. We used to talk with those who talked against the truth. We used to deny the day of judgment until death came to us. The prayers of those who pray for them will not help them. So what is wrong with them that they turn away from this reminder like wild donkeys running away from a lion? Each one of them wants to be given pages of honor open just for them. No, this will not happen. They do not fear the life after death. No, this Quran is truly a reminder. So whoever wants to remember will remember it. They will only remember if God wants them to remember. He is the one who should be feared, and He is the one who forgives. Part 2. Ethics in Society. O you who believe, do not take what does not belong to you from other people through lies or tricks. Trade with each other in honest ways. Do not kill yourselves or each other. God is kind to you. If you do this on purpose with anger and hate, we will put you in fire. This is easy for God to do. Stay away from the big sins that God told you not to do. We will remove your small mistakes and let you enter a place of honor. Do not wish for what God gave to others more than you. Men will get what they worked for, and women will get what they worked for. Ask God for His good gifts. God knows everything. Give the right amount when you measure and weigh things. Do not make them less to trick people. Give people what they deserve. Do not make trouble on earth after it has been made right. This is better for you if you believe. Do not sit on every road to scare people and stop them from God's path. Do not try to make God's path look crooked when it is straight. Remember when you were few and He made you many. Those who store gold and silver and do not spend it in God's way, tell them about a painful punishment. On the day when that gold and silver will be heated in hell fire, their faces and backs and sides will be marked with it. This is what you stored for yourselves, so taste what you used to store. O you who believe, many of the religious teachers and monks take people's money in wrong ways and stop them from God's path. Those who store gold and silver and do not spend it in God's way will have painful punishment. Do not eat up the money of orphans in wrong ways. Give them their money when they become adults. Test them first. If you see that they can handle money well, give them what belongs to them. Do not eat it up quickly before they grow up. If the guardian is rich, he should not take any money from the orphan's wealth. If he is poor, he can take only what is fair. When you give them their money, have people watch as witnesses. God is enough to count everything. Stand out firmly for justice as witnesses for God, even if it is against yourselves, your parents, and your close family. Whether the person is rich or poor, God is better for both. Do not follow your desires so that you can be fair. If you change your words or turn away, God knows what you do. Those who take interest money, they will stand on the day of judgment like someone whom Satan has made crazy by his touch. This happens because they said trading is the same as taking interest money. But God made trading allowed and made interest money forbidden. Part 3. Surah Al-Qamar. God swears by the day of resurrection, and God swears by the soul that blames itself. Does man think that we will not put his bones together again? Yes, we are able to put together even the tips of his fingers perfectly. But man wants to keep doing wrong things in front of him. He asks, when will this day of resurrection be? When the eyes are blinded and the moon loses its light and the sun and moon come together. On that day, man will say, where can I run to escape? No, there is no place to escape. On that day, to your Lord is the final place to return. On that day, man will be told about all the things he sent ahead and all the things he left behind. In fact, man will be a witness against himself, even if he makes excuses. Do not move your tongue quickly with it to hurry with the Quran. It is our job to collect it and to read it. So when we read it, follow what we read. Then it is our job to explain it clearly. No, but you love this present life, and you ignore the life that comes after death. Some faces on that day will be bright and shining, looking toward their Lord. And some faces on that day will be dark and sad, thinking that something terrible will happen to them. No, when the soul reaches the throat bones, and it is said, who can heal him? And he knows that this is the time of leaving, and one leg wraps around the other leg. On that day, to your Lord he will be driven. He did not believe and he did not pray. Instead, he said the message was a lie and he turned away. Then he went to his family, walking proudly. Trouble for you. Yes, trouble. Again, Trouble for you? Yes, trouble. Does man think that he will be left without purpose? Was he not a drop of sperm that was poured out? Then he became a blood clot, and God created him and made him complete. Then God made from him two kinds, male and female. Is not the one who did this able to bring the dead back to life? Part 4. Surah Al-Insan. We mention the name of a man who was perfect. We created man from a mixed drop of seed to test him. So we gave him hearing and sight. We showed him the right path. He can choose to be thankful, or he can choose to turn away from the truth. For those who turn away from the truth, we have prepared chains and neck rings and a blazing fire. The good people will drink from a cup mixed with the water of Kafur. This is a spring where the servants of God drink, and they make it flow wherever they want. These people keep their promises and fear a day when evil will spread far and wide. They give food to the poor, the orphan, and the prisoner, even when they love that food and want it for themselves. They say, "We feed you only because we want to please God. We do not want any reward from you or thanks. We fear from our Lord a day that will be harsh and terrible." So God will save them from the evil of that day and will give them brightness and joy. God will reward them for being patient by giving them paradise and silk clothes to wear. They will rest on raised couches and will not see burning sun or bitter cold. The shade will be close over them, and the fruits will hang low within reach. Servants will come to them with dishes of silver and cups of crystal. The cups will be made of silver, but measured exactly as they want. They will be given a cup to drink that is mixed with ginger. The water comes from a spring called Salsabil. Young servants who stay young forever will serve them. When you see these servants, you will think they are scattered pearls. When you look around that place, you will see pleasure and a great kingdom. The good people will wear fine green silk and heavy silk decorated with gold. They will wear silver bracelets. Their Lord will give them a pure drink. This will be your reward. Your hard work has been accepted. We have sent down the Quran to you, part by part. So wait patiently for the command of your Lord. Do not obey anyone among them who is sinful or ungrateful. Remember the name of your Lord in the morning and evening. During part of the night, bow down to him and praise him through the long night. These people love this quick life and forget a heavy day that is coming. We created them and made their joints strong. When we want, we can place them with others like them. This is a reminder. Whoever wants can take a path to his Lord, but you cannot want something unless God wants it. God knows everything and is wise. He brings into his mercy whoever he wants. For the people who do wrong, he has prepared a painful punishment. Part 5. Defense of the community. Fight in the way of God against those who fight you, but do not go beyond limits. God does not love those who go beyond limits. Kill them wherever you find them and drive them out from where they drove you out. Persecution is worse than killing. Do not fight them at the sacred mosque, unless they fight you there. If they fight you, then kill them. This is the reward for those who reject faith. But if they stop, then God forgives and shows mercy. Fight them until there is no more persecution and religion belongs to God. If they stop, then do not attack except against those who do wrong. The sacred month is for the sacred month, and sacred things have their limits. So whoever attacks you, attack them in the same way they attacked you. Fear God, and know that God is with those who fear him. Spend in the way of God, and do not throw yourselves into danger with your own hands. Do good, for God loves those who do good. Complete the pilgrimage and visit for God. If you are prevented, then send whatever offering you can afford. Do not shave your heads until the offering reaches its place. If any of you is sick or has trouble with his head, then he must pay by fasting or giving charity or making an offering. When you are safe, whoever enjoys the visit along with the pilgrimage must send whatever offering he can afford. If he cannot find an offering, then he should fast 3 days during the pilgrimage and 7 days when he returns. This makes 10 complete days. This is for those whose family is not present at the sacred mosque. Fear God and know that God is severe in punishment. The pilgrimage takes place in well-known months. Whoever decides to perform the pilgrimage in these months should not have relations with women, should not sin, and should not argue during the pilgrimage. Whatever good you do, God knows it. Take provisions for the journey, but the best provision is to fear God. Fear me, you who have understanding. There is no blame on you if you seek bounty from your Lord. When you rush down from the mountain, remember God at the sacred place and remember Him as He guided you, even though before this you were among those who had lost their way. Part 6, Surah Al-Infitar, when the sky breaks apart, and when the stars scatter, and when the seas burst forth, and when the graves are turned upside down, then each person will know what they have sent ahead and what they have left behind. O man, what has deceived you about your generous Lord? He who created you, then made you complete, then made you balanced. In whatever form He wished, He put you together. No, but you deny the day of judgment, but over you are guardians, noble writers who know whatever you do. The righteous will be in gardens of delight. The wicked will be in blazing fire. They will enter it on the day of judgment, and they will not be absent from it. What will make you know what the day of judgment is? Again, what will make you know what the day of judgment is? It is the day when no soul will have power to help another soul, and the command on that day will belong to God alone. The sky will split open on that day, becoming like molten metal. The mountains will move like colored wool floating in the air. No close friend will ask about his friend, though they will see each other clearly. The guilty one will wish he could save himself from the punishment of that day by offering his children, his wife, his brother, his family who sheltered him, and all who are on earth, if only this could save him. But no, it is the blazing fire that strips away the skin from the head. It calls to those who turned their backs and walked away, who gathered wealth and hoarded it. Man was created anxious. When evil touches him, he becomes worried. When good touches him, he becomes stingy. Except those who pray constantly, who give a known portion of their wealth to those who ask and those who are deprived, who believe in the day of judgment, who fear the punishment of their Lord. No one is safe from the punishment of their Lord. Those who guard their private parts except with their wives or what their right hands possess are not to blame. But whoever seeks beyond that, they are the ones who cross the limits. Those who keep their trusts and promises, who stand firm in their testimony, who guard their prayers carefully, these will be honored in gardens of paradise. Part 7. Human Responsibility. The angels who watch over you are noble and honorable. They write down everything you do. They know all your actions, whether good or bad. Indeed, the righteous will be in bliss, and indeed, the wicked will be in hellfire. They will burn in it on the day of judgment, and they will never be absent from it. What will make you know what the day of judgment is? Then, what will make you know what the day of judgment is? It is the day when no soul will have power to help another soul, and the command that day will belong to Allah alone. Woe to those who give less than due when they measure. Those who, when they take a measure from people, take in full. But when they give by measure or by weight to them, they cause loss. Do they not think that they will be raised up for a tremendous day? The day when mankind will stand before the Lord of all the worlds. No, indeed. The record of the wicked is in prison below. And what will make you know what prison below is? It is a written record. Woe that day to those who deny the day of judgment. And none deny it except every sinful transgressor. When our verses are recited to him, he says they are legends of the former peoples. No, indeed, but what they used to earn has rusted their hearts. No, indeed, from their Lord that day they will be blocked. Then, indeed, they will burn in hellfire. Then it will be said to them, this is what you used to deny. No, indeed, the record of the righteous is in the highest place. And what will make you know what the highest place is? It is a written record. Those brought near to Allah witness it. Indeed, the righteous will be in bliss, on couches looking on. You will recognize in their faces the brightness of bliss. They will be given to drink pure wine that is sealed. Its seal is musk. So let those who compete for this. And its mixture is from a spring of the highest place, a spring from which those brought near to Allah drink. Indeed, those who committed crimes used to laugh at those who believed. And when they passed by them, they would wink at each other. And when they returned to their people, they would return jesting. And when they saw them, they would say, "Indeed, these are truly lost." But they were not sent as guardians over them. So today, those who believed are laughing at the disbelievers, on couches looking on. Have the disbelievers been paid back for what they used to do? Part 8. Strength and Morality. When the believers faced hardship and cruelty from those who rejected the truth, Allah commanded them to hold fast to what is right. Even when they were mocked, driven from their homes, and treated with hatred, they were told not to seek revenge, but to maintain their good character. The Lord said to them, "Fight only against those who fight against you, but do not go beyond what is right. Allah does not love those who go too far. When they attack you, you may defend yourselves, but remember that Allah is with those who are mindful of Him. If they stop fighting, then you must stop too, for Allah is forgiving and merciful." Those who believe were taught that even in times of war and struggle, they must not harm innocent people. They were not to cut down trees without need, not to destroy crops, and not to harm those who had done them no wrong. When victory comes, they were told to be just and fair, even to those who had been their enemies. The believers learned that true strength lies not in taking revenge, but in showing mercy when they have the power to harm others. Allah reminded them that He could have destroyed their enemies instantly, but He tests people to see who among them will choose what is right when faced with hardship. When some believers wanted to strike back with the same cruelty they had received, Allah guided them to a higher path. He told them that those who are patient and forgive others show the greatest courage. This does not mean they should not defend themselves, but that their hearts should remain clean from hatred and the desire for unnecessary harm. The message was clear. Even when others treat you badly, do not let their evil make you evil too. Respond to badness with goodness when possible. If you must fight, fight only to protect yourselves and others who cannot protect themselves. Never fight to conquer or to take revenge for past hurts. Allah promised that those who choose this difficult path of holding on to their values, even when others abandon theirs, will be greatly rewarded. Their reward will be better than anything they gave up for the sake of doing what is right. This teaching showed that true victory comes not from defeating enemies, but from remaining true to what Allah has commanded, no matter how others behave. Chapter 12. Chapter 12. Building Community Discipline. Early Medinan Surahs, Surah 83-90. Part 1. Surah Al-Mutaffifin. Woe to those who cheat in measuring and weighing. When they take from others, they demand full measure, but when they give back to others, they give less than what is due. Do these people not think they will be brought back to life? They will face a great day when all people will stand before Allah, the Lord of all worlds. The record of the wicked is kept in a place called Sijin. What will make you understand what Sijin is? It is a written record of all their evil deeds. Woe to those who deny the truth on that day. They deny the day of judgment. Only those who go beyond all limits and commit sins deny this day. When our verses are read to them, they say, "These are just old stories." Their hearts have become covered with rust because of what they used to do. They will be blocked from seeing their Lord on that day. Then they will burn in hellfire. It will be said to them that this is what you used to deny. But the record of the good people is in a high place called Iliyin. What will make you understand what Iliyin is? It is a written record witnessed by those brought near to Allah. The righteous will be in bliss. They will sit on couches, looking around in joy. you will see the brightness of bliss on their faces. They will be given pure wine to drink. The seal of this wine will smell like musk. Let those who want to compete for this. This wine will be mixed with water from Tasnim. This is a spring from which those close to Allah will drink. The sinners used to laugh at those who believed. When the believers passed by them, they would wink at each other in mockery. When they returned to their families, they would return making fun of the believers. When they saw the believers, they would say that these people have gone astray, but no one sent them to watch over the believers or judge them. So today, the believers will laugh at those who rejected faith. The believers will sit on couches, watching the disbelievers face punishment. Have not the disbelievers been paid back for what they used to do? This is how Allah gives justice to all people. Those who cheat others in this life will face punishment. Those who are honest and fair will receive reward. Part 2. Collective Responsibility. Allah commands all believers to work together to create just communities. You are not responsible only for yourself. You must also care about your neighbors and society. When you see dishonest trade, you should speak against it. When you find unfairness, you must try to fix it. The believers form one community. If one person suffers from injustice, the whole community should feel that pain. If one person acts dishonestly in business, it brings shame to all Muslims. Allah watches how you treat each other in the marketplace and in your daily dealings. You must ensure that all people receive fair wages for their work. Do not cheat workers of their payment. Do not sell bad goods while claiming they are good. Do not use false weights and measures. These actions hurt not just one person, but damage trust in the whole community. When you have wealth, remember that some of it belongs to the poor and needy. Allah has given you money as a test. He wants to see if you will share it fairly. The community grows strong when the rich help the poor. The community becomes weak when people only think of themselves. Every Muslim has a duty to stop wrongdoing when they see it. If you can stop it with your hands, do that. If you cannot, then speak out against it with your words. If you cannot speak out, then hate the wrongdoing in your heart. But never stay silent when you see injustice. Build your society on truth and honesty. Let your markets be places where people trust each other. Let your courts give fair judgment to rich and poor alike. Let your leaders serve the people, not serve themselves. This is how you create a community that pleases Allah. Allah will judge communities as well as individuals. A community that allows dishonest trade will face punishment. A community that oppresses the weak will know Allah's anger. But a community that upholds justice and fairness will receive Allah's blessings and protection. Remember that you will answer to Allah not only for your own actions, but also for how you helped build a just society. Did you work to stop corruption? Did you support honest business practices? Did you defend the rights of the weak? These questions matter on the Day of Judgment. Work together as one body. When all Muslims commit to fairness and honesty, the whole community becomes strong and blessed. Part 3. Surah Al-Buruj. Allah tells us by the sky full of stars, and the promised day, and the one who witnesses, and what is witnessed. Those who dug the fire pits are cursed. The fire was fed with fuel, and they sat around it, watching what they did to the believers. They hated the believers only because the believers had faith in Allah, the Mighty One, who deserves all praise. Allah owns the heavens and the earth. Allah sees all things. Those who harm the believing men and women and do not ask for forgiveness will face the punishment of hell and the burning fire. But those who believe and do good works will have gardens where rivers flow beneath them. This is the great success. The punishment of your Lord is severe. He creates and He brings back to life. He forgives and He loves. He is the owner of the glorious throne. He does what He wants to do. Has the story reached you of the armies of Pharaoh and Thamud? Yet those who reject the truth keep denying. Allah surrounds them from all sides. This is a glorious Quran, written on a protected tablet. The people before you who rejected Allah faced his punishment. Pharaoh was powerful in his land, but he oppressed the people. The people of Thamud were strong and carved homes in the rocks, but they turned away from Allah's message. When they refused to listen, Allah sent his punishment upon them. Your Lord poured punishment on them like water. Your Lord watches everything. When your Lord tests a person by giving him honor and blessings, that person says, "My Lord has honored me." But when Allah tests him by limiting his provision, he says, "My Lord has humiliated me." This is not right thinking. You do not honor the orphan. You do not encourage feeding the poor. You eat inheritance greedily, taking what belongs to others. You love wealth with strong love. When the earth is crushed completely, and your Lord comes with the angels in rows, that day, hell will be brought near. On that day, man will remember, but remembering will not help him then. He will say, "I wish I had sent ahead good deeds for my life." On that day, no one will punish like Allah punishes, and no one will bind like Allah binds. But the soul at peace will be told to return to your Lord, pleased and pleasing to him. Enter among my righteous servants, and enter my paradise. Remember these lessons when you face hardship. The believers before you suffered greatly, but remained faithful to Allah. Their patience and trust in Allah brought them victory in the end. Part 4, Surah At-Tariq, by the sky and the night visitor. And what will make you know what the night visitor is? It is the piercing star. There is no soul but that over it is a protector. So let man look at what he was created from. He was created from a fluid gushing forth. It comes out from between the backbone and the ribs. Indeed, Allah is able to return him to life. The day when secrets are examined, man will have no power and no helper. By the sky which returns rain, and by the earth which cracks open. Indeed, the Quran is a decisive statement, and it is not amusement. Indeed, they are planning a plan, but I am planning a plan. So allow the disbelievers respite. Leave them alone for a while. Allah knows every soul and what it earns. He watches over all that people do in secret and in public. Nothing is hidden from his sight. Every thought, every action, every word is known to him. The stars above remind us that Allah sees all things. Just as the bright star pierces through the darkness of night, Allah's knowledge pierces through all hidden matters. No secret can escape his awareness. Each person has a guardian angel assigned by Allah. These angels record every deed, both good and bad. They watch over you during the day and night. They know when you sleep and when you wake. Think about how you were created. You came from a small drop of fluid. This drop traveled through your father's body and joined with your mother. From this tiny beginning, Allah formed you into a complete human being with eyes, ears, hands, and a mind. The same Allah who created you from nothing can surely bring you back to life after death. Do not doubt his power. He who made the heavens and earth can easily recreate you on the day of judgment. The rain falls from the sky and makes the dry earth green with plants. The earth splits open to let crops grow. These are signs of how Allah brings life from death. Your resurrection will be like this. The Quran is not a book of stories for entertainment. It is serious guidance for your life. Those who reject its teachings are making plans against it, but Allah also has His plan. His plan will surely succeed. Be patient with those who deny the truth. Give them time to think and reflect. Perhaps they will come to understand before it is too late. Remember that Allah is watching everything, and His justice will prevail. Part 5. Discipline in Worship, Surah Al-Mutaffifin. Woe to those who give less than what is due. When they buy from others, they demand full measure. When they sell to others, they give less. Do these people not think they will be raised up on a great day? This is the day when all people will stand before Allah, the Lord of all worlds. The record of the wicked is kept in a place called Sijin. It is a written record. Woe to those who deny the truth on that day. They deny the day of judgment. Only those who go beyond proper limits deny this day. Only sinful people who break Allah's laws reject it. When Allah's verses are read to them, they say these are just old stories. This is not true. Their hearts have become stained by the wrong they have done. They will be blocked from seeing their Lord on that day. Then they will be thrown into hellfire. It will be said to them that this is what you used to deny. The record of the righteous is kept in a place called Illiyin. It is a written record. Those who are close to Allah will see this record. The righteous will be in gardens of bliss. They will rest on couches, looking around at the good things Allah has given them. You will see joy shining on their faces. They will be given pure wine to drink. This wine is sealed, and its seal is made of musk. Let those who want to compete for good things compete for this. The wine is mixed with water from Tasneem. This is a spring from which those close to Allah will drink. The wicked people used to laugh at the believers in this world. When believers passed by them, they would wink at each other, making fun. When they went back to their families, they would joke about the believers. When they saw the believers, they would say these people have gone the wrong way. But the believers were not sent to watch over the wicked people. Today, the believers will laugh at those who denied the truth. The believers will sit on couches, watching what happens to those who rejected faith. Have the deniers been paid back for what they used to do? Surah Al-Buruj, by the sky with its great stars, by the promised day of judgment, by the one who sees and those who are seen. Cursed are the makers of the ditch. They lit a fire with fuel. They sat around the fire, watching what they did to the believers. They hated the believers only because the believers had faith in Allah, the Mighty One, the one worthy of all praise. Allah owns the heavens and the earth. Allah sees everything that happens. Those who harm believing men and women and then do not repent will have the punishment of hell. They will have the punishment of burning. Those who believe and do good deeds will have gardens with rivers flowing beneath them. This is the great success. The punishment of your Lord is severe. Allah creates and brings back to life. Allah is forgiving and full of love. Allah is the owner of the glorious throne. Allah does whatever Allah wills to do. Have you heard the stories of the armies of Pharaoh and the people of Thamud? But those who deny the truth keep rejecting it. Allah surrounds them from all sides. This is a glorious Quran written on a preserved tablet. Part 6. Surah Al-Alaq. Glorify the name of your Lord, the Most High. Allah created all things and made them perfect. Allah decided what each thing should be and guided everything on its right path. Allah brings out green grass from the earth. Then Allah makes it dry and dark. We will make you remember the words of Allah. You will not forget anything unless Allah wants you to forget. Allah knows what you show and what you hide. We will make things easy for you, so give good advice if advice will help people. Those who fear Allah will remember the advice, but those who are very bad will stay away from it. These bad people will burn in the great fire. In that fire, they will not die and they will not live. The person who makes himself clean will succeed. The person who remembers the name of Allah and prays will succeed. But you people love the life of this world more. The life after death is better and will last forever. This same teaching was in the books that came before. It was in the books of Abraham and Moses. Allah knows all people. Allah watches over everyone. When people make themselves pure and clean from bad things, they become close to Allah. When they remember Allah's name and pray to Allah, they find success. Many people choose to follow their desires in this world. They forget that the next life is much better. The next life will never end. It is worth more than anything in this world. The wise person cleans his heart from evil thoughts and actions. The wise person says Allah's name often. The wise person prays to Allah with a humble heart. These actions bring true happiness and peace. This message is not new. The same truth was given to the prophets who came before. Abraham received this guidance. Moses received this guidance. All the messengers taught people to worship Allah alone and to live good lives. Allah sees everything that people do. Nothing is hidden from Allah. People should remember this always. They should try to please Allah in all their actions. They should avoid bad deeds and do good deeds. The person who follows this guidance will be happy in this life and in the next life. The person who ignores this guidance will face problems and punishment. Allah is fair and just. Allah rewards good people and punishes bad people. This is the way Allah has always dealt with people. This is how it will always be. Smart people learn from this and change their ways. They work to make themselves better. They serve Allah with sincere hearts. Part 7. Surah Al-Ghashiyah. Have you heard about the day that will cover everything? On that day, some faces will look down with shame. They will be tired and worn out. They will burn in a blazing fire. They will be given boiling water to drink. They will have no food except thorny plants that give no strength and do not stop hunger. On that same day, other faces will be happy and pleased. They will be satisfied with their good deeds. They will be in a high garden where they hear no bad talk. In that garden, there will be flowing springs. There will be raised couches to rest on. There will be cups placed ready for them. There will be soft pillows lined up in rows. There will be fine carpets spread out everywhere. Do people not look at the camels and think about how they were created? Do they not look up at the sky and see how it was raised so high? Do they not look at the mountains and see how they were set firmly in place? Do they not look at the earth and see how it was spread out flat? So remind people of these truths. You are only here to remind them. You are not placed over them to force them. But whoever turns away and refuses to believe will face the greatest punishment from Allah. All people will return to Allah in the end. Then Allah will judge them and decide what happens to them. This day of judgment will surely come. On that day, Allah will separate the people who believed and did good deeds from the people who rejected the truth and did bad deeds. The believers will find peace and joy. The disbelievers will find pain and regret. This is the promise Allah has made. Allah always keeps His promises. People should think carefully about their choices in this life. They should remember that this life will end and another life will begin. In that next life, Allah will reward each person based on what they did in this world. Good actions will bring good results. Bad actions will bring bad results. The signs of Allah are everywhere for people to see. The creation around them shows Allah's power and wisdom. Those who pay attention to these signs and believe in Allah will be blessed. Those who ignore these signs and reject Allah will face punishment. Part 8. Surah Al-Fajr and Al-Balad. By the dawn when it breaks through the night, by the 10 sacred nights, by what is even and what is odd, by the night when it passes away. In this there is an oath for those who understand. Have you not seen what your Lord did to the people of Ad? They were the people of Iram, who had tall pillars. No one like them was created in the lands. And the people of Thamud, who cut rocks in the valley. And Pharaoh, who had many stakes. All these people went beyond the right path in their lands. They spread much evil everywhere. So your Lord poured on them different kinds of punishment. Your Lord is always watching. When Allah tests a person by giving him honor and good things, that person says, "My Lord has honored me." But when Allah tests him by limiting his daily bread, he says, "My Lord has brought me down." No, this is not right. You do not honor the orphan child. You do not encourage feeding the poor person. You eat the inheritance of others completely. You love wealth with strong love. No, when the earth is crushed completely, and your Lord comes with the angels in rows upon rows, and hell is brought near that day. On that day man will remember. But what good will remembering do him then? He will say, "I wish I had sent ahead good deeds for my life." On that day no one will punish as Allah punishes. No one will bind as Allah binds. But you, the peaceful soul, return to your Lord pleased and pleasing to Him. Enter among my good servants. Enter my paradise. I swear by this city, and you are free in this city, and by the Father and what He gave birth to. We have created man in hardship. Does he think that no one has power over him? He says, I have spent much wealth. Does he think that no one sees him? Have we not made for him 2 eyes, and a tongue, and 2 lips, and shown him the 2 clear paths? But he has not attempted the difficult path. And what will make you know what the difficult path is? It is freeing a slave, or feeding on a day of hunger an orphan who is related, or a poor person in need. Then being among those who believe and advise each other to be patient and advise each other to be kind. These are the people of the right hand, but those who reject our signs, they are the people of the left hand. Over them is fire closed in. Chapter 13. Chapter 13. Laws and Morality. Later Medinan Surahs, Surah 91 to 95. Part 1. Surah Ash-Shams. By the sun and its bright light, by the moon when it follows the sun, by the day when it shows the sun clearly, by the night when it covers the sun, by the sky and how it was built, by the earth and how it was spread out, by the soul and how it was shaped perfectly. Allah gave the soul the knowledge of what is right and what is wrong. The person who makes their soul pure will succeed. The person who lets their soul become corrupt will fail. The people of Thamud rejected the truth because they went too far in wrongdoing. The worst among them was chosen to kill the she-camel. But Allah's messenger warned them. He said to them, "This is Allah's she-camel. Let her drink water." But they called the messenger a liar. They killed the she-camel. So their Lord destroyed them completely because of their sin. Allah made the punishment equal for all of them. Allah does not fear the results of his punishment. This shows us that every person has a soul that can choose between good and evil. Allah has made both paths clear to us. We know what is right and we know what is wrong. This knowledge comes from Allah himself. The person who works to keep their soul clean and pure will find success with Allah. They fight against bad desires. They choose to do good things. They stay away from sins. They remember Allah often. These people will be rewarded. But the person who lets their soul become dirty with sins will be lost. They follow their bad desires. They do wrong things. They forget Allah. They hurt other people. These people will face punishment. The story of Thamud teaches us about Allah's justice. These people had a messenger who warned them. They had clear signs from Allah. But they chose to reject the truth. They chose to do evil things. So Allah punished them all equally. This shows that Allah is just in his punishment. When people choose evil after knowing the truth, they must face the results. Allah does not fear to give punishment to those who deserve it. Every soul must choose its path. Allah has given us the ability to know right from wrong. We are responsible for our choices. If we choose purity and goodness, we will succeed. If we choose corruption and evil, we will fail. This is Allah's law for all people. Those who purify their souls will find happiness in this life and the next. Those who corrupt their souls will face sadness and punishment. The choice belongs to each person. Part 2. Surah Al-Layl. By the night when it covers all things, by the day when it appears bright and clear, by him who made the male and the female. Your efforts and your work lead to different paths. For the person who gives to others and fears Allah and believes in what is good and right, we will make his path easy toward happiness. But for the person who is greedy and thinks he needs nothing and calls the truth a lie, we will make his path easy toward hardship. His wealth will not help him when he falls into the fire. It is our duty to show the right path. To us belongs this life and the life that comes after death. I warn you about a fire that burns with great heat. Only the most wicked person will burn in it. This is the one who called the truth a lie and turned away from it. The righteous person who fears Allah will be kept away from this fire. This righteous person gives his wealth to make himself pure. He does not give because someone helped him and he must pay them back. He gives only to seek the face of his Lord, the Most High, and surely he will be pleased with what he receives. The person who gives freely and remembers Allah will find the easy path to goodness. The person who keeps everything for himself and forgets Allah will find the hard path to suffering. When such a person dies, his money cannot save him from punishment. Allah guides those who want to be guided. Allah owns everything in this world and the world to come. The fire waits for those who choose evil over good. Those who choose good over evil will stay far from the fire. The good person gives his money to help others and to please Allah. He does not expect anything back from people. He wants only to see Allah and make Allah happy with him. Allah will surely make him happy in return. This is the difference between two types of people. One type gives and fears Allah and believes in good things. The other type keeps everything and thinks he does not need Allah and does not believe in good things. The first type will have an easy and happy life. The second type will have a difficult and sad life. Your money cannot help you when you face Allah's judgment. Only your good deeds and your faith can help you then. Part 3. Surah Ad-Duha. Surah Ad-Duha. By the morning light and by the night when it grows still, your Lord has not left you, nor does he hate you. The life that comes after this one will be better for you than this life. Your Lord will give you so much that you will be pleased. Did he not find you as a child with no parents and give you shelter? Did he not find you lost and guide you to the right path? Did he not find you poor and make you rich with what you needed? So do not treat the orphan badly. Do not push away the person who asks for help. Talk about the good things your Lord has given you. Allah speaks these words to comfort his Prophet Muhammad when he felt sad and worried. The Prophet thought maybe Allah was angry with him because no messages came to him for some time. But Allah tells him this is not true. Allah reminds the Prophet of all the care he has shown him since he was small. The Prophet lost his father before he was born. His mother died when he was very young. But Allah made sure good people took care of him. Allah guided him to know what is right and wrong. Allah gave him enough to live on, even though he started with nothing. Now Allah tells the Prophet what he must do because of all this care. He must be kind to children who have no parents. He must help people who come to him asking for what they need. He must not turn them away or be harsh with them. He must remember all the good things Allah has done for him and tell others about them. This message is not just for the Prophet. It is for all people who believe in Allah. When we feel alone or sad, we should remember that Allah has not forgotten us. He takes care of us even when we cannot see how. The hard times we face now will not last forever. Better times will come. We should look back at our lives and see all the ways Allah has helped us. Maybe we had food when we were hungry. Maybe someone helped us when we needed help. Maybe we learned something important when we were confused. These are all gifts from Allah. When we remember these gifts, we should help others the way Allah helped us. We should be kind to people who have less than us. We should not ignore people who ask for help. We should share the good things we have. This is how we thank Allah for his care. Allah promises that those who remember his gifts and help others will find peace and happiness. This is Allah's way of showing his love for all people. Part 4. Surah Al-Inshirah. Have we not opened your heart? We have removed from you the heavy load that was weighing down your back. We have raised your name to high places. So remember this truth. With every hardship comes relief. Yes, with every hardship comes relief. When you finish your duties, work hard in prayer. Turn to your Lord with hope. This message came to Muhammad when he felt tired and worried. He had been working hard to teach people about Allah. Sometimes people did not listen. Sometimes they were mean to him. This made his heart heavy. Allah spoke to him with gentle words. Allah told him that his heart was now open to receive guidance. The heavy feelings that troubled him were taken away. Allah made his name respected everywhere. Then Allah gave him the most important promise. When things are hard, relief will come. This is not just sometimes true. This is always true. Allah said it twice to make sure Muhammad understood. When we face problems, we should remember this promise. When we feel sad or scared, relief is coming. When we do not have enough food or money, help is on the way. When people are unkind to us, better days will come. This does not mean problems will disappear quickly. Sometimes we must wait. Sometimes we must work while we wait. But Allah promises that the hard time will end. After Muhammad heard this message, he felt peace in his heart. He knew that Allah was taking care of him. He kept teaching people about Allah. He kept helping those who needed help. We can learn from this too. When we finish our work each day, we should pray. Prayer connects us to Allah. It reminds us that Allah is watching over us. It gives us strength for tomorrow. We should also turn to Allah with hope. Hope means believing that good things will come. Hope means trusting Allah even when things look bad. Hope keeps our hearts strong. Many people have found comfort in these words. Parents tell their children this promise when they are afraid. Friends remind each other of this truth when life gets hard. Communities share this hope when they face troubles together. The promise is simple but powerful. With hardship comes ease. This is Allah's way of caring for all people. Part 5. Surah At-Tin. By the fig and the olive, by Mount Sinai, and by this secure city of Mecca. We created humans in the best form. We made them perfect and noble. We gave them minds to think and hearts to feel. We made them better than all other creatures on earth. But then we brought them down to the lowest of the low. This happens when people turn away from faith. When they reject what is right and true, they fall from their high place. They become worse than animals. They lose their honor and their way. But those who believe and do good works are different. They will have a reward that never ends. Their good deeds will be remembered. Allah will bless them always. They stay in the high place where we put all humans at first. So what makes you say that the day of judgment is not real? What makes you doubt that people will answer for their actions? You have seen how we lift people up and bring them down in this life. You have seen the difference between good people and bad people. Is Allah not the wisest of all judges? He knows everything about what people do. He sees their hearts and their actions. He is fair in all his decisions. No one can judge better than Allah. No one knows better what is right and wrong. This teaches us important things about being human. We start life with great dignity. Allah made us special and gave us many gifts. We can choose between right and wrong. We can think and learn and grow. This makes us responsible for our choices. When people choose faith and good works, they keep their high place. They remember Allah and help others. They are honest and kind. They take care of their families and communities. These people will be rewarded. When people choose to reject faith, they fall down low. They forget Allah and hurt others. They are selfish and cruel. They care only about themselves. These people lose their way and their dignity. The day of judgment will show the truth about everyone. Those who lived well will be blessed. Those who lived badly will face justice. Allah sees everything and forgets nothing. He will judge each person fairly. This reminds us to choose carefully every day. We can stay high through faith and good deeds. We can fall low through rejection and bad actions. The choice is ours, but the result belongs to Allah. Part 6. Moral Standards. Allah speaks clearly about how people should live together. He sets rules that make society good and peaceful. These rules are not hard to understand. They come from His wisdom and love for all people. Compassion must guide every heart. When you see someone in pain, help them. When someone is hungry, feed them. When someone is alone, be their friend. Allah watches how you treat others. He sees when you are kind and when you are cruel. The person who shows mercy will receive mercy. The person who turns away from suffering will face judgment. Honesty must be in every word and action. Speak the truth even when it hurts you. Keep your promises even when it costs you. Do not lie to get what you want. Do not cheat in business or trade. Allah hates those who deceive others. He loves those who are truthful. When you are honest, you build trust. When you lie, you destroy peace. Be humble before Allah and before other people. Do not think you are better than others. Do not look down on the poor or weak. Do not boast about your wealth or power. Remember that Allah gave you everything you have. He can take it away anytime He wants. The proud person forgets Allah. The humble person remembers Him always. These three things, compassion, honesty, and humility, hold society together. When people follow these rules, families are strong, communities help each other, nations live in peace. When people ignore these rules, everything falls apart. Families fight, communities break, nations go to war. Allah did not make these rules to make life hard. He made them to make life good. A society built on mercy, truth, and humbleness is blessed. People feel safe. Children grow up well. The old are cared for. The sick are healed. Justice flows like water. But a society that rejects these standards faces disaster. People become selfish and mean. They hurt each other for small gains. They forget that Allah is watching. They think they can hide their evil deeds. On the day of judgment, all hidden things will be shown. Every lie will be exposed. Every act of cruelty will be punished. Choose the path that Allah has made clear. Show compassion to all creation. Speak honestly in all your dealings. Walk humbly on the earth. This is the way to earn Allah's pleasure. This is the way to build a good life. This is the foundation upon which all righteous communities must stand. Part 7. Family and Social Conduct. Be kind to the orphan child. Do not push them away with harsh words or cruel actions. The orphan has no father to protect them. The orphan has no mother to comfort them. When you see them asking for help, give what you can. When they are hungry, share your food. When they are cold, offer them warmth. When they cry, speak gentle words to calm their heart. Allah watches how you treat those who have nothing. The orphan is a test from your Lord. Will you show mercy or will you turn away? Those who harm orphans will face severe punishment. Those who care for orphans will receive great reward. Remember that all wealth belongs to Allah. He gives it to some and takes it from others. Today you may be rich. Tomorrow you may have nothing. Today the orphan needs your help. Tomorrow you may need help from others. This is how Allah teaches wisdom to mankind. Be fair to the weak and poor. Do not cheat them in trade. Do not take advantage of their need. Pay workers their wages on time. Give full measure when you sell. Take only what you deserve when you buy. The strong must protect the weak. The rich must help the poor. This creates peace in the community. Show gratitude to Allah for every blessing. Thank Him for your food and water. Thank Him for your shelter and clothes. Thank Him for your health and strength. Thank Him for your family and friends. Those who remember Allah's gifts become humble. Those who forget become proud and cruel. Work together to build a good society. Help your neighbors when they struggle. Visit the sick to comfort them. Feed the hungry from your own table. Clothe the naked with your spare garments. Protect the innocent from harm. Stand up for justice even when it costs you. When people quarrel, make peace between them. When someone does wrong, guide them back to the right path. Forgive those who hurt you if they ask for forgiveness. This brings families together. This makes communities strong. Do not break the bonds that hold people together. Respect your parents even when they are old. Care for your children with patience. Be faithful to your spouse. Keep your promises to friends. Honor the agreements you make. Pay back what you borrow. Tell the truth in all your speech. This is the way Allah wants His servants to live. This is the path that leads to success in this life and the next life. Those who follow these teachings will find happiness. Those who reject them will find only trouble and regret. Part 8. Foundation of Law. Allah has given clear commands that must be followed by all believers. These commands are not just good advice, they are the law that governs how people should live. Every action you take has meaning in the eyes of Allah. Every choice you make will be judged. When you pray, do it at the right times. Do not delay your prayers for worldly work. When you give charity, give it willingly from what you earn. Do not give only the things you do not want. When you fast, fast with your whole heart. Do not just avoid food while your mind thinks evil thoughts. In business, be honest about what you sell. Do not cheat people with false weights or measures. When someone owes you money, be patient if they are poor. It is better to forgive a debt than to cause hardship. When you make contracts, write them down clearly. Have witnesses who can speak the truth if problems arise. If someone hurts you, you may seek equal justice. But forgiveness is better than revenge. Allah loves those who forgive others. If someone steals, there must be punishment. But if they repent and make things right, Allah may forgive them. Justice must be fair for rich and poor alike. Marriage brings duties to both husband and wife. The husband must provide for his family with what Allah has given him. The wife should be faithful and care for the home. Both must treat each other with kindness. Divorce is allowed, but it should be the last choice after trying to fix problems. Parents have rights that children must respect. Children have rights that parents must protect. The community has duties to help orphans and widows. The rich must share with the poor through required charity. No one should live in luxury while others have nothing. These are not just personal choices. They are obligations that Allah has placed on every Muslim. A person who ignores these duties sins against Allah and harms the community. A person who follows these laws helps build a society that pleases Allah. The believer understands that faith and action must work together. You cannot claim to believe in Allah while breaking His laws. You cannot say you love the Prophet while ignoring his teachings. True faith shows itself through right behavior in all parts of life. This is how Allah wants His people to live. This is the foundation upon which a righteous community is built. Those who accept these responsibilities will be rewarded. Those who reject them will face judgment for their choices. Chapter 14. Chapter 14. Family and Social Guidelines, later Medinan Surahs, Surah 96 to 100. Part 1. Surah Al-Alaq. Read in the name of your Lord who created all things. He created man from a clot of blood. Read, and your Lord is most generous. He taught by the pen. He taught man what he did not know. But man goes beyond all limits. He sees himself as independent and thinks he has no need. To your Lord is the return of all. Have you seen the one who stops a servant when he prays? Tell me if this servant is on right guidance or commands what is right. Tell me if the one who stops him calls the truth a lie and turns away. Does he not know that Allah sees all? No, if he does not stop, we will drag him by the front of his head, a lying, sinful front of his head. Let him call his helpers. We will call the guards of hell. No, do not obey him. Bow down and come closer to Allah. These words came first to the Prophet as he prayed alone in the cave. The angel came with light and commanded him to read. The Prophet said he could not read. The angel held him tight and said again to read. Again the Prophet said he could not read. The angel held him tight once more and spoke the first words of revelation. This message tells all people that knowledge comes from Allah alone. He created everything from simple beginnings. Man came from a small clot, yet Allah gave him the gift of learning. The pen became the tool of wisdom. Through writing, knowledge passes from one person to another across all time. But people forget their place. When they gain wealth or power, they think they need nothing else. They forget Allah who gave them everything. They act as if they will never return to Him for judgment. Some try to stop others from worship. They mock prayer and turn people away from remembrance of Allah. They think Allah does not see their actions, but Allah watches all things. Nothing stays hidden from Him. Those who prevent worship should know their place. When the final day comes, they will face punishment for leading others away from truth. They may call their friends for help, but only the angels of punishment will answer. The message ends with guidance for the faithful. Do not listen to those who mock your faith. Instead, bow down in prayer and draw closer to Allah. In worship, the believer finds true strength and guidance. This revelation changed the world. It began with a simple command to read and learn. Knowledge and faith joined together as the foundation for a just society. Part 2. Surah Al-Qadr. Surah Al-Qadr. We sent down this Quran during the Night of Power. Do you know what the Night of Power is? The Night of Power is better than 1,000 months. During this blessed night, angels come down to earth with the Holy Spirit by permission of their Lord. They carry out every command that Allah has given for that year. Peace fills the earth from sunset until dawn breaks. This one night holds more blessing than 83 years and 4 months of regular time. When Allah chose to send down His final message to humanity, He picked the most sacred time possible. The Night of Power comes during the last 10 nights of Ramadan, though its exact date remains hidden. On this night, Allah decides what will happen in the coming year. He writes down who will live and who will die. He decides who will have wealth and who will face hardship. He determines which children will be born and which crops will grow. Every matter for the next 12 months gets decided during these holy hours. The angels that normally stay in heaven come down to earth in great numbers. They fill every space between the sky and ground. Gabriel, the greatest of all angels, leads them as they descend with Allah's blessings. These heavenly beings bring mercy and forgiveness to those who worship during this time. People who stay awake praying and reading the Quran during the Night of Power receive forgiveness for all their past sins. Their good deeds get multiplied many times over. A single prayer said on this night carries more weight than thousands of prayers said on ordinary nights. The peace that comes during this night is not like any earthly peace. It touches the hearts of believers and fills them with calm. Even the wind blows gently, and the air feels different. Creation itself recognizes the holiness of these hours. Allah chose this special time to begin sending down the Quran because He wanted people to understand how precious His words are. The same night that brings such great blessing to those who seek Allah also brought the start of the final guidance for all humanity. Those who recognize the value of this night and spend it in worship will find their lives changed. They will taste the sweetness of faith and feel Allah's mercy in their hearts. This night reminds believers that Allah's blessings far exceed what human minds can imagine. Part 3. Surah Al-Bayyinah. Surah Al-Bayyinah. Those who did not believe from among the people of the book and those who worshipped idols remained in doubt until clear proof came to them. A messenger from Allah came reciting pure pages containing straight teachings. This was the clear evidence they had been waiting for. The people of the book did not split into groups until after this clear proof reached them. Yet they had been commanded only to worship Allah alone, keeping their faith pure for Him, to pray regularly and to give charity. This is the right religion. Those who reject faith from among the people of the book and the idol worshippers will remain in the fire of hell forever. These are the worst of all creatures. But those who believe and do good deeds are the best of all creatures. Their reward with their Lord will be gardens where rivers flow beneath the trees. They will live there forever. Allah is pleased with them, and they are pleased with Him. This reward belongs to whoever fears his Lord. The messenger came with writings that made everything clear. Before he came, people argued about many things. Some followed earlier books, but understood them in different ways. Others made up their own gods to worship. They could not agree on what was true and what was false. When the clear proof arrived, there was no more excuse for confusion. The messenger brought the same message that earlier prophets had taught. He reminded people of truths they already knew in their hearts, but had forgotten or ignored. Some people accepted this clear guidance right away. Their hearts recognized the truth because Allah had prepared them to receive it. They became the best examples for others to follow. Their faith was pure, and their actions matched their beliefs. Others turned away, even after seeing clear signs. They chose to follow their own desires instead of divine guidance. They preferred the old ways that felt comfortable, rather than accepting new truth. These people brought punishment upon themselves by their own choice. The clear proof separated people into two groups. One group found peace and success by following the straight path. The other group found only loss and regret by rejecting what their Lord had sent. Each person's choice determined their final destination. This separation was necessary so that truth could be distinguished from falsehood. The messenger's mission was to make everything plain so that no one could claim they did not understand what Allah wanted from them. Part 4. Surah Az-Zalzalah. When the earth shakes with its final earthquake, when the ground trembles with its last great shaking, the earth will throw out all its burdens. It will bring forth everything that was hidden inside it. All the dead bodies and treasures buried deep will come out. On that day, people will cry out in wonder and fear. They will ask, what is happening to the earth? The ground beneath their feet will tell its story. It will speak about everything that happened on it. Every step taken, every deed done, every word spoken on its surface will be revealed. Allah will command the earth to give its news. The ground will testify about all the actions of people. Nothing will remain hidden. Every secret will come into the light. The earth will bear witness to what people did when they thought no one was watching. On that great day, people will come forward in different groups. They will be separated according to their deeds. Each person will see clearly what they sent ahead for themselves. The righteous will be grouped together, and the wrongdoers will stand apart. Every person will be shown their record. Those who did good will see their rewards. Those who did evil will face their punishment. Each group will receive exactly what they earned during their life on earth. The smallest deed will matter on that day. Anyone who did even the tiniest good deed will see it and receive reward for it. Anyone who did even the smallest wrong will see it and face its consequence. Nothing will be forgotten or overlooked. A person who gave a drink of water to someone thirsty will find it recorded. Someone who removed a thorn from a path will see that small kindness. A person who spoke one harsh word will find it written down. Someone who cheated with even a grain's weight will answer for it. This truth should make people think carefully about their choices. Every moment matters. Every action counts. Every intention has weight. People should not think that small good deeds are worthless or that small bad deeds do not matter. The earth keeps track of everything. It watches and remembers. On the final day, it will reveal all its secrets. This knowledge should guide people to do good constantly and avoid wrong in all forms, no matter how small they might seem. Part 5. Surah Al-Adiyat. By the horses that run fast and breathe hard. By the horses that strike sparks with their hooves on the rocks. By the horses that charge in the morning raids. By the horses that stir up clouds of dust as they run. By the horses that rush into the middle of enemy groups. Truly, man is ungrateful to his Lord. Man himself is a witness to this truth. Man loves wealth with fierce love. Does man not know what will happen when what is in the graves is brought out? Does man not know what will happen when what is hidden in hearts is made known? On that day, their Lord will know all about them. These war horses show us something important about people. The horses are strong and brave. They run fast into battle without fear. They breathe hard as they work. Their hooves make sparks on the stones. They kick up dust as they charge forward. They go straight into danger to help their riders. But people are different from these faithful horses. People forget their Lord who gave them everything. People do not thank God for all the good things they have received. Instead, people love money and possessions more than anything else. They want more and more wealth. This love for material things makes them forget about God. People are witnesses against themselves. They know in their hearts that they are not grateful enough. They know they should remember God more often. They know they should thank God for their health, their families, their food, and all their blessings. But they get so busy chasing after worldly things that they forget the one who gave them life. The love of wealth becomes like a sickness in people's hearts. They think only about getting more money, more land, more possessions. They forget that everything belongs to God. They forget that they will die one day and leave everything behind. But there will come a day when all the dead will come out of their graves. On that day, all the secrets hidden in people's hearts will be revealed. Nothing will stay hidden. God will know about every thought, every feeling, every intention that people kept secret during their lives on earth. On that great day, people will understand how ungrateful they were. They will see clearly how much they loved wealth instead of loving their Creator. They will wish they had been more like those faithful war horses, loyal, brave, and ready to serve. But it will be too late to change what they did in their earthly lives. This is why people should think now about their hearts and their priorities before that day comes. Part 6. Warnings for negligence. God has blessed people with countless gifts in this world. He has given them eyes to see, ears to hear, and minds to think. He has provided them with food, water, shelter, and family. He has created the earth with all its riches for their benefit. The sun rises each day to give them light and warmth. The rain falls to make plants grow and provide fresh water. All these are clear signs of God's mercy and kindness. Yet many people walk through their lives without paying attention to these blessings. They take everything for granted. They think their wealth and success come only from their own hard work. They forget that God is the one who gives them strength, health, and opportunities. When good things happen to them, they do not thank their Creator. When they face small problems, they complain and become angry. These people see the mountains, the seas, and the changing seasons. They witness the birth of children and the growth of plants from tiny seeds. They observe how their own bodies heal when they get hurt. All of these are signs that point to the power and wisdom of their Creator. But they choose to ignore these signs. Their hearts become hard, and their minds become closed to the truth. God warns such people that their negligence will have serious consequences. On the day of judgment, they will stand before their Creator and be asked about every blessing they received. They will have to explain why they were ungrateful. They will realize that all the signs were there, but they chose not to see them. They will understand that God gave them everything they needed to recognize Him and worship Him properly. The punishment for such negligence will be severe. Those who ignored the signs despite receiving countless blessings will face great regret. They will wish they could return to their earthly life to correct their mistakes. They will see clearly how foolish they were to focus only on temporary pleasures while ignoring their eternal destiny. But there will be no second chances on that day. God's mercy is vast, but His justice is also perfect. He gives people many opportunities during their lives to recognize His signs and turn to Him. He sends messengers, reveals books, and shows His power through natural events. Those who persistently refuse to acknowledge these signs choose their own fate. They cannot blame anyone else for their negligence when they face the consequences of their choices. Part 7. Family Obligations. Family obligations. God has placed great importance on how people treat their families. He commands that children honor their parents and care for them with kindness. When parents grow old and become weak, their children must speak to them gently and never say harsh words. They should lower their voice in respect and pray for their parents' well-being. Parents have duties too. They must provide for their children and teach them right from wrong. They should not harm their daughters simply for being born female, as God creates both boys and girls according to His wisdom. Every child is a trust from God, and parents will answer for how they raise them. Husbands and wives must treat each other with fairness and compassion. The husband should provide for his family's needs and protect them from harm. The wife should manage the household with wisdom and be a source of peace for her family. If problems arise between spouses, they should seek help from wise family members to solve their differences peacefully. God forbids breaking family ties. Those who cut themselves off from their relatives displease Him greatly. Even when family members cause difficulties, believers should try to maintain good relations. They should visit the sick, help those in need, and share their blessings with poorer relatives. Children must never raise their hands against their parents or speak rudely to them. Even if parents make mistakes, their children should respond with patience and forgiveness. God promises great rewards for those who are kind to their parents, especially when they are old and helpless. The community also has family-like obligations. Neighbors have rights over each other. The wealthy must help the poor, and the strong must protect the weak. When someone dies, the community should care for their children and widow if they have no other support. God watches how people fulfill these family duties. Those who neglect their responsibilities toward their parents, spouse, children, or relatives will face His displeasure. But those who maintain strong family bonds and treat their relatives with kindness will receive abundant blessings in this life and the next. These family obligations create a strong society where everyone looks after each other. When families are healthy and caring, the whole community becomes stronger and more righteous. Part 8. Strengthening community identity. When families fulfill their duties properly, the whole community grows in strength and faith. God teaches that a righteous community must watch over itself and hold each member responsible for their actions. The believers should remind one another of their duties and correct those who go astray from the right path. The community must establish justice among its people. When disputes arise between families or individuals, the believers should act as fair judges and settle matters according to God's guidance. They should not favor the rich over the poor or show preference to their own relatives when truth demands otherwise. Justice must be equal for all people, regardless of their status or wealth. Those who have knowledge of God's teachings carry special responsibility to share this knowledge with others. They must teach the ignorant and guide those who have lost their way. The learned ones should be patient with those who struggle to understand and should never look down upon them with pride. The community should establish regular gatherings where people come together to remember God and strengthen their bonds with one another. In these gatherings, they should recite God's words, discuss matters that concern their daily lives, and help solve problems that affect their neighbors and families. When someone in the community falls into sin or wrongdoing, the other believers should not abandon them. Instead, they should offer gentle correction and help them return to the right path. But if someone continues in their wrong ways and refuses to listen to good advice, then the community may need to distance itself from such a person to protect others from corruption. The community must prepare its young people for adult responsibilities by teaching them proper conduct, respect for elders, and knowledge of their religious duties. Children should learn to be truthful, generous, and helpful to others. They should understand that their actions affect not only themselves, but their entire community. God commands that the community should be ready to take on greater responsibilities in making rules and laws that govern their society. But before they can do this properly, they must first prove themselves capable of managing their own families and personal affairs. Those who cannot control their own desires and impulses cannot be trusted to guide others or make important decisions for the community. The believers should support one another in times of difficulty and celebrate together in times of joy. They should share their resources with those in need and never let anyone in their community suffer from hunger or lack of basic necessities while others have abundance. Chapter 15. Chapter 15. Legal and Ethical Directives. Later Medinan Surahs. Surah 101 to 105. Part 1. Surah Al-Qari. What is the Qari? What will make you know what the Qari is? It is the day when people will be like scattered moths. It is the day when mountains will be like colored wool that has been carded and spread out. On that day, the one whose good deeds weigh heavy in the scale will live a pleasant life. But the one whose good deeds weigh light in the scale will have his home in the deep pit. What will make you know what that deep pit is? It is a blazing fire. This is the day of great noise and clash. It is the day when all creation will be shaken. The earth will shake with its greatest shaking. All that is hidden will be brought out into the open. On this day, people will come forward in scattered groups to see their deeds. Whoever does good, equal to the weight of a tiny ant, will see it. Whoever does evil, equal to the weight of a tiny ant, will see it. Nothing will be forgotten. Every small act of kindness will be remembered. Every small wrong will be shown. The scale of justice will be set up with perfect fairness. Those who spent their lives doing good works, helping others, speaking truth, and worshiping their Lord with sincere hearts will find their scale heavy with good deeds. They will be given joy and peace that lasts forever. But those who lived only for themselves, who cheated others, who were cruel and unkind, who rejected truth and turned away from what is right, will find their scale light. They will face the consequences of their choices. The fire will be their dwelling place. It burns with intense heat. There is no escape from it for those who earned it through their own actions. This day cannot be avoided. It will surely come. Every soul will stand before their Creator and see clearly what they did in their earthly life. The record will be complete and fair. The time for excuses will be over. The time for changing will be finished. Only the weight of deeds will matter. Only justice will remain. This is the day when the true value of every life will be measured. The final accounting will be done with perfect wisdom and complete fairness. Part 2. Surah At-Takathur. Surah At-Takathur. The endless desire for more and more keeps you busy. You compete with each other to have more wealth, more things, more status. This competition never ends. It fills your hearts and minds until you visit the graves. You spend your whole lives trying to gather more than others have, but you will soon know the truth. Again, you will surely know the truth. If only you knew with certain knowledge what awaits you. You will definitely see the blazing fire of hell. Then you will see it with the eye of certainty. There will be no doubt left in your hearts about what you see. On that day, you will be asked about the good things you enjoyed in life. Every blessing will be counted. Every gift will be remembered. You will have to answer for how you used what was given to you. The race to collect more wealth and possessions makes people forget their real purpose. They spend their days and nights thinking only about getting ahead of others. They count their money, their houses, their lands. They boast about having more than their neighbors and friends. This competition follows them everywhere, in their work, in their families, in their communities. They cannot rest because someone else might get ahead of them. They cannot be satisfied because there is always more to want. But this endless chase continues until death comes. Only when they are lowered into their graves does the competition finally stop. Only then do they realize that all their counting and gathering meant nothing. The warning comes clearly. You will know the truth about your choices. The certainty will come whether you are ready or not. The fire that burns is real. It waits for those who made wealth their god and competition their worship. Every comfort you enjoyed will be examined. Every meal that filled your stomach. Every soft bed where you slept. Every moment of pleasure and ease. You will be asked how you earned these things and what you did to help others who had less. The message is clear and simple. Stop the endless race for more. Remember that death is coming. Remember that after death comes judgment. Use your time and wealth wisely while you still can. Part 3. Surah Al-Asr. By time indeed humanity is in loss, except for those who believe and do righteous deeds and advise each other to truth and advise each other to patience. This short message carries great weight. Allah swears by time itself to show how serious this teaching is. Time moves forward without stopping. Every moment that passes takes you closer to your end. In this constant flow of time, most people are losing. What does it mean to be in loss? It means your life is going in the wrong direction. It means you are wasting the precious gift of time that Allah gave you. Most people spend their days without thinking about why they exist or what will happen after they die. But Allah shows mercy by telling us exactly who will not be in loss. These are the people who do 4 things together. They cannot pick and choose. All 4 must be present in their lives. First, they must believe. This means having true faith in Allah, His messengers, His books, and the Day of Judgment. Faith is not just words you say. It must live in your heart and change how you think and act. Second, they must do good deeds. Faith without action is empty. These people pray, give charity, help the poor, speak kindly, and avoid sin. Their hands, tongues, and hearts are busy with righteousness. Third, they advise each other to follow truth. They do not keep knowledge to themselves. When they see someone making mistakes, they speak with kindness and wisdom. They share what Allah has taught them. They remind others about what is right and what is wrong. Fourth, they advise each other to have patience. Life brings many tests and difficulties. These believers encourage each other to stay strong. They remind each other that Allah's help comes to those who endure hardship with faith. They do not give up when times are hard. Notice that the last 2 actions happen between people. Your faith is not complete if you only care about yourself. You must care about your community. You must want others to succeed in this life and the next life. This surah teaches that time is running out for everyone. Each day that passes without faith, good deeds, sharing truth, and practicing patience is a day lost forever. The clock keeps ticking. Your chance to change your life gets smaller with each breath. The people who will not be in loss understand that life is short and death is certain. They use their time wisely. They prepare for what comes after this world ends. Part 4, Surah Al-Humazah. Woe to every person who speaks badly about others behind their back and mocks people to their faces. These people think they are better than everyone else. They collect money and count it again and again. They believe their wealth will make them live forever. But they are wrong. These people will be thrown into the crushing fire of hell. Do you know what this crushing fire is? It is Allah's fire that burns hot and never goes out. The flames will reach into their hearts and burn them from the inside. They will be trapped in this fire. The flames will be all around them like walls they cannot escape. The person who makes fun of others thinks he is safe because he has money. He laughs at poor people and calls them names. He points at people and whispers mean things about them. He thinks his gold and silver will protect him when he dies. But his money cannot save him from Allah's punishment. This person spends his whole life thinking about money. He counts his coins every day. He looks at his wealth and feels proud. He believes that having more money than others makes him important. He forgets that Allah is watching everything he does. He forgets that one day he will die and leave all his money behind. When someone is poor or makes a mistake, this rich person laughs. He tells others about their problems. He enjoys seeing other people suffer. He does not help anyone, even though he has enough money to feed many families. His heart is hard like stone. He cares more about gold than about people. But Allah sees everything this person does. Allah knows how he treats others. Allah knows that he uses his tongue like a weapon to hurt people. Allah knows that he stores money but never gives any away to help the hungry or the homeless. On the Day of Judgment, this person will learn the truth. His money will not speak for him. His gold will not protect him. The fire that waits for him will be hotter than any fire on earth. It will burn his body and his soul. The flames will surround him completely. There will be no way out and no one to save him. This is what happens to people who hurt others with their words and love money more than they love Allah. Part 5. Surah Al-Fil. Surah Al-Fil. Have you not seen how your Lord dealt with the people who brought the elephants? Did he not make their evil plan fail completely? He sent against them birds that flew in flocks. These birds threw stones at them. The stones were made of baked clay and were very hard. The people and their elephants were destroyed like dry leaves that have been eaten by insects. This happened in the year when Prophet Muhammad was born. A man named Abraha ruled over Yemen. He built a great church there and wanted all people to come worship at his church instead of going to the holy house in Mecca. When people did not come to his church, he became very angry. He decided to destroy the Kaaba in Mecca. Abraha gathered a huge army and brought elephants with them. The biggest elephant was very strong and led the way. The army marched toward Mecca to tear down the holy house that Ibrahim and his son Ismail had built for Allah. When they came close to Mecca, something strange happened. The big elephant sat down and would not move toward the holy city. The soldiers tried everything to make the elephant stand up and walk forward, but it would not go. However, when they turned the elephant in any other direction, it would walk easily. Then Allah sent his punishment. The sky became dark with birds. No one had ever seen birds like these before. Each bird carried 3 stones. They held 1 stone in their beak and 1 stone in each claw. The birds flew over the army and dropped the stones on them. Every stone that hit a person killed them instantly. The stones were small, but they struck with great force. They cut through the soldiers and their animals like arrows. The mighty army that came to destroy Allah's house was destroyed completely. The elephants ran away in fear. The soldiers who were not killed by the stones ran back to their homes. Abraha himself was hit by the stones and died a slow and painful death. His plan to destroy the Kaaba failed completely. This story shows that Allah protects His holy house. No one can harm what Allah wants to keep safe. The people who try to attack sacred places that belong to Allah will always fail. Their strength means nothing when Allah decides to stop them. Allah did this to show all people that He is the only true protector. The Kaaba belongs to Allah, and He will always guard it from those who want to harm it. Part 6. Guidance through examples. Surah Al-Qari. The striking calamity. What is the striking calamity? And what will make you know what the striking calamity is? It is the day when people will be like scattered moths. They will move about confused and lost like small insects flying around a flame. The mountains will be like colored wool that has been pulled apart and scattered by the wind. On that day, people will be weighed by their deeds. Those whose scale of good deeds is heavy will live in a pleasant life. They will be happy and content in paradise. Those whose scale of good deeds is light will have their home in a pit of fire. And what will make you know what that pit is? It is a blazing fire that burns hot and never stops. Surah At-Takathur. The desire for more and more things makes you forget about Allah. You keep wanting more wealth and more children and more of everything. This keeps you busy until you visit the graves. You will know the truth when you die. Again, you will surely know when you face Allah. If you truly knew what was coming, you would see the hellfire with certain sight. Then you will be asked about the good things you enjoyed in life. People compete with each other to have more things. They forget that all of this will end. Death will come to everyone. The things you collect in this world cannot help you when you face Allah. Only good deeds and faith in Allah will matter then. Stop competing for worldly things and start preparing for the life after death. Surah Al-Asr. By the time that passes, surely man is in loss, except for those who believe and do good deeds, and they tell each other to follow truth and they tell each other to be patient. All people are losing except these few, who have four things: faith in Allah, good actions, speaking truth to others, and having patience during hard times. Time passes quickly, and most people waste their lives. They do not use their time to serve Allah or help others. Only those who believe in Allah and prove their faith through good actions will succeed. They must also guide others to truth and support each other when facing difficulties. Surah Al-Humazah. Woe to every slanderer and fault-finder. These people insult others and look for bad things to say about them. They collect wealth and count it over and over. They think their money will make them live forever, but they will be thrown into the crushing fire. And what will make you know what the crushing fire is? It is the fire of Allah that burns hot and reaches into the hearts. The fire will close over them in tall columns that stretch high. Those who spend their time hurting others with words and gathering wealth without sharing it will face this punishment. Their money cannot save them from Allah's anger. The fire will burn not just their bodies, but reach deep into their hearts, where their evil thoughts come from. Guidance through examples. These stories teach important lessons about how people should live. They show that Allah watches everything people do. He protects what is sacred and punishes those who do wrong. The narratives give clear examples of right and wrong behavior. When people see these examples, they understand what Allah expects from them. The stories make the lessons easy to remember and follow in daily life. Part 7. Social Contracts. Allah calls all people to live together with fairness and respect. Faith is not something people keep only in their hearts or practice alone in quiet places. The Quran teaches that believers must bring their faith into their daily lives with others. When people gather wealth, they have duties to their community. Those who collect money and possessions must share with those who have less. The rich cannot ignore the poor or act like their wealth belongs only to them. Allah gives resources to some people so they can help others who need support. People who speak badly about others or make fun of them harm the whole community. When someone hurts another person with words or actions, they damage the bonds that hold everyone together. The community becomes weak when its members attack each other instead of helping each other. Those who believe in Allah must work together to build a society where everyone can live with dignity. This means protecting the weak, feeding the hungry, and treating all people with kindness. Faith requires action in the world, not just prayers and thoughts. When disasters come or enemies threaten, believers must stand together. They cannot think only of themselves or their own families. The community survives when its members care for each other and work as one body. Business dealings must follow Allah's rules of honesty and fairness. People cannot cheat others or take advantage of those who trust them. Every agreement between people is sacred because Allah watches all promises and contracts. Leaders in the community have special responsibilities. They must make decisions that serve everyone, not just the powerful or wealthy. When leaders act with justice, the whole community benefits and grows strong. The Quran shows that faith and daily life cannot be separated. People who claim to believe but do not help their neighbors are not truly following Allah's path. Real faith shows itself through kindness, honesty, and service to others. Even small actions matter in building a good community. When people greet each other with respect, help carry heavy loads, or share food with visitors, they strengthen the bonds that hold everyone together. These simple acts reflect the deeper values that Allah teaches. Communities that follow these teachings become examples for others to see. They show the world how people can live together in peace and justice when they follow Allah's guidance in every part of their lives. Part 8. Accountability and Justice. Allah speaks clearly about justice and how each person must answer for their actions. The day of judgment will come like a great noise that shakes everything. On that day, people's good and bad deeds will be weighed on scales. Those whose good deeds are heavy will live in paradise. Those whose good deeds are light will fall into the fire. Many people spend their lives competing for more wealth and possessions. They count their money and compare what they have with others. This competition makes them forget about Allah and the life that comes after death. They will keep competing until they die and go to their graves. Then they will know the truth about what really matters. If they could see the fire of hell with clear eyes while still alive, they would stop their endless competition. But they will surely see it on the day of judgment. Then Allah will ask them about every pleasure and comfort they enjoyed in this world. Time itself witnesses that all human beings are losing. Only those who believe in Allah, do good actions, tell each other the truth, and help each other be patient will succeed. These four things work together. Faith without action is empty. Action without truth leads people astray. Truth without patience becomes harsh and breaks communities apart. Allah warns against those who speak badly about others behind their backs or mock people to their faces. Some people collect wealth and count it again and again. They think their money will make them live forever. But their wealth will not save them from the fire that Allah has prepared. This fire burns so hot that it reaches into people's hearts. It will surround them in tall columns of flame. Allah protects what is sacred and holy. Long ago, a king brought elephants to destroy the holy house in Mecca. Allah sent small birds carrying stones of baked clay. These birds threw the stones at the army and destroyed them completely. Allah made them like chewed-up leaves that scatter in the wind. These stories teach clear lessons about right and wrong. They show how Allah intervenes in history to protect what is sacred. No person or community can ignore their duty to uphold justice. Every action has consequences. Every word spoken in anger or kindness will be remembered. Every coin earned through honest work or cheating will be weighed. Faith cannot be separated from daily life. How people treat their neighbors, conduct business, and speak about others all matter to Allah. Justice begins in the heart, but must show itself through actions that others can see and experience. Chapter 16. Chapter 16. Social Interaction and Protection. Later Medinan Surahs. Surah 106 to 110. Part 1, Surah Quraysh. In the name of Allah, the most gracious, the most merciful, for the joining together of the Quraysh. They're joining together in the winter and summer journey. So let them worship the Lord of this house, who has fed them against hunger and made them safe from fear. The Quraysh were the tribe that lived in Mecca. They were traders who traveled far to buy and sell goods. In winter, they would travel south to Yemen. In summer, they would go north to Syria. These long journeys brought them wealth and food. Allah made these journeys safe for them. Other tribes respected the Quraysh because they took care of the holy house in Mecca. No one would attack them on their trading trips. They could travel without fear of bandits or enemies. This was a special gift from Allah. The Lord of the house is Allah. The house is the Kaaba that Ibrahim built long ago. The Quraysh were chosen to be its guardians. People from all over Arabia would come to visit this holy place. They would bring gifts and trade with the Quraysh. Allah gave the Quraysh two great blessings. First, He gave them food when they were hungry. Their trade journeys brought them wealth to buy what they needed. Second, He gave them safety when danger was all around them. In those days, tribes fought each other constantly, but the Quraysh lived in peace. Because of these gifts, they should worship only Allah. They should not worship idols made of stone or wood. They should not think their good fortune came from luck or their own power. Everything good came from Allah alone. The Quraysh had grown comfortable with their wealth and safety. They forgot who gave them these blessings. Some of them refused to listen when the Prophet Muhammad told them about Islam. They thought they did not need Allah's guidance. This message reminds them to be grateful. Allah could take away their safety and plenty at any time. Their trading routes could be cut off. Other tribes could attack them. Their food could run out. Only Allah's protection kept them safe. True worship means more than just saying prayers. It means remembering Allah in times of ease as well as hardship. It means being thankful for every blessing. It means obeying Allah's commands and following His guidance. The Quraysh should look at their own situation and understand Allah's power. He made their enemies leave them alone. He made their business successful. He gave them a position of honor among all the Arab tribes. All of this came from Allah's kindness to them. Therefore, they must worship Him alone. They must stop worshiping false gods. They must listen to His messenger and follow the straight path. This is the only proper response to such great favors from their Lord. Part 2. Surah Al-Ma'un. Surah Al-Ma'un. Have you seen the person who denies the Day of Judgment? This is the one who pushes away the orphan with force. This person does not encourage others to feed the poor and hungry. So woe to those who pray but are careless about their prayers. They pray only to show off to other people. They refuse to give even small acts of kindness to others. This chapter speaks about people who claim to believe, but their actions show something different. They say they believe in Allah and the final day when everyone will be judged. But when they see orphans who need help, they push them away. They do not care about children who have no parents to protect them. These same people do not think about feeding those who are hungry. They see poor people asking for food, but they turn away. They do not tell others to help the needy. They do not encourage good deeds toward those who suffer. The worst part is how they pray. They stand up to pray like believers do, but their hearts are not focused on Allah during their prayers. They think about other things. They rush through their prayers without paying attention to the words they say. Sometimes they forget to pray completely. Why do they pray at all then? They pray because other people are watching them. They want people to think they are good Muslims. They want to appear righteous and holy. But Allah knows what is really in their hearts. Their prayers are empty because they do not come from true faith. These people also refuse to help others in small ways. When someone asks to borrow something simple, like a cup or a tool, they say no. They will not share even the smallest things with their neighbors. They keep everything for themselves. This behavior shows they do not truly believe. Real faith makes people want to help orphans and feed the hungry. Real faith makes people pray with attention and love for Allah. Real faith makes people generous and kind to others. Allah warns these hypocrites that punishment waits for them. They think they are fooling people with their fake prayers and religious appearance. But they cannot fool Allah. He sees their hard hearts and selfish actions. On the Day of Judgment, their true nature will be clear to everyone. Part 3. Surah Al-Kawthar. Surah Al-Kawthar. Surely we have given you Al-Kawthar. This is abundance that never ends. It is a river in paradise, with water sweeter than honey and whiter than milk. Allah has blessed His Prophet with this great gift. This blessing comes to those who follow the right path and serve Allah with pure hearts. So pray to your Lord and sacrifice animals in His name. Offer your prayers with complete focus and devotion. When you sacrifice, do it only for Allah. Do not sacrifice for idols or false gods. Your prayers and your sacrifices must be pure acts of worship. Your enemy is the one who will be cut off from all good things. Those who hate you and oppose the message of Allah will lose everything. They think they can harm you and stop the spread of truth, but Allah protects His faithful servants. He gives honor to those who honor Him. The people who mock you and call you names will find themselves forgotten. History will remember the believers with respect. but the enemies of faith will be known for their evil deeds. They will have no lasting legacy. Their names will disappear while the truth remains forever. Allah promises abundant rewards for those who worship Him correctly. These rewards come in this world and the next world. In this life, believers find peace in their hearts. They find strength to face difficulties. They find community with other faithful people. In the next life, the rewards are even greater. The river of Al-Qamar waits for the righteous. Gardens of paradise open for those who lived good lives. Angels welcome them with words of peace and joy. Remember that all good things come from Allah alone. He is the source of every blessing. He provides food for the hungry and shelter for the homeless. He gives health to the sick and guidance to the lost. Those who recognize His generosity will always find more blessings coming their way. When you receive good things from Allah, show gratitude through worship. Pray regularly and with sincere hearts. Give charity to help the poor and needy. Treat others with kindness and respect. Speak truthfully and act justly in all your dealings. The sacrifice mentioned here means giving up something valuable for Allah's sake. This could be time, money, or personal desires. Sometimes it means choosing the hard path because it is the right path. True believers make these sacrifices willingly because they love Allah more than anything else. Part 4, Surah Al-Kafirun. Say, O you who disbelieve, I do not worship what you worship, and you do not worship what I worship. I will not worship what you have worshipped, and you will not worship what I worship. To you is your religion, and to me is my religion. This message came to Muhammad when the people of Mecca wanted him to make a deal. They said they would worship Allah sometimes if he would worship their idols sometimes. They thought this sharing would bring peace between them. But Allah told Muhammad to speak these clear words instead. The believers and the non-believers follow different paths. What the believers hold sacred, the non-believers reject. What the non-believers consider holy, the believers cannot accept. This is not hatred or anger. This is simply the truth about how different people see God and worship. Muslims believe in one God who has no partners and no form that can be carved or painted. The people of Mecca believed in many gods made of stone and wood. They thought these statues could help them and protect them. These two ways of thinking about God cannot be mixed together. Allah does not force anyone to believe. Each person must choose their own path. The believers will follow their way of worship and prayer. The non-believers will follow their way of worship and prayer. Neither group should try to force the other to change. This does not mean Muslims should be rude or harmful to people who believe differently. It means Muslims should be clear about what they believe and not compromise their faith to please others. Truth cannot be changed to make people comfortable. When someone offers you something that goes against your beliefs, you can say no with respect but firmness. You do not need to explain all your reasons or argue. You can simply say that your religion is yours and their religion is theirs. This message protects both believers and non-believers. It gives everyone the right to worship as they choose. It also makes clear that some differences cannot be solved by mixing different beliefs together. Sometimes the kindest thing is to acknowledge that people believe different things. Muslims should treat all people with fairness and kindness. But they should never pretend to believe something they do not believe, or worship in ways that go against what Allah has taught them. Clear boundaries help everyone understand where each person stands. Part 5, Surah An-Nas. When the help of Allah comes and victory arrives, you will see people entering the religion of Allah in great numbers. When this happens, praise your Lord and ask Him for forgiveness. Allah always accepts those who turn back to Him. This message came to the Prophet when Islam was spreading quickly. Many tribes and people were choosing to follow Allah's path. The victory mentioned here means the conquest of Mecca and the growing acceptance of Islam throughout Arabia. But with success comes a special duty. When Allah gives victory and makes the faith grow strong, believers must not become proud. Instead, they should remember that all success comes from Allah alone. They should feel grateful for His help and guidance. Victory is a test, just like hardship is a test. Some people fail when things go well because they forget who gave them their success. The command to praise Allah and seek forgiveness teaches important lessons. Praise shows that believers know Allah is the source of all good things. Asking for forgiveness shows that even in times of victory, believers know they are not perfect. They still need Allah's mercy and guidance. This short message also hints at something deeper. When Allah's religion spreads widely and people join in large groups, it may mean that one chapter is ending and another is beginning. The Prophet understood that his work was nearly complete. Allah was telling him that the message had been delivered successfully. The instruction to seek forgiveness becomes even more meaningful in this context. Even the best servant of Allah should always ask for mercy. No one is free from mistakes or the need for Allah's grace. When great things happen, the proper response is humility before Allah. This teaching applies to all believers in every time. When Allah blesses them with success, health, wealth, or any good thing, they should remember the source of these gifts. They should praise Allah and ask Him to forgive any shortcomings. Success should make people more grateful, not more proud. The message also prepares believers for change. Allah's help comes in many forms and at different times. Sometimes He gives victory after struggle. Sometimes He gives peace after conflict. Believers should be ready to accept whatever Allah brings and respond with proper gratitude and repentance. Part 6. Social Obligations. When people claim to follow Allah but ignore those who need help, their prayers mean nothing. True worship requires both devotion to Allah and care for His creation. Those who bow before Allah but turn away from suffering people practice false religion. Allah watches how believers treat orphans and those without parents. These children have no one to protect them or provide for them. When believers ignore orphans or take their belongings, they commit great sins. Allah commands that orphans receive justice and kindness. Their property must be protected until they grow up. No one should eat from what belongs to orphans unless they truly need help and plan to repay. The poor and hungry also deserve attention from believers. Allah tests people by placing needy individuals around them. Some believers have much, while others have little. This difference exists so those with plenty can help those without. When someone begs for food and believers ignore them, they fail Allah's test. True worship includes feeding the hungry, clothing those without proper garments, and helping people find shelter. Justice forms the foundation of proper society. Believers must speak truthfully in disputes and treat all people fairly. Rich and poor deserve equal treatment under Allah's guidance. When making decisions that affect others, believers should consider what Allah would want. They should not favor friends over strangers or give special treatment based on wealth or family connections. Some people pray regularly but forget these social duties. They stand before Allah 5 times daily but ignore crying children and hungry neighbors. Such prayers rise no higher than their heads. Allah values actions more than empty rituals. Prayer without charity becomes meaningless display. Fasting without feeding others serves no purpose. Pilgrimage while ignoring local suffering shows misplaced priorities. Communities grow strong when members care for each other. When believers help orphans, the next generation grows up healthy and grateful. When they feed the poor, society becomes stable and peaceful. When they practice justice, people trust their leaders and follow laws willingly. These actions please Allah more than long prayers or expensive offerings. Allah provides resources so believers can share them. Those who hoard wealth while others suffer will answer for their choices. Money and property belong ultimately to Allah. People serve as temporary caretakers. Good caretakers distribute resources according to Allah's wishes. They remember that helping others brings them closer to Allah than any other worship. This teaching applies to every believer in every place. Social obligations cannot be separated from religious duties. True worship combines devotion to Allah with service to His creation. Part 7. Protection through unity. Allah protects communities that stand together in faith. When believers unite around shared values and laws, they create safety for all members. Scattered people become easy targets for enemies. United communities resist attacks and overcome hardships. Religious solidarity forms the foundation of community strength. Believers who pray together, study together, and support each other create bonds stronger than blood relations. These spiritual connections last through difficult times. Material wealth disappears, but faith-based relationships endure. Communities need clear laws that everyone follows. These laws come from Allah's guidance through the Quran and the Prophet's teachings. When people agree on basic rules about honesty, fairness, and respect, society functions peacefully. Disputes decrease when everyone accepts the same standards. Ethical behavior strengthens community bonds. Members who tell the truth, keep promises, and treat others fairly earn trust. This trust allows people to work together on important projects. Communities with high ethical standards attract honest residents and repel troublemakers. Leaders must model the behavior they expect from others. When leaders follow Islamic principles consistently, citizens respect their authority. Corrupt leaders destroy community trust and invite chaos. Good leaders put community needs above personal desires. Economic cooperation protects everyone from poverty. Wealthy members share resources with those in need. This sharing prevents extreme inequality that tears communities apart. Charitable giving creates networks of mutual support. People help each other during emergencies because they remember receiving help before. Education unifies communities around shared knowledge. When all members learn the same basic Islamic teachings, they develop common understanding. This shared foundation prevents misunderstandings that could divide the group. Ignorance breeds suspicion, but knowledge creates harmony. Strong communities defend themselves against outside threats. They train capable defenders and maintain necessary weapons. However, their primary defense comes from internal unity. Enemies cannot defeat people who truly trust each other and work toward common goals. Allah rewards communities that protect their weakest members. Orphans, widows, and disabled people receive special care. This protection demonstrates the community's commitment to justice. Strong communities measure success by how well they care for vulnerable residents, not by wealth accumulation. Prayer gatherings remind everyone of their shared beliefs and common purpose. Regular community worship reinforces social bonds and clarifies priorities. People who pray together develop spiritual connections that survive temporary disagreements. Protection through unity requires constant effort from every member. Each person must choose community welfare over selfish interests. This choice becomes easier when people remember that Allah judges communities by their collective actions. United believers earn Allah's protection and blessing in this world and the next. Part 8. Final reminders before farewell. Divine reminders come through simple truths that touch every heart. Allah speaks to those who have received countless blessings yet forget to give thanks. The Quraysh tribe enjoyed safety in their travels and trade, while other tribes faced constant danger. They found security in their sacred city when others lived in fear. Allah provided them with food when hunger threatened and protection when enemies gathered. Yet gratitude requires more than words. True worship means remembering the source of every blessing. When people forget Allah's favor, they lose sight of their duties to others. Empty prayers mean nothing when the one praying ignores suffering around them. Those who claim faith but turn away from orphans and refuse help to the needy, practice hollow worship that Allah rejects. Real believers understand that faith shows itself through action. Prayer without compassion becomes meaningless ritual. Worship without care for the poor becomes hypocrisy. Allah sees through false devotion that covers selfish hearts. People who truly believe demonstrate their faith by helping those in need and protecting the vulnerable. Allah promises abundance to those who worship sincerely and sacrifice for others. This abundance flows not just in wealth, but in peace, purpose, and spiritual satisfaction. Those who give receive more than they offered. Those who serve others find themselves served by Allah's mercy. Clear boundaries exist between belief and unbelief. Believers cannot compromise their core principles, even while living peacefully with others. Truth stands separate from falsehood. Faith differs from doubt. Those who believe must maintain their identity without forcing others to accept it. Tolerance allows different paths to exist side by side without confusion about which path leads to Allah. Victory comes to those who remain patient and faithful. When Allah opens the way for success, believers respond with humility rather than pride. They increase their worship and seek forgiveness for any shortcomings. They remember that every achievement comes from Allah's grace, not human effort alone. Communities that follow these principles find strength in their shared commitment. Members support each other through difficulties and celebrate together in times of blessing. They remember that Allah judges their collective behavior and holds them responsible for caring for all members. These teachings prepare believers for every challenge. When leadership changes or circumstances shift, the principles remain constant. Faith provides stability when everything else seems uncertain. Communities built on these foundations survive any test because they rest on Allah's eternal guidance rather than temporary human arrangements. Chapter 17. Chapter 17. Final Exhortations, later Medinan Surahs, Surah 111 to 113. Part 1. Surah Al-Masad. In the name of Allah, the most gracious, the most merciful. May the hands of Abu Lahab perish, and may he perish too. His wealth and all that he earned will not help him. He will burn in a fire of blazing flame, and his wife, the carrier of wood, will have around her neck a rope of palm fiber. Abu Lahab was the uncle of Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him. When the Prophet began calling people to worship only Allah and leave their false gods, Abu Lahab became very angry. He spoke harsh words against the Prophet and tried to stop people from listening to the message of Islam. Abu Lahab thought his riches and high position among his people would protect him forever. He was proud and refused to believe in Allah. He made fun of the Prophet and caused him much pain and trouble. His wife helped him in his bad actions against Islam. She would throw thorns and garbage in the path where the Prophet walked. Allah revealed these verses to show that no amount of money or worldly power can save a person who fights against the truth. Abu Lahab trusted in his wealth instead of Allah. He thought his riches made him strong and safe. But Allah declares that all his money and everything he owned would be useless to him. The fire mentioned in these verses refers to the punishment in the next life. Those who reject Allah and fight against his messengers will face terrible punishment. Abu Lahab's wife will also receive punishment for helping her husband in his wrong actions against the Prophet. This passage teaches us that pride and stubbornness against Allah's message leads to destruction. When people refuse to listen to the truth because of their ego and love for this world, they choose a path that ends in loss. No earthly possession can protect someone from Allah's judgment. The story of Abu Lahab serves as a clear warning. It shows what happens to those who persistently oppose the truth, even when it comes to them clearly. His rejection of Islam was not based on lack of understanding, but on pride and jealousy. He could not accept that his nephew was chosen as Allah's messenger. These verses remind all people that worldly success means nothing if we turn away from Allah. True success comes from believing in Allah and following His guidance, not from accumulating wealth or gaining temporary power over others. Part 2. Lesson from Abu Lahab. Abu Lahab's story teaches us important lessons about what happens when pride takes over our hearts. His real name was Abdullah, but people called him Abu Lahab, which means father of flame. This name became fitting because of his fiery anger against the Prophet Muhammad and his message. Abu Lahab was the Prophet's uncle, so he knew Muhammad very well. He saw his nephew's good character and honesty throughout his life. When Islam came, Abu Lahab had every chance to accept the truth. He was close to the Prophet and could see the signs clearly, but instead of opening his heart, he chose to fight against the message. His rejection came from pride and jealousy. He could not bear that his younger nephew was chosen by Allah to be a messenger. Abu Lahab thought his own position in society made him more deserving. He was wealthy and had influence among his people. In his mind, if anyone should receive divine guidance, it should be him, not Muhammad. This pride blinded him to the truth. Even when he saw the Quran's beautiful verses and witnessed the positive changes in people who accepted Islam, Abu Lahab remained stubborn. He used his wealth and position to oppose the Prophet at every turn. He would follow behind the Prophet when he preached, telling people not to listen. He encouraged others to reject the message and even threw stones at the Prophet. His wife shared his hatred. She would place thorns in the Prophet's path and spread lies about him. Together, they made themselves enemies of Allah's guidance. They chose temporary worldly power over eternal truth. Their story warns us about 3 dangerous things. First, pride can destroy us. When we think we are too important to accept guidance, we close our hearts to truth. Second, disbelief based on stubbornness leads to loss. Abu Lahab had all the evidence he needed, but he refused to believe. Third, being hostile to faith and those who practice it brings Allah's anger. Abu Lahab's wealth could not save him. His social position meant nothing in the end. His influence among people became worthless. Allah's judgment came upon him just as the Quran promised. His hands perished, meaning all his efforts against Islam failed completely. This teaches us that opposing truth never succeeds. When Allah sends guidance, those who fight against it only harm themselves. No amount of money, power, or influence can protect someone who chooses to be Allah's enemy. We must examine our own hearts. Do we accept guidance with humility, or do we let pride make us stubborn? Abu Lahab's story reminds us to choose carefully, because our eternal fate depends on how we respond to Allah's message. Part 3. Surah Al-Ikhlas. After learning from Abu Lahab's destruction, we now turn to one of the most important chapters in the entire Quran. This is Surah Al-Ikhlas, which means the purity or the sincerity. These 4 short verses contain the complete truth about Allah's nature. Say, He is Allah the One, Allah the Eternal Absolute. He begets not, nor is He begotten, and there is none like Him. These simple words carry the deepest meaning about who Allah truly is. When Allah says He is one, this means there is no God except Allah. He alone deserves worship. He alone has power over everything. No one shares His authority or His divine nature. Allah calls Himself the Eternal Absolute. This name means Allah never changes. He was never born and He will never die. He does not need food, sleep, or rest. He does not grow tired or weak. Everything depends on Him, but He depends on nothing. All creation needs Allah every moment to continue existing. The verse continues, He begets not, nor is He begotten. Allah has no children and no parents. He did not come from anything or anyone. He will not produce offspring like human beings do. This makes Allah completely different from His creation. People are born from their parents and may have children of their own, but Allah exists by Himself alone. Finally, Allah declares, and there is none like Him. Nothing in creation resembles Allah in His perfection. The sun gives light, but it will burn out. Mountains seem strong, but they will crumble. Human rulers have power, but they grow old and die. Only Allah remains the same forever. These 4 verses teach us pure monotheism. They remove all confusion about Allah's nature. Some people worship many gods. Others believe God has partners or equals. Still others think God has human qualities, like weakness or need. This surah corrects all these wrong ideas. The Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, said this short chapter equals 1/3 of the entire Quran in reward when recited. This shows how important these truths are. Understanding Allah correctly forms the foundation of Islamic faith. Every Muslim learns these verses by heart. We recite them in our daily prayers. They remind us constantly that Allah alone deserves our worship, trust, and obedience. When we face difficulties, we remember Allah's eternal strength. When we feel proud, we remember that only Allah is perfect and self-sufficient. Part 4. Purity of Belief. The 4 verses of Surah Al-Ikhlas present the clearest statement of pure belief in the Quran. These verses contain no complex stories or lengthy explanations. They state simple truths about Allah that every believer must know. The first truth declares that Allah is one. This means Allah stands alone as the only true God. No other being shares his divinity. No partner exists beside him. This oneness covers everything about Allah, his essence, his attributes, and his actions. The second truth calls Allah As-Samad, the eternal, absolute. Allah needs nothing from anyone. All creation depends on him, but he depends on no one. He has no hunger, thirst, tiredness, or weakness. He lacks nothing and requires no help. Every need in the universe comes to him alone. The third truth states that Allah neither gives birth nor was he born. This removes all ideas about Allah having children or parents. Allah did not create through physical means like humans do. He has no family relations. He exists beyond the cycle of birth and death that defines all created beings. The fourth truth declares that nothing equals Allah. No created thing can be compared to him. Angels, prophets, kings, and almighty forces remain infinitely below Allah. Nothing in the heavens or earth possesses even a tiny portion of his greatness. These 4 statements destroy all false beliefs about God. They reject the Christian idea that Jesus is God's son. They reject the pagan belief in multiple gods. They reject the philosophical idea that God needs the universe. They reject any thought that Allah resembles his creation in any way. When a Muslim recites these verses, they purify their heart from all wrong ideas about Allah. The words are simple, but their meaning transforms the believer's entire worldview. Everything in life becomes clear when we understand Allah correctly. These verses teach the most important knowledge, knowing who Allah truly is. Without this knowledge, worship becomes confused and misdirected. With this knowledge, every act of devotion finds its proper target. The believer's heart attaches itself to the only one who truly deserves worship. This purity of belief forms the foundation for all other Islamic teachings. Prayer, charity, pilgrimage, and good deeds all flow from this central truth. Allah is one, eternal, without family, and without equal. These 4 truths guide every Muslim's understanding of their Creator. Part 5. Surah Al-Falaq. From purity of belief comes the need for divine protection. Having established Allah's oneness, the Quran now teaches how believers should seek his shelter from harm. Say, I seek refuge with the Lord of daybreak, from the evil of what he has created, from the evil of darkness when it settles, from the evil of those who blow on knots, from the evil of an envier when he envies. These words form a complete prayer of protection. Allah commands his messenger to teach this refuge to all believers. The prayer begins by naming Allah as the Lord of daybreak. This title holds deep meaning. Daybreak brings light after darkness. It brings hope after despair. It brings safety after the fears of night. The prayer asks for protection from 4 types of evil. First, from the evil of all created things. This covers every harmful creature, every dangerous situation, and every worldly trouble that might cause hurt. Second, from the evil of darkness when it settles. Night brings special dangers. Wild animals hunt in darkness. Thieves work under cover of night. Fear grows stronger when light disappears. The darkness here means both the physical night and spiritual darkness that leads people away from good. Third, from the evil of those who blow on knots. This refers to people who practice harmful magic. They tie knots and blow on them while casting spells. Such practices aim to hurt others through supernatural means. The believer asks Allah for protection from these hidden attacks. Fourth, from the evil of an envier when he envies. Envy creates great harm. When someone sees another person's blessings and wishes they would lose them, this evil feeling can cause real damage. The envious person may take actions to destroy what others have. Their jealousy spreads poison in communities. This prayer teaches complete dependence on Allah. Believers cannot protect themselves from all dangers. They need divine help against seen and unseen threats. The prayer covers physical dangers like harmful creatures and thieves. It covers spiritual dangers like magic and envy. It covers both day and night problems. Each phrase begins with seeking refuge from evil. This shows that evil exists in the world. Allah allows it as a test for believers, but He also provides protection for those who ask Him sincerely. The prayer must be said with full trust in Allah's power to guard against all harm. The words are simple, so everyone can learn them. Children can memorize these verses easily. Adults can recite them during times of fear or danger. The prayer works because it connects the believer directly to Allah's protective power. Part 6. Seeking Refuge. The search for safety from unseen dangers shows the believer's complete trust in Allah. When faced with fears that cannot be seen or touched, the faithful turn to their Lord for shelter. This is not weakness, but wisdom. Allah knows all the hidden things that can harm His servants. The believer recognizes that protection comes only from the Creator. No charm, person, or object can truly guard against spiritual harm. Only Allah has the power to shield His people from evil forces that work in secret. This understanding makes the believer humble before Allah's greatness. When someone seeks refuge in Allah, they admit their own limits. They know they cannot fight every danger alone. The wise person runs to Allah like a child runs to their parent when afraid. This is the natural response of those who know Allah's mercy and strength. The practice of seeking refuge must be done with a clean heart. Empty words mean nothing. The believer must truly depend on Allah and trust His protection. This faith grows stronger through regular prayer and remembrance of Allah's names and qualities. Evil exists in many forms that people cannot always see. Some harm comes from jealous thoughts of others. Some comes from dark magic or evil spirits. Some comes from the believer's own bad choices. Against all these dangers, Allah offers His protection to those who ask with sincere hearts. The believer should seek refuge both morning and evening. This creates a shield of faith around the person throughout the day and night. The protection is renewed each time the prayer is said with true belief. This regular practice builds spiritual strength over time. Teaching children to seek refuge in Allah prepares them for life's challenges. They learn early that Allah is their true protector. This knowledge helps them face difficulties with courage instead of fear. It connects them to their Creator from a young age. The words of refuge are simple but powerful. They do not require special knowledge or long study. Every Muslim can learn and use them. This shows Allah's mercy in making protection available to all His servants, regardless of their education or status. When believers gather to recite these prayers, their faith joins together. The community finds strength in shared dependence on Allah. This unity against evil forces protects not just individuals, but entire groups of faithful people. Part 7. Defense through faith. Protection becomes real when believers trust in Allah's power completely. Faith itself acts as a shield against all forms of harm. Those who believe deeply know that Allah watches over them at every moment. This knowledge gives them strength when troubles come. The believer does not fear what others fear. They understand that nothing can touch them without Allah's permission. This understanding changes how they see the world around them. Instead of feeling helpless, they feel safe in Allah's care. True protection comes from inside the heart, not from outside things. When faith grows strong, worry becomes weak. The believer learns to turn to Allah first when danger appears. They do not depend on their own strength alone. Prayer becomes their weapon against evil. The words of protection that Allah gave them work like armor for the soul. These prayers connect them directly to divine power. No evil force can break through this connection. Daily recitation builds this spiritual strength over time. Each time they say the words of refuge, their faith grows deeper. The practice becomes natural, like breathing. In moments of sudden fear, the prayers come to their lips without thinking. Allah promised to answer those who call upon Him sincerely. This promise never fails for the true believer. They have seen His protection work in their lives many times. Past experience teaches them to trust His care in future troubles. The faithful person walks through life differently than others. They carry peace inside their heart because they know Allah guards them. This peace shows on their face and in their actions. Others notice this calm strength and wonder about its source. Community prayer makes this protection even stronger. When believers join their voices in seeking Allah's help, their individual faith becomes collective power. The group finds safety that goes beyond what each person has alone. These final chapters of the Quran give every Muslim the same tools for protection. Rich and poor, young and old, all receive equal access to Allah's defense. The words are simple enough for children to memorize and powerful enough to shield adults from great dangers. Faith-based protection never runs out or grows weak with use. Unlike earthly defenses that break or fail, Allah's protection remains constant. The believer who truly understands this lives with confidence that nothing can separate them from their Lord's care and mercy. Part 8. Universal Application. These 3 final surahs form the daily prayers that every Muslim learns first. They are spoken by millions each day, creating a bond of shared words across all nations and times. The simplicity of their language makes them accessible to every person, regardless of education or background. Surah Al-Masad serves as the opening warning. It declares that Abu Lahab, the Prophet's uncle who opposed Islam, will face punishment in the fire. His wealth will not save him, nor will his wife who spread thorns in the Prophet's path. She too will carry burdens in the afterlife, with a rope around her neck. This surah shows that family ties cannot protect those who choose hostility over truth. The lesson extends beyond one person. Pride and persistent rejection of guidance lead to destruction. Those who use their position and resources to harm believers face consequences that their earthly power cannot prevent. The surah warns against believing that status or wealth provides immunity from divine justice. Surah Al-Ikhlas follows with the purest statement of faith. It declares that Allah is one. Allah is eternal and absolute. He does not give birth, nor was he born. Nothing exists as his equal or companion. These 4 verses contain the complete understanding of God's nature in Islam. This surah removes all confusion about worship. It establishes that Allah alone deserves prayers and devotion. No person, angel, or created thing shares in his divine nature. The words are so clear that even children grasp their meaning immediately. The final surah, Al-Falaq, provides practical protection. It teaches believers to seek refuge in the Lord of Daybreak from the evil of what he created. This includes protection from the darkness when it spreads, from those who practice harmful magic, and from the envy of the jealous. This prayer acknowledges that dangers exist in the world. Evil people may try to cause harm through various means. Jealous hearts may wish ill upon others. The surah does not deny these realities, but teaches dependence on Allah's protection against them. Together, these three surahs create a complete daily routine. They warn against arrogance, establish correct belief, and provide protection from harm. Every Muslim child memorizes them early, carrying these words throughout their life. From Morocco to Indonesia, the same Arabic phrases are recited, creating unity among diverse peoples. The beauty lies in their universal nature. A farmer in Bangladesh and a doctor in Egypt speak identical words when seeking Allah's protection. Rich and poor access the same divine shield through these simple verses. The final chapters of the Quran thus serve as the first chapters in every Muslim's spiritual education. Chapter 18. Chapter 18, the closing call, later Medinan Surahs. Surah 114, Part 1, Surah An-Nas Introduction. Say, I seek refuge with the Lord of mankind, the King of mankind, the God of mankind, from the evil of the whisperer who withdraws, who whispers into the hearts of mankind, from among the jinn and mankind. These are the final words that Allah revealed to complete His book. This short chapter brings the Quran to its end with a prayer that protects all people. It teaches every person how to ask Allah for safety from the worst kind of harm that can reach them. The chapter speaks about the one who whispers evil thoughts. This whisperer hides when people remember Allah, but comes back when they forget. The whisperer puts bad ideas in people's minds. These thoughts can make people doubt what is good and right. They can make people want to do wrong things. Allah tells us that this evil whispering comes from two kinds of beings. Some are jinn, which are creatures made of fire that people cannot see. Others are human beings who spread bad ideas and try to lead people away from the right path. Both kinds can harm a person's heart and mind. The chapter gives people three names of Allah to remember when they seek His protection. First, Allah is the Lord of all mankind. He created every person and takes care of them. Second, Allah is the King of all mankind. He rules over everyone and everything. Third, Allah is the God of all mankind. He alone deserves to be worshipped. When people say these words, they remember that Allah has complete power over everything that tries to harm them. No evil thought or bad influence can be stronger than Allah's protection. The whisperer must run away when people truly turn to Allah for help. This chapter is meant for all people, not just Muslims. Every person faces bad thoughts and evil influences in their life. Every person needs protection from the harm that can come to their heart and soul. Allah offers this protection to anyone who asks for it with a sincere heart. The Quran ends with this prayer because it shows what people need most. They need Allah's constant protection and guidance. As the final chapter, it reminds readers that the Quran's purpose is to guide people safely through life and protect them from all forms of spiritual harm. Part 2. The reality of whispering. Say, I seek protection with the Lord of all people, the King of all people, the God of all people, from the evil of the one who whispers and then hides, the one who whispers into the hearts of people, from among the jinn and from among people. The whisperer is the most dangerous enemy of the human soul. This enemy does not attack with weapons or force. Instead, it works quietly inside the mind and heart. It plants small seeds of doubt, fear, anger, and bad desires. These whispers come so softly that people often think these thoughts are their own. Satan whispers to make people forget Allah. He suggests that Allah does not see what they do. He makes people think their sins are small and unimportant. He tells them they have plenty of time to repent later. He makes them feel proud of their wealth, beauty, or knowledge. He makes them think they do not need Allah's guidance. The whisperer attacks when people are alone with their thoughts. He comes when they are making important choices. He appears when they are angry, sad, or afraid. He uses these weak moments to push people toward wrong actions. He makes haram things look attractive and halal things look difficult. Some whispers come from jinn who cannot be seen. These spiritual beings can influence human thoughts and feelings. Other whispers come from evil people who speak bad words and give harmful advice. Both types of whispers work to corrupt the human heart and lead people away from the right path. The whisperer is called the one who withdraws because he hides when people remember Allah. When a person says, "I seek refuge in Allah," the whisperer runs away. When people pray, read Quran, or mention Allah's name, the whisperer loses his power over them. This is why constant remembrance of Allah protects the heart. These evil whispers create confusion in the mind. They make people question what is right and wrong. They make believers doubt their faith and make them worry about their future. They create jealousy between friends and cause problems in families. They make people chase after things that will not bring them real happiness. The danger of whispering is that it happens gradually. People do not notice how their thoughts slowly change. Small doubts grow into big problems. Minor sins lead to major sins. This is why Allah teaches people to seek His protection every day. The human heart needs constant cleaning from these whispers, just like the body needs daily washing. Only Allah can provide complete protection from this hidden enemy. Human strength alone cannot fight against whispers that come from the unseen world. This is why the final chapter of the Quran teaches this important prayer for protection from the whisperer's harm. Part 3. Universal Address. The words of Surah An-Nas speak to all people. They do not address only one group or nation. Allah speaks to every human being who has ever lived or will ever live. This message of protection belongs to everyone. When Allah says mankind in this surah, He means every person on earth. Rich and poor need this protection. Strong and weak need this protection. Young and old need this protection. Those who believe and those who do not believe all face the same danger from evil whispers. The whispers that come to harm people do not choose their victims based on race or country. These evil thoughts can reach anyone. A person in one land faces the same inner battles as someone in another land. The heart of every human being can be touched by doubts and bad thoughts. This is why Allah made this final chapter speak to all humanity. The protection it offers works for everyone. No matter where a person comes from or what language they speak, they can seek refuge with Allah from the whisperer who hides. The evil one who whispers does not care about human differences. He whispers to all people the same way. He plants the same kinds of doubts in every heart. He tries to lead every person away from good and toward evil. Since the danger is the same for everyone, the protection must also be available to everyone. Allah knows that all human hearts work the same way. They all can feel fear, doubt, anger, and jealousy. They all can be led toward good or evil thoughts. Because people everywhere share the same basic nature, they all need the same basic protection. The words mankind appear multiple times in this short surah. Each time reminds us that this message reaches beyond all boundaries. It crosses over every wall that people build between themselves. It speaks to the shared human experience of fighting against inner evil. This universal call shows Allah's mercy to all His creation. He does not leave any person without guidance on how to protect themselves from spiritual harm. Every human being can speak these words and find safety from the whispers that try to destroy their peace and faith. The protection offered in Surah An-Nas works the same way for everyone because human hearts and the evil that attacks them remain the same across all times and places. This makes the surah's teaching truly universal and eternally relevant for all people. Part 4. 3 Attributes of Allah. The final surah calls upon Allah through 3 great names that show His complete power over all mankind. Each name brings forth a different aspect of Allah's authority over human life and shows why He alone can protect us from evil. When the believer says, Lord of mankind, they call upon Allah as Rabb. This name means the one who creates, sustains, and guides all people. Allah as Lord owns every human being because He brought them into existence. He provides for their needs and watches over their lives from birth until death. No person exists without His permission. No breath is taken without His will. The Lord knows what each heart needs and what will harm it. The second name is King of mankind. Allah as Malik holds absolute rule over all creation. His kingdom includes every person who has ever lived or will live. Kings on earth rule only small portions of land for short periods of time. But Allah's kingdom covers all places and all times. His laws cannot be broken. His judgments cannot be changed. His commands must be obeyed. When evil whispers try to make humans forget their place, they must remember that Allah is their true king. The third name is God of mankind. Allah as Ilah is the only one who deserves worship from all people. He alone has the right to be feared, loved, and obeyed completely. Humans often let other things become like gods in their hearts: money, desires, other people, or even their own selves. But Allah reminds them that He alone is their true God. Only He can answer prayers. Only He can forgive sins. Only He can grant real peace to troubled hearts. These 3 names work together to show Allah's complete authority. As Lord, He owns all people. As King, He rules over all people. As God, He deserves worship from all people. When someone understands these 3 truths deeply, they realize that seeking protection from Allah makes perfect sense. Who else has the power to defend against evil whispers that attack the human heart? The evil ones try to make people forget these 3 great truths. They whisper that humans are independent, that they can make their own rules, and that they can worship whatever they choose. But the believer who recites these names remembers the reality. Allah's authority covers every part of human existence, making Him the perfect protector against all spiritual harm. Part 5. Inner Struggle. Focus. The inner battles humans face prove just as dangerous as any outside enemy. Satan sends his whispers directly into the human heart, where the most important choices happen. These evil suggestions come quietly, making people doubt their faith and question what is right. The whispering evil one works from within, targeting thoughts and feelings. He makes wrong actions seem acceptable and good deeds appear difficult. This internal enemy knows exactly when a person feels weak or confused. He strikes at these moments with suggestions that seem reasonable, but lead away from Allah's path. Every person faces this inner struggle daily. The whispers come during prayer, making minds wander. They come during times of choice, making forbidden things attractive. They come during hardship, making people blame Allah instead of trusting His wisdom. This spiritual warfare happens in the heart and mind where others cannot see. The danger grows because these whispers feel like personal thoughts. People might think their doubts come from their own minds, not recognizing the external source of corruption. Satan hides behind this confusion, making his influence seem natural and normal. Some whispers attack faith directly, suggesting Allah does not exist or care about human affairs. Other whispers work more subtly, making people delay good actions or ignore their duties. The evil one might whisper that prayers can wait, that charity hurts personal wealth, or that following Allah's commands brings unnecessary hardship. Fear also comes through whispers, making people worry about future events instead of trusting Allah's plan. Jealousy enters hearts through whispers about what others possess. Anger grows from whispered suggestions about personal rights and pride. Each negative emotion can trace back to these evil influences. The whispers target both believers and non-believers, but they use different approaches. For believers, the evil one cannot destroy faith completely, so he tries to weaken practice and create doubt. For non-believers, he reinforces rejection and builds barriers against accepting truth. Physical dangers threaten the body, but these spiritual whispers threaten the soul itself. A person might survive every physical attack, yet fall victim to internal corruption. The heart that becomes polluted with evil whispers loses its connection to divine guidance and falls into spiritual darkness. Recognition of this inner struggle becomes the first step toward protection. When people understand that negative thoughts and doubts often come from external evil sources, they can better defend themselves. They stop accepting every thought as their own and learn to reject whispered suggestions that oppose divine guidance. This internal battlefield requires constant awareness and spiritual weapons. Without proper protection, even strong believers can gradually weaken under persistent evil influence. The heart needs divine help to maintain purity and strength against these hidden attacks that never stop coming. Part 6. Practical Protection. Say, I seek refuge in the Lord of mankind. Say, I seek refuge in the King of mankind. Say, I seek refuge in the God of mankind, from the evil of the whisperer who withdraws when Allah is mentioned, the one who whispers into the hearts of mankind, from among the jinn and mankind. These words serve as a shield for every believer. When you wake in the morning, speak these verses. When darkness falls and night comes, repeat these sacred words. When doubt enters your mind or fear touches your heart, turn to this protection immediately. The practice is simple but powerful. Hold these verses close like a protective garment that covers your soul. Let them become part of your daily breath, spoken with full trust in Allah's power. No special ritual is needed beyond sincere recitation and complete faith in divine protection. When evil whispers try to plant seeds of doubt about your prayers, recite these verses. When negative thoughts suggest abandoning good deeds, return to these words of refuge. When jealousy or anger begins to grow in your heart, speak this protection and watch the evil influence weaken. Regular recitation builds spiritual strength like daily food builds physical strength. The more often you seek this divine refuge, the stronger your defense becomes against hidden attacks. Your heart learns to recognize evil whispers faster and reject them completely. These verses work best when combined with other acts of worship. Pray your daily prayers, read Quran regularly, and remember Allah often throughout each day. This complete spiritual practice creates multiple layers of protection that evil forces cannot penetrate easily. Keep these words ready on your tongue at all times. Teach them to your children so they too can defend themselves from spiritual harm. Share this knowledge with other believers who struggle against inner darkness and doubt. The protection is immediate when recited with genuine faith. Allah responds instantly to sincere calls for refuge. No evil whisper can maintain its hold when divine protection is properly requested through these blessed verses. Make this recitation a habit that requires no special effort or memory. Let it flow naturally from your heart whenever danger approaches your soul. Trust completely in Allah's power to shield you from all forms of spiritual attack that come from jinn and mankind alike. Part 7. Closing the Quran. This final surah completes the Quran's circle of guidance. Just as the Quran begins with seeking Allah's straight path, it ends with seeking His protection from those who would lead us away from that path. The book that opened with guidance closes with safeguarding. Allah placed this chapter at the very end for deep reasons. After reading the entire Quran, believers understand they need constant protection to maintain what they have learned. Knowledge without protection becomes useless when Satan attacks the heart and mind. The final surah reminds us that our spiritual journey never ends. The Quran's first chapter asks Allah to guide us to the right path and keep us away from those who have gone wrong. The last chapter asks Allah to protect us from the whispers of those same misguided ones. This shows that guidance and protection work together. We cannot have one without the other. When you finish reading the Quran, you do not truly finish. The book's ending brings you back to its beginning. The protection in Surah An-Nas helps you return to Al-Fatiha with a clean heart. This creates an endless cycle of seeking guidance and seeking protection. Every time believers complete the Quran, they start again with greater understanding. The final verses prepare them for this return journey. They have Allah's protection against any confusion or doubt that might arise when they begin reading again. This way, each reading becomes deeper and more meaningful than the last. The Quran's structure shows Allah's perfect wisdom. He knew that people would read His book many times throughout their lives. He made sure the ending connects perfectly to the beginning, creating one continuous circle of divine guidance. There is no real end to studying Allah's words. Only new beginnings with stronger faith. This final surah teaches us that completing the Quran means committing to live by its teachings every day. We need Allah's protection to follow His guidance in a world full of temptations and wrong influences. The book's end becomes our daily beginning of seeking refuge in Allah while striving to obey His commands. The last verses echo through every moment of a believer's life. They remind us that Allah's guidance never stops, and neither should our need for His protection. This creates the perfect ending that is really a new beginning, showing us that divine guidance continues forever for those who sincerely seek it. Part 8. The Permanent Call. Say, I seek refuge in the Lord of all people, the King of all people, the God of all people, from the evil of the whisperer who hides away, the one who whispers evil into the hearts of people, from among the jinn and among people. These final words of the Quran call every person to seek Allah's protection. This protection never ends. It continues every day and every moment of our lives. The call to seek refuge in Allah does not stop when we finish reading these verses. It becomes our daily prayer and our constant need. The Quran ends by reminding us that we always need Allah's help. Evil whispers never stop trying to reach our hearts. Satan and bad people always try to lead us away from the right path. So our need for Allah's protection never ends either. When we say these words, we admit that we cannot fight evil alone. We need Allah to guard us from temptations. We need Him to keep our faith strong. We need Him to help us choose what is right when wrong seems easier. The Quran's final message is simple but complete. It tells us to turn to Allah as the Lord who controls everything, to turn to Him as the King who rules over all creation, to turn to Him as the only God worthy of worship. These three names remind us that Allah has complete power to protect us. This protection covers all types of harm. It shields us from the evil that comes from jinn we cannot see. It guards us from the bad intentions of people around us. Most importantly, it protects our hearts from the whispers that make us doubt Allah or disobey His commands. The final verses create a circle that goes back to the beginning of the Quran. The first chapter asked Allah to guide us on the straight path. The last chapter asks Allah to protect us from everything that pulls us away from that path. Together, they show us that we need both guidance and protection throughout our lives. Every time we recite these words, we renew our commitment to Allah. We admit that we are weak and He is strong. We confess that we need His help every moment. We surrender completely to His will and seek His constant protection. This surrender to Allah never ends. It continues until our last breath. The Quran's final call becomes our permanent call to Allah, asking for His protection, guidance, and mercy in every situation we face.